that one if you want.
Yeah, okay. This one has as well.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think they all do, to be honest. Just,
That's okay, I'll just move it.
yeah, just move that one there.
Opposite you.
Maybe if you move your chair one to the left as well, I'll just move them around a little bit. Just because someone's coming in. Sorry. If you sit on this one, and I'll move that one round, and then you sit. No, you can sit on this chair.
Right.
Because we're.
Do you want you down?
I need to get rid of a seat.
You're going to move this down to
You need to get rid of a seat.
Well, no, one of these, so that seat 5's coming in.
Yeah.
It wasn't seat 6.
Right.
That's you too.
Huh?
Okay.
Right, and then this here.
They say cold
This
hands,
here.
warm power. Cold hands, warm
That'll
power.
be seat.
That's what you use.
Yeah, sorry, I said that weird. I knew what I meant in my head, but I'm not. Someone's invited. That makes more sense. Do you want to just move around? No, it's there. Yeah, that's fine. So you're going to be 9. Yeah, see 8, sorry. Yeah. It's hard to go in.
Is this table 99?
Please, final call players. Returning to day 2 of the High Roller. We'll be starting in less than 2 minutes. Players will enjoy 2 bedrooms and final 2 minutes later.
Do you want me to move
No,
that?
that's good. We're going to keep this one free.
You're going to keep it
So
free?
this is 4, this is 5,
Okay,
and that's
okay.
just...
So I can move my table there?
Yeah, so you can have that.
Perfect.
Yeah, so Paul, you're going to be...
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, it did make sense, but... Not more impressive. Yeah, sadly it's not going to get any warmer.
It's alright, it's okay.
That's because we were drinking yesterday.
I had a lot of drink. I was up steaming last night.
You were?
Howling. Howling I was.
Where were you just going as far down here?
I was on, what happened was, I got knocked out that, I played that wee tournament, got knocked out of that, so I says, well, there's a couple of hours before the cash out Saturday. Went upstairs, had a bottle of wine and a steak, came down the stairs and then it was just beers, wines. The grape and the grain don't mix. They just do not mix. It just kills me.
800, yeah.
So, needless to say, I'll suffer just in about an hour or something, I'll be absolutely dead.
Get right back on it, Paul.
No, I can't keep doing it.
It's going to be 6-6.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Welcome to. How are you?
I'm fresh.
Sleep good?
No, I actually.
Fresh.
I
Yeah,
was
it looks
actually-
fresh.
I was.
Did you walk in?
I had a good. No, I didn't walk in. I'll be honest. I got a cab, but there we are. But yeah, fresh today.
It's still not raining. It's about 9 days on the trot, by the way.
That is.
So chip counts there, 48 to 70. 22 day 2 buyings, 22, including one I saw today for not seen for a long time, Mr. Robbie Bull.
Robbie.
Robbie's in.
This is where Robbie Bull was
This
born.
is where Robbie was born.
It was in Blackpool,
Oh,
wasn't it?
Robbie. How do you know? Called Robbie. If you wanted the last live stream from that made him chuckle. We have our own little chat, obviously, on WhatsApp and all that. But we're nice to see Robbie buying in for day 2, and obviously you get 100,000 with your starting stack. So 16.5, 17 big blinds to play with. Chip leader, Trevor Reardon. Good stuff. So we're on 70 total. 13 plus 22. 35.
Good maths.
All the way through to a champion on the stream tonight. Good luck. Enjoy it. We are here now for the duration of the high roller.
6 for you and 6 for the boys.
Good deal.
Oh, Jesus. Who against?
So early stages, who we got on the table? Let's quickly run through the table. Paul Macaulay is signed 2. James Botty, signed 3. Andy Abernathy, signed C number 4. Paul Clement, so Clement, signed C number 6. In 7 is Asif Raja, Maz Bako in 8, and Terry Jordan Jr. is signed C number 9. Seat 5 is always blocked out when we're 8-handed, and we're 8-handed all the way through with 35 players left. And Clement is in. Unfortunately, he's running into Maz Baco's ace king. So this could be a short stint on the feature for Paul Clements. Oh, Clement, come down, he's here for the week. He decided last night to jump into the high roller, and now needs a bit of help.
A lot of help.
Now he's down to 1 out. As we can see, the Queen of Diamonds doesn't work. The Queen of Clubs is dead.
5. We'll chop it.
Any chops about?
I'm waiting to start the day.
No, it is not. It's unlucky for Clement. Busted out, Maz Bako takes him out. King Queen look good on the big. Just checking that he's got him. Yeah, indeed he has. Paul Clements unfortunately busted out in the second hand of the day. And we'll give you the eliminations all the way through, starting today with 35. And we are playing 8-handed tables all the way through to crowning a champ. Who will it be? Trev Reardon, chip leader. Afternoon, Gary McGaffney. Afternoon, Gary McKean. All watching on YouTube. And Christy Fletcher. How you doing, Christy? What happened last night? I think once they chopped the money, I think they just Ron Mustin just decided that that was it, and off they went. So Abdul Kadir taking down the title and the money as well. So well done to them. Good final table to stream, but yeah, sometimes it's a strange ending, but they just decided that was it. They've done the money. Could have flipped for the trophy, I suppose, but I think he need to tell Ron that there's no more space because he just won the 25-50 in Manchester.
I saw he need chop the turbo yesterday.
Yes,
as well.
she did, and I tell you what, she was very fortunate on the final table. She had 8s against ace, queen, ace on the flop, 8 on the turn, which obviously I'm in front. I know all that, like, but once you hit the ace, you'd about 5%. So she did well. Then she got another double up. She had the old deuce 3.
The old deuce 3. That's Vinny's hand, isn't it?
You know, defending the old deuce 3,
Yeah.
and it comes ace 4, 5.
Oh yeah, lovely. That's exactly what you want.
So yeah, she did really, really well. Well done to everybody. Well done to Valerie for cashing in that. Well done to Jambo, who finished 6th, and then they chopped it 5 ways.
Oh, poor Jambo, waiting for him to bust and go.
Literally
We'll
got
chop
off the
it.
table and said, "Oh, favourites out. Shall we chop it?" So Christy Fletcher, hope you're good. Used to turn up for these years and years ago. Hope Paul was okay as well. Cheers, Gary, for the information regarding the Harbour side. See, they should have sold it. They should have passed it on, but they didn't.
Lovely sight for Andrew. Couple of boots.
Oh, indeed. Is it overcast like it is in Blackpool in Southport? I guess it is. All across the same peninsula. It's just been very overcast for about a week.
I don't mind. It's not like cold though. It's not like
not cold.
It's not cold. It's.
Well, walked in like this morning.
You walked in like that in a t-shirt.
Yep.
Nah, I wouldn't have done that. I still had my big coat on, even in the taxi. Will you turn the heating up, please, mate?
Walked in like this. It was great. Nice bit of fresh air. Wind was up a little. It was still nice.
Andrew going for the check back here freeway on a board that fairly wet, potentially favouring his opponents. So checking back with the aces and position. And I'm going to call this small quarter pot lead from Maz. Massive out the way.
Nine of clubs on the river.
Check, check, and ace is going to be good for Andrew.
A sweaty board for the aces.
Classic aces run out both of them.
So when we get closer to the money, and when we get to a couple of tables out, we'll bring you footage from the hour tables all day long.
It's probably going to be 9, isn't it? Final table.
It could well be actually. Could be a final table bubble and a final table bubble for the money as well. So it could be a double bubble. This Sunday's tournament at the Rainbow in Bristol is the final tournament ever, and then it's just cash. What is it, Gary? Even though it's not a Grosvenor casino, let us know what it is. Just be gala. Let us know what it is. Well, hopefully they turn out for it. There is a Grosvenor casino in Bristol.
Yeah, I know.
But it's tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny.
Yeah, nice one to jam here for Maz. I think it's only like 12, 13 a Terry. Or even maybe go for Ray's not all in here as Maz with the King 5. He's going to go with complete. A tiny little candidate to potentially get aggressive with blind on blind once in a while. Now Terry, suited queen, should take this price and call with position.
Terry Jordan came to Blackpool about a month ago and won a tournament. I can't remember which one it was.
It was junior. It was junior.
Yeah,
he was working up here, yeah.
He was working up here.
I don't know if he's still working up here. He's,
he jumped in and took home the money. Was it there? I think it was their monthly big one kind of thing. The 75 quid for 25k guarantee.
Nice looking turn for Maz. Picks up second up flush draw to go alongside his pair of fives. Not much going on here for Terry. Maz checks it over. He's going to get a bite. 11k stab from Terry, and Maz should be check calling with pair second up flush draw. Does river second up flush. And
No, it's not being cold, but how big would you go?
yeah, no,
Tiny?
check's the way to go.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
check over to Terry's bet turn. Try and induce some bluff sale. That's probably the best way to get paid here and
Well, that's what he's doing.
induce a bluff. He does.
Yeah. So that's nearly half his stack. And just calls just to make sure he could be flying there with bare ace of diamonds.
It's actually a really interesting river spot there for Maz because there's actually not much bare ace of diamonds. There may be some suited ace x of diamonds, but off of like 14, 15 pre for Terry, if he looks down at an ace versus Maz is complete, he's probably just going to jam. So the king of diamonds might actually be one that goes for value in that scenario.
Christy says, would it be possible for a 1 day 110 or 220? Where have you been? Where have you been? This is what's been on. Well, that's what's been on. And they have the cash out satellites. Obviously, that's all the week. But yesterday, Wednesday, the turbo £200 1 day event. Sunday, PLO and the closer and the seniors. I know you can't play
I
the
was going to
seniors.
say you better not say
You
seniors.
can't play the seniors. We know that, but you can play the closer. £200 starts at 6 o'clock on Sunday. So if you want to come down. There are a few events that there are, but main event day is all day tomorrow, and the cup is on Saturday as a side event. But seniors, you can't play that, we know. But the closer at 6 o'clock on Sunday, and there was a turbo last night. There was chop 5 ways for a tour. So they are creeping back in. They are creeping back in. The 1 days. I like the 1 days. Are great. Just play. And just. If you don't want to stay over, you don't have to. Aces again.
Second time today.
Wow.
Only been playing 10 minutes, Tara.
No, Mr. Bot.
6 is real sucky one. We have open under the gun, but we are 6-handed here, so effective low jack versus high jack. Seems like a annoying one for Jamie. I think like definitely continuing 8, 7's kind of the cusp, so I think 6 is good bit of discipline there. Good lay down. Andrew did have it.
The 33 and the 35 that started today.
Yeah, nice clean jam for Terry. Just
The ace.
south of 7. King deuce of spades here for Jamie Bott against 7 bigs.
Is this one you think about?
It's very
Or is
close.
it king 2 off?
I think it's very close. No, King 2's off one that we want to be aggressive with. It's not one that we call with. It's one that we free bet as a bluff. King deuce suited for 7, button versus big. I think it may even just be in there. I think going to be very close. Like we definitely call Jack 10 suited. We definitely call stuff like Queen 8 suited. Queen deuce suited seems kind of close for Botty. Thinks better of it. Terry gets it through. How doing, Carl? Afternoon.
Afternoon, Carl. Hopefully news regarding the schedule coming up when we get to Luton for the dates for next year. Confirmation of all the dates. We've got the Luton schedule. That'll be up this weekend. And also the Behemoth that's in Coventry. But they are on the app. If you want to check the app, all the information is there for the Luton Grand Final. 9 days of streaming from that. And then the Behemoth in Coventry for 5 days. Jay's on his jollies halfway through. What's it like going on holiday not packing sun cream?
I don't pack sun cream, mate.
I don't think I don't. What?
I don't pack sun cream.
Well, to be fair, that's true.
I just get there and she pulls it out of a special bag.
This special, what you got there? So never you mind. The Behemoth is streamed all 5 days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. and that is first leg of the NPL for 2025, because the grand final is the end. Well, the grand final is the last one streamed. The actual last points for the NPL in 24 is the weekend after. They've got 25/50s. But Behemoth, because it was a late edition, it's the start of next year's NPL. But yes, we'll be streaming it down in Coventry for the last time of the year.
Once again, Terry getting to shove here. 7 BBs with the King Jack. And going to be getting called. Asif
Here we go.
with the 6s.
2 shorties, 1 wins. Asif.
Just a 6.
That is it. Literally just a 6.
Next door, going to need 1 pip blow up. Looking like Terry going to be doubling through Asif.
One does. So Asif down to 32. And 5.5 bigs. Yes, full schedule. If you want to check out the Behemoth on the app, we'll have the template during the week. But from tomorrow onwards, we'll show you what's happening at the grand final and the Behemoth. But it was it is on the app, and the new Behemoth is there. It is going to be streamed. 5 days of streaming for the team. The final event of the year, Friday the 13th of December. And it's not going to be unlucky. It's going to be Christmas jumper day for the team. Jay's got himself out of wearing Primark Christmas jumper.
Exactly that.
Are you doing a Christmas jumper day? Yeah, 13th. Oh, I'm on my holidays. Hiya, Manistro. Thank you very much. Yeah, the IPO was great. Great to get local lads in the comms as well. Well, Tomo and Aidan. So Quinny, who came second in the High Roller. It was good for that. But and the mini was won by Abdul Qadir Ahmed.
Yeah, so Paul just open sending here a 17 with the A7 suited. I personally wouldn't call off as Maz for 17 with A7 here. Does get the same hand to fold.
There you go. Make sure you got your Christmas jumper on Friday the 13th. We'll be making announcements in Luton about it. It'll be on social media. Anybody who's playing Friday the 13th, get in the spirit. Only a couple of days more streaming of the year.
Well, funny you say that, Kendall boy. No Abdul on the feature table. Strange. You see the number just dropping to 33 top right. And that is because we have just lost Abdul Qadir.
No.
Oh.
Ace King
Ace King
versus Ace Queen.
Queen on the river.
Who had the Queen in the window? Who had the Queen? Who's run really well? Who's just won chunks in Cyprus? And chunks and said he
Ryan.
Correct.
Go on.
He had the Queen.
Yeah.
Ace Queen left Abdul with 1k.
Is that what we had?
Yeah.
Spat it up.
So he had 1k and Abdul Ahmed is out. So there's Ace King for Abdul, Ace Queen for Ryan. Ryan flops the Queen. This is our run tower, he says. This is how you win the High Roller, he says. Bucko won the Irish Poker Festival for 177. Did he really? I'm not surprised we didn't see him at the IPO, to be fair. I know it's only a 300 in the IPO, but I thought we'd have seen Bucko. But the week after the 3K, he won the Irish Poker Festival for 177. Top man is Bucko. Super lad. And are you a fan of the Max Late Reg J? For day 2s.
I think, like, overall for the game, it would probably be better if it won a thing. but in terms of if you're trying to make money from the game, it's a good option. Just because your hourly's going to be down, your expenses are going to be down on these live stops. You've just got to turn up for day 2, try and swing your stack up, and then usually percentage of the field left, you've got like 25% of the field left. You're not too far from the money, so you're sort of nicking some EV just from waiting until Reggie's about to close before you flick in. But although looking at it from making money standpoint, would love to see it go back to the days where it's just a freeze out. Everyone's got to be there on time. Once you bus, that's it. You got to play a side event or go to the bar. But just the way the poker is these days, I don't think we're ever going to see that happen. Back to the days of just freeze out sour.
Well, isn't it now a case where you can buy into day 2 of the main event in Vegas?
Yeah.
But that wasn't a thing like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, but it still has to be a unique bullet. Like, you can't play a day 1, bust the main event, and then buy in day 2.
Yeah, it has to be a unique bullet. Yeah, bang on the old days of the freeze outs. All the old timers like the old, why can't we have a freeze out? They just, people want to have 2 or 3 bullets these days. They want to fire a couple of times to try and get in the money. That's the way it is. But yeah, I think obviously the biggest freeze out in the world is the main event in the World Series. How many blinds is day 2 then for the World Series?
So you start at 1.
Because it's 2 hour levels, isn't
Come
it?
back at 1,200 big blinds, so you have like 50 big blinds or something, day 2 buy-in.
Pretty interesting to know how many actually do that. I think with the option, there will be quite a lot.
Yeah.
You'll have to play 50 big blind poker.
Just miss out on so much stuff in that day 1 though.
Yeah.
You can find fall on that right table.
Yeah. You could be all in first orbit, you know.
It weren't
like
first
some
orbit.
people.
It weren't first orbit. It was first level.
First level.
And it's 2 hour level, so.
There's no guarantee. No, there weren't a guarantee on the main, was there? There's never a guarantee on the main. That's it for this 32. Well, it's 29 as it is now. He's all in. King, Queen. We've seen this combo bust already. No action. Any updates on live next year? Hopefully an announcement in Luton. That is what we've been told. And that is all I can tell you. Because that's all I know.
To be fair, Kendall boy, if you stay tuned all day, there'll be 5 or 6 people that know more than us that come in the chat box and tell us what's occurring.
Tell us where it's going to be.
Yeah, what's happening with Goliath next year. So
we got told, where did we get told?
NBC Birmingham.
The NEC in Birmingham was one of them where it was going to be next year, and then somewhere else it was going to be. We just started laughing.
Welcome to the party, Jumbo. I'll be here long, mate. Just get squashed there. I do. Thank you.
Sorry, you're the big
Jim comes to the table in seat 5.
I took your time walking off.
So I'm guessing that means we are down to 32, and we are just losing Hendrik Getchi. 4 tables of 8. Will be a 3 table and 2 table redraw, I believe. Definitely will be a 2. Not sure about a 3. We'll find out. We're not sure, Kendall, but we've just got to wait and find out.
If and when, I think it's more of a when the Goliath gets announced. It won't be anywhere else with the CBS arena. It's just people come up. We heard yesterday you're having it in Belgium. We heard yesterday it's going to be in Scotland. We do get some funny ones. Ten I flop, 10-4-2. Jim flops some of it.
Yeah, it could be good night, Jim, because he's only got 34k tower, and once we catch a 4, we cannot fold. Still going to be all this ace high, king high, queen high stuff in Terry's range as the opener from hijack. Fortunately for us as Jim, he's got the goods. With a 4 here tower, I don't see any other avenue but sending this in.
Yeah. Flopping a pair with 6-4. Once you defend, can't be anything else. So, Big Jim. In with a 4. Terry Junior. Queens.
That's a terrible card to see for Jim.
Yeah.
Robbed of his 6 outs. So just a 4. Oh!
One of them.
Wow.
Whoa.
4 on the end. Bingo for Jim.
Ouch.
And he will stay alive.
Can only hit the 4. That's all I need. Wowzers. Hendrik Getchy just busting out. Was he high roller champion last year?
I think so, yeah.
Old Hendrik. Down to 32. Hendrik busting out. Afternoon, Jonathan. Johnny Brown. How are we doing?
No, not pre-flop. I'll finish off on the flop. But I wouldn't do the best one, I bet.
Sheffield United won last night.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the flop with the pair, that's why.
Big game tonight. Big
What's
game. Over in Turkey.
In Turkey, what is it, Besiktas?
Galatasaray.
Galatasaray, who they playing?
One of the best teams in the land.
One of the best teams. We're not in it. We've never been in any cup like that. It's Tottenham, is it?
Yeah.
Galatasaray, Tottenham. Ooh, that'd be intimidating. Ooh, I suppose one of the more fearsome places to go to watch football, apparently. Galatasaray. They're mad as a wasp. How are we doing, Rich? Up the posh. He'll be coming for the seniors, I'm sure. Always cashes in the seniors, does Rich.
Yeah, but Jim going to have to call now once he puts 2 bigs in. Blind on blind, Asif just sets it in. 25 to win 57, suited king 6, blind on blind. We'll see what those spades are covered. Does have 2 live in between us.
Let's do it again, he says. Well, does the short stack double up to get Jim down as a shorty again?
No way.
Oh my word.
And that is the check mark for Asif, but imagine if these 2 are deep. Wow. Just both casually flop a flush. Any more spades?
I'm flipping it.
Put another one on the river, Katie.
It's like Sean Hayden's dealing. Wow. Oh. Okay, Mel Simpson, I'm super grumpy. Working when I should be in Blackpool.
Oh, no.
The bar's been very quiet, Mel. Been very quiet.
Yeah, they can't get in the cellar because there's so many barrels that haven't been used. Mel's not been here, Ben Teague's not been here. So they're probably down about 50% on alcohol consumption this year.
Right.
I thought you were coming up, Mel. Is it
What happened?
just
Work.
work?
See, nobody can replace her at work.
Oh,
That's what it is.
coming down, I should say, from Scotland.
Yes. Yeah, can't deny it. No, hard to replace Mel at work.
No, it's finished.
And man as a wasp can't make it either because he's working. Damn.
Nice one for Terry. May just choose to send it into the middle. Only got 10. Like, open is an option for sure. But a lot of people, when they got 10 bigs, just really jam or fold, even from gun.
Gentlemen. Yeah. Good answer.
Went to London on Monday with work. Couldn't even come down for the weekend. Shocking. Whoever sorted London out for Monday. God. Could have got on the train from Blackpool.
Blackpool
2
to
hours.
London? No, it's not. Blackpool to London is not 2 hours.
Right, 3. 3 with a stop.
I'll have the overs still on 3.
3 with a stop.
It takes 2 hours from Brum to Blackpool, and it takes about an hour and a half.
Yeah,
from...
but Brum to Blackpool's like that.
It's not. It's just
It
a
is.
straight line up. Bit left.
I reckon you can do it in 2 hours 57.
All right.
Blackpool to London. Get on the app.
King Jack suited for Paul. 21 bigs. Should see an open. He's going to send the lot in. 21. Oh, and Jamie bought Ace Jack here.
Bit of a decision this is, Jack off.
The thing is, in these scenarios, Tara, it's really difficult to gauge where we're at because, like, theoretically, there shouldn't be any jamming going on from Paul off a 21 from +1. He should just play open or fold. So then we now need to think about if he is playing some jams, what hands are going to be in that jam range. And a lot of the time you don't expect worse ace-X to be in there, like ace-10 through ace-2 suited. You just expect these hands to open. So therefore, with ace-Jack here, a lot of the time, you feel like you're flipping against 10s, 9s, 8s. Sometimes we could be up against ace-queen and dominated. So I actually think I really like fold here from Botty, just like from a long-term perspective. I know we can see he's in great shape with ace-Jack, but I think I like fold here, Tower.
And that's what he does.
And this is maybe one of the merits of playing these big jams as Paul. We do get a lot of better hands to fold because people don't expect us to have too much in there. Seems really condensed of what we want to shove for 21. First in. It's just going to get that through.
Indeed. There you go. Phil, happy as Gilby. Blackpool to London, 2 hours
No,
50.
not having it. I was talking about South London.
Did look into going to Blackpool to London, but difficult to get there early. I thought not a good idea after the weekend on the drink. Oh dear. Well, next time, Mel, whenever we see you, all the dates will be out for 2025 when we get to Luton. If there's any information before Luton, we'll give you this weekend.
See, 2 hours and 50 minutes and 4 speeding fines.
What, on a train?
Maybe, I don't know.
There you go. Phil Hidden says average time is 2 hours 57 to 3 hours 14 minutes.
So about 3 hours 5 then, if you want to take the average of that.
Yeah, for 3 hours.
Ace Jack for Jamie from +1. Opens off a 20.
Yeah, 4 hours 48 minutes is a drive, Sydney. We're on about the train.
Is that how long the drive is?
Yeah, that's a long drive. And that's without the M6 being like a car park.
That where was it? I went the other day, Walsall. That is
Junction 10.
that junction
Yeah.
at Walsall. God.
Junction 12 to Junction 10 is just insanely stupid. And it's been like it for years. It's not even improved, like, ever.
So is it still online?
No, it says end of level 1. Right?
Yeah.
But aye, on the app.
Oh, so you're thinking the end of it?
Aye, I thought
King outflow. King 5.
It still could continue this one freeway as Botty here on the King board as they open up. I'm going to have the strongest King X, don't need to go large. It's one of these boards when, in terms of size, small works nice. Going to be a lot of whiffs from our opponents. Like, regardless of size, if we go big, if we go small, they're going to continue the King X, the pocket pairs, the 5X from the big blind. Small works nicely. Does get 2 hands to fold. Is it not direct Blackpool to London? You got to change it.
You have to change it, Preston.
Preston.
Everything's changed at Preston. There is actually a direct train in the morning.
Same as.
But that is a long one.
Oh, okay.
Because you can actually get on a Blackpool, but it does stop at Preston. But it's a Virgin train, and that actually takes about 4.5 hours.
Same with Birmingham. They run one early train at 1 PM every day, straight to Blackpool. Only one a day, direct.
But if you do want to make it over to Blackpool, train is an option, and it's a good option in my eyes.
Ace 10 here for Andrew. There's it go. One that could have definitely been opened. Takes the tighter approach. And that's with the suited Ace 10.
So we're going in for a raise.
It's raise and take for Maz.
Down to 31 as Twan Lee bust out. Twan Lee out in 32nd. No dates yet for next year. Most of the schedule is already done. Well, just a couple of dotting the I's and crossing the T's before we can finalise everything. But we have been told that if it's not late in this leg, it'll be Luton when we give out all the information regarding next year. And just a couple of places to dot the I's and cross the T's.
Not dealing today, Frank. Not going to do any dealing.
No, not today.
That was surreal. That.
That's with 10 9 suited.
It's kind of an awkward one for Maz because Terry's got a reshove stack, Botty's got a reshove stack in the big blind. I'm pretty sure the small blind's got a reshove stack in Paul McCauley. So, like, genuinely, like, when there's a lot of reshove stacks behind us tower, we wanna choose hands that have good removal, stuff with Ace X in it, stuff with King X in it, stop our opponents from having some of these combos.
That says I'm all in.
Should be working. I still think this is perfectly fine from Maz 10-9 suited at this stage. Okay to open, just in general, just being aware of what's behind us. And Paul with a reshove, picks that one up.
So Neville Betty comes to the table. Oh, Nev. Big Nev. 31 left. And the table's all the way through now until the final. We just dropped it to 30. Oh, Matt Davenport busting. Mark Davenport is out. And a superb year. And the NPL is actually top of the board, isn't he? I don't know when the last updated one was. Let's have a quick look. Oh, that's the... he won that.
This is a high roller one.
He's won that. So, and he's also got the first 888, didn't he?
Is the high roller league done?
No, this is the last one. This is it. And the 888 was won by Mr. Matt Davenport. Won the first 888 league. All being combined next year. All being put into one pot next year. If it's an NPL event, you'll be getting NPL points, no matter what it is.
Terry involved in yet another all-in. Just seems like he's been between 50 and 100k the whole session.
He's had Queens a couple of times as well.
Yeah, whenever he's at risk, he seems to double. Whenever he's got the player covered, he seems to double them up. Is it going to stay the same here with the ladies? Looking good.
That is dry.
King Jack 4, 2 hots.
That is dry, dry, dry.
And a queen on the turn does actually bring in the Broadway draw for Asif. Doesn't find it, so Terry doubles up, back over starting stack. Asif down to just 3 bigs.
On the spin again. Afternoon, Jamie. She11 Poker. Hello, Town and Jay. How are we doing? We're all good, thank you. Congratulations on your win in Cyprus.
How you doing, Jamie? Well done again.
Another great effort.
You get one tower and they keep coming. That's what they say.
These trophies keep coming on.
Just get that first.
We'll be building cabinet on cabinet soon. Great effort again, Seth. Well done.
Don't know where I am this morning.
Hope to see you in Cov, or are you off to the WPT in Vegas? So much on.
There is.
There is so much on. Vegas is on now for the NAPT. They've got what else is on somewhere else abroad? There's also Prague is off to Prague. Oh, good shout with Prague, by the way. It's been confirmed by PokerStars at Prague. It's the final ever UKIPT or EPT. Or
Yep.
Is it UKIPT?
EPT.
EPT.
Yep.
It's the final EPT in Prague this year. There is not another one. So I think there'll be record numbers for Prague because it's an amazing city. And unfortunately, they've announced it is not on next year in Prague.
Oh, are they?
Where's Lugano?
I don't know. I'm just saying, are they switching it? I'm guessing it's obviously in Czech Republic.
They're switching to Lugano, wherever that is.
Gotta be same country, right?
No, because Prague's
Switzerland.
Prague, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm assuming they're keeping it in the same country, just changing location off to Switzerland.
No, Prague's been so successful. We're into Switzerland.
That's going to be pricey.
The Switzerland-Italy border. That's two countries I've never been to.
Well, Jim says, I've got King 10. I'm happy to run it, and he's going to love what he sees. He's actually going to be in really nice shape here. Neville can't fold. He's got too much in here, only 30k more to call. And Jim actually going to be really happy with the situation at hand here.
Yes.
So Nev has them both covered. And has the best hand.
Are a lot of situations where Nev and Asif chop this one up, but Jim equity favourite, even being behind.
Yes, Queen, Queen.
There we go. Jack's needed for Jim, but lots of chop outs for Asif here. Will do well not to chop this one. 6 on the turn. So Asif going to need to see an 8 or higher. And does. It's a queen, so he will survive. He'll chop up the main with Neville. We will lose Jim with the King 10.
Unlucky Jim.
Asif left with 6 big blinds.
Jim McLean, off he goes. Unlucky Jim. Switzerland, Italy, board, Lugano. I'm going to look on booking.com, see how much the average price of an hotel is. Other search engines are available.
Yeah, I just gave you the extra. Yeah, take them.
I can't believe that we're nearly an hour into the daytime. We've only lost 5 players. We've
It normally goes mad.
what, 20 plus day 2 buy-ins? 22 was it? 23?
Well, what just happened there?
Wow.
That must have been a good 5 minutes. And it was, wow. We said Matt Davenport was out. Listen to these 5. Jim McLean actually finished 26th. In 27th was the Mad Turk. Ludo Gaelic, didn't know he was in the building. Ludo. And GDPR RH and Ariane Kashani busting out. Meaning, is that Rika?
I don't know. It could be, yeah. It probably is Rika, actually. Yes, I think it is.
Yeah. So Rika busting out, Ludo, Ariane, the Mad Turk, and Jim McLean. All busting out within 1 minute of each other. That must have been carnage. And they were all on separate tables as well. Mad. So there we go. All of a sudden, 25.
So Jamie with the King Queen opens to 18. Asif decides that 10-8 is good enough to run it with. So he does have 2 live cards, 42% equity.
Can he get this flip? Can he start it? Come on, kid. Not really.
7 for a double gutty. And that will dead it, so we are going to lose Asif Raja.
Unlucky.
He'll be out in 25th, and I believe that will take us to 3 tables at 24. Not sure if there's a redraw or if it's just at 16. But we will see. Here he is, first one of the day, and it's Liam in the chat box. A rumour I heard something about there may be problems hosting the Goliath next year due to the CBS Arena.
Or the price to rent the rooms where Goliath is held. Any truth in this? All we know is we will get information regarding Goliath when we get to Luton. That's what we're being told. And we are very confident that Goliath will be on next year.
We've got Towers Mansion on standby, as someone put in the chat earlier.
Yeah, anything that's, if we're not on stream and there's news that comes out, it'll be on social media, on Grosvenor Poker, Grosvenor Casinos and all that. Always check it out. One thing you won't see on Grosvenor Poker is, oh, we think we're going to the NEC next year, we think we're going up to, we're going to run it at Aintree. Oh well, here he comes. Mr. Mandara. High roller champion in Cyprus for $770,000.
Did he buy in today? Yes, he did buy in today. It looks like he's got chunks.
Yeah, well, he took
Abdul out.
Abdul out, and they had the same stack. So, and it looks like he's just continued.
Yeah, he got about 400.
As he says, just continue to get lucky.
Yep.
That's what he says.
Stato also joining us as we are down to 3 tables.
Went for a walk with Stato yesterday morning.
You played golf, you didn't go for a walk. Don't act like you're some health guru these days. You went and played a round of golf with him. I've heard EQ was, you said he could strike a ball.
He can hit a ball.
Yeah?
I think his official handicap's like 7.1 or something. Hits a very good ball. We all did off the tee. I was just using a spade for my second shot yesterday. I don't know why.
I can imagine Stato at his shot turning around going apex 178 metres, ball speed 190 miles per hour, carry 280 yards. I can imagine him, he's just that much of an intellectual guy. First time I think we've seen him as well since his EPT success.
Yeah. It is. Took his back seat and slowed down a bit. He went, nope, not a chance. He says, it's just nice to be able to carry on playing with a bit less pressure.
Yeah.
And that's it. So he will be on the full circuit next year.
Terry had a really nice spot to lead here once flop goes check and this free rolls off from the big blind, but doesn't take it. Checks over to Jamie. He's going to take a free one with the Jack 10. Just feel like quite a bluff here as Terry Tower. Like Jamie just looks like he's got ace high, king high. We're from the big blind. Like we can value better free here. We could even potentially value better do. So just a river spot that we need to bet as TJ does find it. Nicely done. Gets body off the best hand.
Good stuff. That's a draw on 25th. 3 tables of 8. 24.
Any players who's direct starting into UK 1A of the main event and should be taken as precedent.
Good to have you with us. YouTube, Twitch and Facebook. All streaming the High Roller from Blackpool.
Been playing a lot of open jams off of this sort of stack depth and gonna continue with his strat. Might have gone for open with this hand from gun. Try and eke out some value. It does pick up blinds and ante.
That's open to the table as chief leader. And down a second, 420. Some spin. 4x already. In the first level of the day. Or the second level. 40-minute blinds?
Yes, 40-minute blinds.
40-minute blinds in the first hour. Second level of the day. And we're on 24. Just to let you know, you're the closest to the door.
Oh, we got donuts. I just remembered.
And it's there's teacups at end.
Okay, I'll get the teas.
Oh, good.
After this
I
hand.
was only saying you were closest to the door. I didn't mean you had to go. But as you said, I
You
don't
know,
mind.
you know what we need? We just need an urn. We just need to bring an urn with us and just have it here.
To be fair, if we kick Abdul Kadir out of the box,
Yeah, we could fit one
instead
in.
of sending him all around on tour with us, we could get an urn in the box. There is space.
Yeah, she's here. She was playing
Blind on blind. Neville just setting pull in.
Maurice Wiggum. Maurice, right guys, back down tomorrow for the main event. Would you like a salad box or a donut box tomorrow? Oh, it's a tough decision.
Yeah, it's a toughie, Morris.
PK, what do you rank? Oh, salad box or a donut box? We've never been asked that question before. Morris, you know how to treat the team. We'll see you with your chicken salad. No, we won't.
Got to play with Morris the other day.
Ah, nice one.
For one hand.
One hand.
Well, he wasn't in the pot, but a late reg the mini. Like,
Yeah.
pretty late reg. Jumped in first hand in the big one, as you are.
Right.
Few limps, I checked. Got ace 4.
Okay.
Ace 6-4 rainbow.
Nice.
Long story short, other guys got ace 6. I lasted one
Oh,
hand.
no.
Single hand. Morris went, see you later, Jay. Nice playing with you. I went, thanks, Morris. Cheers for that, mate. I was hoping to play more than one hand, but here we are.
2 pair over 2 pair. Wow. What a flop that was.
Jacks for Andrew. Once again, one that I would much prefer to see open with, especially from gun. Just want to get value from this hand. Like, we're getting it in versus Queens, Kings, Aces, Ace, King anyway, but we just want to get the maximum from the 8s, the 9s, and Ace X suited. But Paul finds the boots.
Off, heads up, and Andrew Abernathy looks down at Jacks and goes, oh, God, you got the boots.
And then Prague, they're just. It's really nice, but like, just like, a lot of dodgy money there.
Not too much help.
And then Prague, I think, kind of just sold there.
Going for a bit of a sweat. No. We need a jack. Well, Andrew Abernathy is heading out. And it's a 4. So you could have done with that river last week. That'd have been a good river for you. A 4.
Yeah, it would have been. It was 2 days ago. It weren't last week.
Yeah, so I would basically do that.
That's Andrew Abernathy. Out he goes.
I'll go on the search for some tea.
Tea.
Rubbish.
Thank you very much. There's rubbish. Thank you very much. Beautiful. 21 left. Where did they go? That's if Roger we saw. Ravish Sheth is out. He could have a million. He could have had $1 million or 100k. Chris Woody. Chris Wood from Teesside is out, and Andrew Abernathy takes us down to 21 and then 20 because Chris Johnson's out. Wow. Flying through the door. That last 14 minutes. $11 people. 11 people busting out in 14 minutes. Afternoon, Pestgate. Good to see you at the CAF Cup. Hope you had a great day, sir. He always does, Jay. He never tells a bad beat story. He never dwells on it. As he says, it's all part of the game. He never dwells on anything, does Jay? But busting out, he did. In spectacular fashion. It's 5 for Ryan as he calls a click from Paul McCauley. 9-6 deuce flop. Whiffs them both. Checks to the 3 of spades. checks again. Oh, McCauley just had the big one. Aces against jacks. Also checking back. And this is a whiffy kind of board. Queen 10 any value. It's a small pot played right with the ace high taking the pot. So we're on 20 out of 70, but 20 out of 35 today. 15 players left in the first level. First session, first hour, sorry. 15 players. And we have been told that there are 8 prizes. So the final table of 9, there will be a break then, and that will be bubble time. And 8 players will get the money out of the 70 that played. So the final table will start, and that will be bubble time. 8 prizes. Yes, king for Paul McCauley, raises. And Jamie, small 3 bets. 3 bets to 46 after an open to 16 as a click. This could just be a send. Jamie with a queen 10 will get out of the way. Played well. On the times I've seen Jamie Bott this year, I've only seen him 3 or 4 times on the in the big comps, but players some good poker. There's Jamie Bott, but down to 12. Paul McCauley building his stack up now. Have I been in the lab? It's Thursday, Kev. We only just go over the midweek football. Standout bet this weekend is Leeds -3. What on earth are they playing us? Leeds United can't be -3. They don't score that many ever. Leeds, never. Not having it.
-3.
No chance. I don't even know if they're playing it. It'll never happen.
Who are they playing?
Blind school.
San Marino?
Who do you think they're playing? Oh, QPR.
Oh, QPR, obviously.
That means QPR will win 1-0.
To be fair, he tipped Portsmouth for me nicely a few weeks ago.
Yes, he did. It is 3-1, wasn't it? Yeah. 3-1. He got Dickie P texting him all day the other night because they played each other. QPR got battered by Middlesbrough.
That's open from Neville here. Statter going for flat, not one that can have a 3-bet call off for just north of 40. Not deciding to land or call. Maz defends Jack 3 suited from the big. Good to see Maz back. Haven't seen much of him past 12 months. Back at the tables.
Played the big game in Coventry, the cash one. They doing it, Maz? Who was it?
Ben.
Oh, Ben. Oh, aye. It was Ben that sat there and just won chunks.
And I think three-way fine to continue here as Neville 3 to flush, 3 to straight. King eye board going to be best for us in terms of range. Does seem like a fairly clean C-bet free weight. We'll get 2 better hands to fold.
They're a chunky yellow. I thought they were a chunky yellow thing, wasn't it? It was 3 whites. Oh. Back down the behemoth, 10th till the 15th of December. We're on 20. Chris Johnson last out in 21st. I got told earlier, Kev, it's the big game tonight in Galatasaray apparently.
Yeah, that's where the big game is.
That's the big game on the on this Thursday.
We're not that far off top of the league now. You realise that we're only 7 odd points off. We could still win the quadruple. It's not
in the Premier League.
We could win the Prem. We could win the FA Cup. We can still win the League Cup. We can still win the Europa League. We're still in all 4 competitions.
We can't win the FA Cup. We won't be meeting Tottenham in 3rd round this year. We lost in 1st round to League 2 Cheltenham. That's how bad we are.
Beat City in the League Cup. We'll go and beat Man U, and then we'll go and lose to Crystal Palace in the semi-finals. You watch. You heard it here first.
Is that what we got?
We got Man U next round in the quarters. Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's a King 10 for Stato on the button opens. Raises to 18. Gets it through Maz.
I'm looking for you, Man U's just got a new manager.
Queens again for Terry?
Again? That's the 3rd time in an hour he's been dealt queens.
Lady Magnet. And this is like one of these nuanced spots where potentially we can have a free bet, not all in, off of 18, out of position here as Terry, but he's just going to go with the jam.
Stato with the ace king. Very deep.
Since he sat down as well, he has actually had hands that he can open, but from the table's perspective, may just look like Stato is getting after it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Maz did take a light shove spot here. He's going to go for the free bet. And Stato loving this because he'll be aware as well. We've been so active. People are going to be aware of that, start attacking, going for some lighter free bets. We're just sat there with the goods. Going to have a nice clean 4-bet send. And then decision back on Maz.
And the decision that we'll have to try and work out what he has. Do we 3-bet 9s?
Yeah, you can 3-bet cool 9s. But there are going to be some shoves going on off of Maz's stack as well, starting hand just north of 20. Like, he should be fairly polar in this spot tower, because if he had like an ace-jack, an ace-10 suited, a king-queen, these would probably all just jam. So when we go for the 3-bet not all in, we want obviously top end, our aces, kings, queens, and then we want to have stuff like just stuff with not much playability with some removal in there, maybe like a ace-x off, a king-5 suited, something along these lines.
So one more down, and it's a name we recognise. Third in the league.
Cal Morial.
Calajero Morial out in 20th. 8 get the money.
8?
8. So the final table of 9 is the bubble. So there'll be a break when we get to the FT, and then we'll start. And we are on the bubble straight away. 8 prizes. First prize is 33,260. Afternoon, Mr. Blow. Kev Blow. How are we doing? Hope things are good. What day is it? Thursday. Thursday.
How many glasses of wine do you reckon Kev's had so far since it started?
He'll be prepping tea, I reckon. I reckon he'll be prepping tea. He'll have just trimmed his edges and his weeded the garden. Now he's retired, obviously. Just finished watching Paul Weller in the live lounge. Very nice. Bit of Weller. Saw Paul Weller at the Lytham Festival a couple of years ago.
Heading JG Poker, good afternoon. Got Ryan opening from gun here. Makes it 16k. Stato pondering like he has a decision. He's going to play cool. Like Stato's range here should be fairly snug tower once he calls this open from Ryan. Like he's not going to have ace 10 off. That's just going to be fold 3-bet some of the time. Ace jack off, kind of the same. That might be mixed in there, but like he's probably going to start at full frequency at ace queen, and then he'll have hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, king queen suited, queen jack suited, sort of the suited Broadway stuff that's going to be in there.
Terry going after it with the 3s.
Yeah, this is wild from TJ, and old Botty just going to get to send the ladies in now. With all this money in the middle, and it will go fold Ryan. Stato should never have a trap, so I'm guessing he'll be folding as well. And then Terry will have to call off, but maybe Stato's got something like 10s or jacks here, like hands when gun opens, and we are fairly deep with them. Like we will do some flattening stuff like 10s, jacks, even queens at some frequency, so like Stato can still potentially have something like pocket 9s, pocket 10s here. Is going to choose to let it go, and Terry now going to have to call it off.
Jamie Botts, big chance to double.
Yeah, strange one from Terry. Maybe saw the pair, thought it was good enough to put more chips in. runners available for the pocket 3, so down to 2 outs to fade for Botty, and he will get a double plus more.
No 3, and we get a double. There we go. Kevlo's got the new poker table upstairs, but had to take the rail off to get through the Velux window and remove the sash to dismantle the house to get the poker table in. Congratulations, Kev. Nice win, sir. Cardroom Direct poker table in the Blower household, ready for the home game.
Still not having me invite.
The vets are on the way, and there'll be a game.
You need a dealer, Kev, if I can't play. Oh, look, Stato, as chip leader, should open this.
They do like the old 10p DC.
Oh, 10p DC. That could probably get a bit naughty. Right line up. Paul choosing to play cool on the button here. And that's probably going to bring Botty in with the 4s from the small blind. And then action over to Ryan in the big. 8-6 of clubs, cleared the fend, even 4-way, off to the streets. Kind of an interesting one here for Stato. Does flop this up and down, 2 overcards on a rainbow board. I guess even 4-way, maybe one we can see bet, but we do want to do a lot of check-in, like you tend to tone down that c-bet frequency when we go 3-4-way, and does actually elect to check the Queen Jack here. Just knows there's a hard to get it through. A lot of potentially like Ace 10 through Jack 10 suited. All like the King, Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack stuff not going to be folding. It looks like Botty going to start leading from the small here. And to be fair, we'll have all this Ace 10, King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, pocket 9s, pocket deuces, Ace deuce suited. Can have a lot of value from this spot. But we'll also have all this Queen Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, potentially 7-8 suited in there as well. So can't see Stato folding just yet. With the Queen Jack, kind of nice as well. It's just Paul behind us. He's check back flop. It's not like Paul's ever going to have a trap 4-way. So I feel like Stato always got a call and see a river card,
which he does. And there's the 3 of clubs.
Yeah, so now it's pretty much always going to be checked from Botty. Maybe he might block, thinking Stato does have some ace high stuff, but like what we need to recognise as Botty, Stato doesn't call ace king, ace queen, ace jack once we lead into 3 players on the turn. So like he will have the Queen Jack, potentially the King Jack, the King Queen, but he's not actually going to have much ace highs that we can potentially block to target. So I think check is the way to go, and then decision if met by bet from Stato. Stato feel the need to bluff at this one. Obviously, got to think about what hands you think Botty's going to be working with. That does set him in for the lot. It's a power jam. But got to think now as Botty, what is Stato supposed to have tower? Like, does he check ace 10, king 10, queen 10? 4-way, that's kind of a key element here. Does he check over pairs 4-way? How often?
You know we're betting over pairs, aren't you?
I think four-way he would. Jacks through aces, I think, always continue. All the 10x, maybe like the Jack 10, Queen 10 with the backdoor flush draw, the ones that could potentially check, but full body might take a little bit more time to think about that one when Stato set him in. It looks like Stato hit and run.
Whoa,
no one likes to see that.
Where's he going? 3 tables of 6. 19th. Zicheng Mao. Busting out.
Neville, the ace-4 suited, raises to 18, and that's here. With the suited a7, off of 15, does just defend. We are only technically 10 spots off the money, but when we are in a smaller field, still a good few hours to go. Maybe the suited one is nicer to call than the offsuit, just good to have some ace high coverage. And then obviously it depends what we think about Neville, how wide we perceive him to be opening, even from hijack.
Five of hearts turn after he's checked. The king high flop. Brings a flush draw from us.
I wasn't, Kev, but
I bet you can.
I can deal pretty well. There's been a lot of situations over the years when I've given people a break for 5-10 minutes or something where I've been playing privately.
Did you take the tips?
Of course I didn't take the tips.
In the pocket they go.
But apparently I'm not a very, what's that? She says a word. She calls me something when I do. I can't remember. I'm really loud. When I riffle the deck, it's like. And she says, apparently you need to be smooth and it's not meant to make that noise. It's like. Honestly, when I riffle a deck, the sound it makes. I like the sound.
I like somebody who riffle the deck like that with the cards like they're all over the seat 2, seat 9. You know, we can't. There's a way you have to riffle it so people don't see you.
Well, no, it's just the sound it makes. It's really loud when I riffle a deck. I don't know why. It's just one of those things. You can get me a deck. I'll let everyone. You can hear the sound.
So Ryan Mandara chip lead on the table with 50 bigs. Neville betting one with 46. 17 left. Oh, Keith
Here we go.
Johnson is out.
Nice fresh deck.
Hey, up, Frankie.
I need. Have we got a felt, Frankie?
Have we got a table? We're right after
This
film
isn't
this.
felt. Yeah, well, there's no film, but you don't need to look. You just need to listen to the sound. What's wrong with that? Look, perfect riffle. Every card 1 by 1. It just sounds a bit bad.
Why does it sound bad?
I don't know. I'm guessing it's just the way I riffle it.
They can't hear you next door.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. What's wrong with that, Frankie? Frankie?
No, you shuffle it.
If you're short on dealers, mate, get me in. All right, get me in.
Oh, they're dealing again on table 1.
So it's got a nice you hear all the cards individually connecting with each other.
How do you make them not make a sound?
I don't know. Pulling the hijack, Queen 8 suited. We got Ryan and we got Stato. We was covered behind. I think maybe one that potentially likes fold, but is going to get involved with the open. Makes it 25k. Oh, Stato's gone actually.
Yeah, Stato's on the just balanced the tables to 18 and now there's 17.
So maybe actually just in there for Paul. And Terry will get to defend this one off a 9.
Flop time. And we defend. And we hit. Well, unfortunately, Paul McCauley hits as well.
Yeah.
King 5-8 flop.
Yeah, got to call this Paul. Terry will jam worse 8x, he'll jam 5x, he'll jam 6-7. Terry sees the bad news. So just the 4 outs. And White's going to be going to the 2-table redraw.
Oh yeah. 16 players.
Not looking good for Terry. Needs a 4 or a 5.
4 or 5. A 4 again on the river.
A little sneaky 2-pair on the river for TJ.
Survives again. This time through Paul McCauley. Terry up to 22. No dealer coming to our table. Not seen this face before. New part of the team. So there we go. Welcome to the team. You're on the feature. Paul opens with ace jack. It's 20,000. I can't tell the difference between yellows and whites.
It's hard, it is actually hard.
My eyes.
I don't think it's your eyes, Tar. I think it's just
Yellows and whites.
yeah, the colours when they're close to each other, hard to differentiate. And Terry now, after his double, a few more chips, is going to play cool with the deuces and the small. And Jack 10 off. I think Neville will defend this one 3-way.
Ace nine flop, ace 5-8, 2 hearts.
Should be hand over though, Tar. I'd be surprised if this just wasn't bet fold.
And that's where it is. And over. So we're on 17. We are around about 30 minutes until the end of this session. But there will be a redraw at 16 if we get there. So that'll take 3 or 4 minutes. Oh, you know what time it is then?
Cracker Jack time? Donut time.
We'll mute the mic and we'll stuff his face with a donut. Thanks to Valerie bringing in the donuts this morning.
Thanks, Val.
And the cupcakes. There's 1 each. Well, there's 4 for me, is what she said.
Oh, okay.
So you play a 10-10 home game and they use 2 decks to make it quicker.
Most,
10p, 10p.
I know it's 10p, but most games have 2 decks these days.
You
It's-
play a 10p, 10b for a bit of bants and a good laugh and a few glasses of Merlot, but you speed it up with 2 decks. I love it.
How doing, Mal? Afternoon.
We are back. Second day this one, Mal. We had the mini final yesterday. Abdul Kadir getting a trophy.
Any triples about right off the bat tower? Because these are the ones that we like to use on boards like this when we are the opener and we have the underpair to the board and it's like Broadway high cards. Like we can go bet as a bluff because Paul will have hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Jack, King 10, Ace 10. A lot of hands that have to call twice, but when we get to the river, we'll have to fold. So these pocket pairs are really nice triples just because they unblock all this stuff. However, on this particular turn card, it's not going to be the one we're firing on. It does shut it down with a check. It's going to be good for Paul.
It is.
And then Candice, see you tomorrow. You in the air? You on the ground? You in the sea?
No, probably on the way back from Venice or somewhere like that at this moment in time, you know. Watching on YouTube with our kid who's never played poker, but he's an 8 handicapper. 65-year-old, excellent. Want to know if either of you lads have ever played his home course. Silloth. One of the nicest courses I've ever played.
Never played it.
Stunning, because it's up north. It's Cumbria.
Okay.
Stunning. Anytime your kid invite next year, I'll be there. Stay overnight, bite to eat, few bevies, we're in.
You're paying.
I don't mind. I don't mind. Silloth is amazing. But if you can get us on for now. Beautiful course. Morris, let us know next year when the sun comes out. Man, this week's been great to play. Yeah, it was lovely.
And once again, one of these like spots where some people jam, some people open. Terry goes for jam, does get it through.
My mate who I play with you, Nick, he turned 60, and last week, back to this.
Well, we got top pair versus top pair. Tim Slater all in and at risk on the outer table, needing an 8.
And doesn't.
6 on the river, so trips versus trips. It's Yazoo Yin busting Tim Slater in 17th, and Yazoo stacks plenty of chips. He's up over $1 million.
Got to ask.
Yep.
Is it genuine?
What, the clothing?
The jumper?
I'm guessing.
Do you reckon it's like a £500 jumper? Balenciaga? North? Really? Really? For a jumper?
Yeah. I am not going to say because
You
you'll
buy a
pass out.
wardrobe for the rest of my life with that much money.
Frankie, have I got time for the toy there?
This is 99, yeah? So I don't go far. Sevens, it's 8 max, right?
So as you can see, we are on a 2-table redraw. And you, do you want to get that box?
Yeah, let's
and
have a
we'll
look.
show them exactly what we've got.
What we got?
We'll show you exactly what we've got, and then we'll head to the redraw. And the mic might get muted. Oh, what's he got in here? Yes. Thanks, Valerie.
Thanks, Val. We'll be in those in the next 5 minutes. We'll leave the pictures on.
We will.
And, we'll mute the mic.
We will indeed. We'll see you back in 2 minutes when we have a redraw. Ooh, donut time.
C4. I'm not sure if that'll come. You have to be on C4. No? Ah, okay. Where will you count, yeah? You are here on C5. Where will you count?
Is that too far?
Yeah.
That's the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, it's 8-handed.
So we are doing a 2-table redraw. We're only kidding about stuffing his faces with cake. That's later. So rest of Blackpool looks like this. Let's have a quick wander while Jay's gone for the teas. That was the first week. This is the second week. We're now on Thursday, the 7th of November. The Bakewell talk can wait. Main event today that started at 1 o'clock. This is the high roller. We're down to 16. And then the cash out satellite is tonight. Tomorrow's all about the main event. Saturday is the cup, and Sunday is where all the side events are on. The seniors, the PLO bounty, the closer that's live, and don't forget the online closer as well on Monday and Tuesday. And we'll have plenty to give away this week regarding all the tickets. We'll start with the giveaways tomorrow on the stream, and we'll get the message from Tom from online, who's just come back from Malta. They had a very successful Malta trip. I think there was something like 35 qualifiers went over to Malta, and Josh Bolton and Jamie Nixon were heads up in the high roller. Pretty impressive. So well done. So it seems like a very successful trip. There's plenty going on this week if you want to get involved in events here in Blackpool. The cash out satellite should be a busy one tonight, 7 o'clock. To get yourself into the main event tomorrow. There's also a turbo satellite tomorrow as well in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. If you want to play that one, you can get yourself in. And then the cup on Saturday and Sunday, and plenty going on. We'll bring you Luton later in the week while we're here, and we'll also bring you the Behemoth schedule as well. But that is what is on here in Blackpool. And we've just got 3 more live streaming weeks after this one. We've got 2 weeks in Luton. First weekend is 4 days, the second is 5. And then we've got the Behemoth, which is the 10th to the 15th of December. And Friday the 13th of December is Christmas Jumper Day. So we have to go shopping. Because every year, I take it off and leave it somewhere. Don't know where. So, yeah. That's what's going on. Morris, sounds good. See what we can do. Yeah, stay at ours. The room rates are very good. We'll sort that out next year, Morris, because Silith is beautiful. I like. I've only ever played it once, I must admit, but it's a great course, and he gets rave reviews all the time. So here he comes. He's got his teas on his donut very shortly. We just ran through what's going on.
Cherry Bakewell, eh?
I picked up the cherry bakewell. There's a couple of donuts and a cupcake. Entirely up to you.
I think I'm going to go with the donut.
So yeah, that is that. But we'll get the Luton schedule up very shortly, and we'll get the Behemoth before we leave as well. But we're just about to restart. We've got Ewan Jones on the table in seat number 3. TJ's moved to seat number 1. Balenciaga's come to the table. Here he is. In seat number 4. So he's out. Jamie Dale with a hat. Always wears a hat when he's on a feature. The old bucky hat, upturned rim. Ryan Mandara.
We've got some players left in this, I'll tell you that.
Yep. TJ's just swapped from 9 to 1. Mitch Johnson's still in.
And just 30 minutes left of the session, taking us to the first break of the day.
Yes. So we're just about to restart. 16 players left. 2 full tables. When we get to the start of the next session, we'll have the full chip counts of all the players remaining. That's Reece Keane. So one of things, the first time I've seen Reese on a feature.
He actually made last 2 tables of the UK Open this year.
Ah, okay. Nice one, Reese.
He never actually got him on the feature, but...
Ah, okay. That doesn't happen very often when you're down to the final 2. Reese Johnson looking down at 43 bigs. Just makes up the small.
Ewan with prime candidate and prime stack depth as well, Tower. 30 bigs, king deuce off, blind versus blind. This is the one that we like in there the most, and does find it. It's a nice blocker, best unblocker, not much playability. We don't mind getting 3-bet, easy fold, so one that can use to just flush out equity and Mitch in the small blind as he does.
If you ever get 3-bet, do you defend ever?
No, you just fold, and this is why it's complicated, because at stack depths it changes, because we use it at 20 to 30. Because if someone 3-bets, we've just got an easy fold tower. But like we wouldn't use like a king 5 suited there, because then if we get 3-bet, we have to relinquish a hand with decent playability, with flop more flush draws, with suited, etc. Like we prefer to choose the offsuit combos at that stack depth for that reason. Like we want to be polarized. We want to have good hands, really good hands. We want to have bad hands. We don't want the middling stuff. We don't want the 10-8 suited, the 9-7 suited, the Jack-10 off. Like these are the hands that just like to check, because they don't want to raise and then get put in a rough spot with a hand that with good playability and position.
More chance of leaking, I suppose, with your middling hand. Well, this time 10 deuce out of the way. He's out with the ace jack.
Just with the ace jack with plenty of chips. Good for a 6 for the chips in play.
1.1 milli.
And this is quite an interesting spot, because like ace jack can definitely just call in the big blind here. It has the merit of keeping all the dominated ace x in a Mitch, the king jack, the jack 9, etc. as well. But as the big stack, 2 tables out, we are incentivized to up the aggression, especially against stacks around this stack depth, 40, 50 big blinds that are sitting comfortably and may not want to be tangling. So it seems really good, nice and big out of position. Who gets it done.
Very nice indeed. 122 bigs. That is a big stack. That's 5-10. Just over 20 minutes to go of this session. Tim Slater last out.
King jack of hearts for Reese. He will be opening.
He will. Might just be me, but the sound has just went strange. A strange crackling coming from your mics. And he's not eating his donuts.
I'm not. No, sounds alright on my side, Mel. I've just checked.
Have a refresh, Mel.
If anyone else is having problems, let us know. We'll have a...
Hit a refresh. Oh, same here, says Kev.
Shall I check the Twitch? That was my YouTube.
Check the
not
Twitch. We'll check Twitch. That's where these come from. Been about 10 minutes. Andy, yes, says Kev.
Oh yeah, it's like a little... Hear it?
Oh yeah, it's like a little... Oh yeah.
I'll message PK.
We'll have a chat. There is a crackling. We'll do, and it's on YouTube as well, so it's all over the place. We'll get it sorted. A pulsating buzz. Sounds like a scene out of Toy Story. Is it phones too close to the mic? No.
Oh.
We don't have phones next to the mic.
Tower's phone you have to wind up for one thing to get started. I don't have a phone in Blackpool because we don't get any connection in the back room anyway, so it's definitely not that.
Yeah, it's definitely not the phones that's creating static. We'll have a look. We'll get the main man on the case, and he'll give us a sound check.
Well, Karen says it's okay now, so as soon as, as soon as PK walks through the door to fix it, it fixes itself.
Oh dear. But we've not done anything untoward while sat here, so it's coming and going, but it's happening a lot. What?
There we are, Frank Thomas.
Frankie Thomas. An early Christmas present ordered for Tower. The jumper was £975, but it's cheaper in the sale. It needs to be 90% off.
I told you it was over £500.
Gee, I thought £500. I thought we were just having a joke. I thought we were like 80 quid or something. £975. Wow. If only it was that easy, Kev. We're actually in a decent spot, to be fair. Out of the way. It's not cold, because it's not cold outside. Oh, remember when it was windy?
Yeah,
and the
I
wind
remember.
Was going about
yeah.
50
it weren't just the wind, it was the sea coming over the wall on the wall.
It was coming through the doors and everything.
So if you had £1,000 in your pocket, Tower, and you walked into Balenciaga and you saw that jumper, would you say, all right, that's a bit of me,
No.
I'm gonna...
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna spend my dough.
I'm gonna buy one item for me £1,000. To be fair, I don't mind it. I don't mind the jumper.
The thing is, like with all like the Asian lads, they're really into their fashion and the stuff like that.
Yeah,
like, You go over to China, Japan, all these places. Fashion shows are huge. They're all into their designer gear and their nice clothes and.
Yep, it is a jumper. I don't actually mind it, to be fair, but
I think it's a nice colour. I actually think it's.
It's not me. Imagine walking into a shop with £1,000 and only being able to buy one item. That's a shop I don't go in very often, let me tell you. Imagine that. Oh.
It does, sounds like a helicopter landing.
No, suddenly it's got worse.
Yeah. We're going to go on break in 15 minutes time anyway, guys, so hopefully during that period we will get it rectified, and when we come back Sam will all be smooth again. But yes.
Yeah, we know of the crackling Nick Durnley watching on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. All getting a bit of crackling in the comms, so we'll have PK on the case. Like Jay says, we're on a break in 17. The top clock is ours.
Interesting one here for Yazoo. 10-8 suited. Like can't really flat and can't really free bet at the stack depth, but he is going to make the call and have a look. Brings Jamie in on the button. Maybe when our chip lead is this big, we do get to play more flats with hands like this because we can put pressure on down the streets on local position. Could be the idea.
Flop. Use the 10-8. And we're going to choose what Mitch has.
should be doing a lot of checking here as Mitch low tower. Out of position to both Yazoo and Jamie, should have a high frequency check here over to the 2 in position players. So the fact that he's betting here, he shouldn't really have much ace king, ace queen, all this type of stuff. Like the ace highs are probably ones that want to check. If he has open like a jack 9 suited with backdoor flush draw, maybe like something like that, 3 to flush, 3 to straight, just with jack high would be one that we continue as a bluff, and then we also continue our over pairs, 9s for aces, but I don't think much else is going to be in there, just when we go 4-way out of position to 2. But I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that Mitch is gonna have an overpair often.
Ryan coming in to see a turn.
Ryan from the big can still have 4-5 pure. He could have something like 4-6, 5-6 with the backdoor flush draw. And this ace on the turn, going back to what we said on the flop's quite interesting, because Mitch shouldn't really have much ace high. Like the ace king, ace queen, ace jack just all wants to check out of position to 2-4-way. So he will have a lot of this like 9s through kings here as Mitch that has to start checking. Ryan can still have ace 4, ace 5, 4-5 from the big blind. But now over to Yazoo with the 10-8, and I think this just has to be checked. Effectively turning this into a bluff tower if we bet here 3-way.
Checked all the way around.
Oh, what a river.
What a river for Yazoo. Yazoo with the 8. So if we did leave the ace to hit the ace on the turn, Mitch Ryan just gave himself into spot bother.
I don't think Mitch has an ace here. Just from flop action, it's very difficult for Mitch to have an ace. Maybe ace 4, ace 5 suited, maybe some of the ace X that could continue. But I don't think he's ever going to have ace king, ace queen, ace jack that continues 4-way out of position to 2. So I think Mitch is going to be weighted here towards like 9s through kings a lot of the time. And then Ryan will have 4-5 pure. He'll have some 8x of his own. So Yazoo probably not going to be raising for that reason versus big blind. Mitch is weighing it up here, tower. But I just expect Mitch to have what he has, 9s through kings, the way this hand is played. Maybe ace 4, ace 5 suited once in a while.
For the overs. Yazoo, what does...
Just call. Just because Ryan has 4-5 and the better 8x still from the big. So Yazoo, even versus third, I think always just wants to play call. Like, do we ever really get value from worse? Well, Mitch has paid. Now this is really interesting. So maybe Mitch does have ace 4, ace 5 suited. And now over to Yazoo, and I'm guessing we just call tower. Like, I guess we target 8-9, 8-7 of Ryan. But if Ryan somehow has an ace X, ace 4, ace 5 himself, which probably shouldn't value bet anyway, I don't think we ever get to raise here as Yazoo. How this is played tower, I'd be surprised if he did go with raise, but looks like he is going to go with the lot.
All of it. And have them, he says. Try all of it.
What is this, a bluff? Trying to get Ryan to fold 4-5? What is going on this hand? Guess we have threes and we have deuces as Yazoo, but these never check back turn, right? So what does Yazoo have for value other than an 8? Any 2-pair plus just bets turn. Ace 8 bets turn. All the sets bet turn. 4-5 suited, if he ever has that, bets turn. So therefore, he basically can only have trip 8s. I can't find a way in which Yazoo has a boat here. Like, the best hand he can have at the river probably here is King 8, right? King 8 suited. And I'm guessing Ryan's got an 8 as well, tower.
Not 4-5. You're not putting him straight onto the ace 8.
This is the thing, like, Ryan will evaluate this as like the boat should not be a thing. Because Yazoo just probably... betting all his 2-pair on the turn. I don't know if that's a bluff or if that was a value from Yazoo, but I think Ryan's folded an 8 there. I'm going to find out right now.
The Rye Smile is on Ryan Mandara. An intriguing hand. I know we couldn't see the whole cards, but playing it with the players like that was very intriguing. They were both smiling when the bet came on the river from Yazoo. Ryan's just said he had an 8. So, if it wasn't as big as 10-8, 8-7, 7-8, 8-9, could have been.
This is why I was so confused now, because I just thought Yazoo would flat because Ryan still has Jack 8, Queen 8, and King 8, and I don't think Ryan calls 8-9. I don't think he does. Oh, there we go. I mean, it's back to me straight away. 7-8 of hearts Ryan had. 7-8 heart is what Ryan had there. So he's made a very good fold, but then that answers our question tower. So Yazoo's jam, it doesn't achieve anything. If Ryan's folding 7-8, what is Yazoo getting called by? If he's only getting called by better, then surely we'd just play flat. But Ryan will be chuffed when he watches that one back.
Afternoon, Valerie, watching on YouTube. Thanks for the cherry bakewell and the donuts. Which one did you have? Right, with the chocolate one, weren't it?
I had the strawberry one.
The strawberry one. Yeah, you. Valerie finishing 9th in the turbo last night. Chopped 5 ways it was in the end.
Jay, would it be right to assume that people that call off with 7-8 suited in that spot are normally out of this stage of the comp? Well, Ryan would be out, so yes. But it just comes down to hand reading in that situation. The way that hand's played, when Ryan can have an 8 and Ryan has all 16 combinations of 4-5, also has deuces, also has 3s, then Yazoo, it's just like, what are we trying to get called by? That's the thing I don't get when he shoves an 8, because if Ryan's folding 7-8 and we're not getting called by 7-8, it means we're probably not getting called by 8-9. It means we just never get called by a better hand. So when we shove as Yazoo, it's just one of them disasters. We fold out everything that's behind us and we only get called by the stuff that's in front of us. And Ryan's obviously a very good player as well, and that's sometimes something to take into account. He is good enough to fold an 8 there, a worse 8, and he would probably only just call better. Nice fold from Ryan, just recognising that Yazoo here doesn't have many bluffs and all his value is in front of us.
Jack high flop, 2 diamonds. Ryan Mandara flopping pretty well. Second pair for Terry. Heading towards the end of this session. Fascinating session. To break will be around about 2:30. And we'll be back at 2:45 after a 15-minute break. TJ, second pair. half his stack to call.
Difficult to pay here as Terry. Like in this situation as well, Ryan on the button gets the value bet, like 2 pairs here, 7-8, 9-7, Jack 7, Jack 8, all this 10x that wants to open from the button as well.
Well, he makes a call to see the bad news. Ryan. River in the straight, we had the best of it anyway. And Terry down to 6 bigs, with about 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then back with more of the same, with 16 players. How we doing, Guy?
How you doing, Guy?
Are you going to be playing any $1 billion or whatever currency it is this year? I think you won about 180 million last Christmas.
180 million?
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it did. And it might have even been a little bit more when he went over. I think you cashed for something like 180 million last year. Did right? Jet Light, back from Manila. And maybe see you in Luton. Nice one, Guy. Well, you had a great time in Manila. Only been once to Manila. And that's when it was like up and coming. But a long time ago, back in 2008, we went out to Manila, did the first ever Asian poker tour.
Simon usually says, Jay, last question, I promise. Would it have been better played to just click it with that logic? He has more chance of getting a call and can find fold if shoved on. I don't think so. I think we just want a flat. Once we're still freeway at the river there, like a lot of strong ranges, and when Ryan leads into 2 players, when this 8 comes, like Ryan's basically saying his value range is 8 or better. So Yazoo's not getting called by the worse 8x, he's only getting called by the better 8x, the 4-5, the boats. And a key element for Yazoo as well, he could also bin himself because he's sort of capped on the turn. He should bet any set, any 2 pair on the turn with position freeway. So therefore, when this river pairs, Yazoo can't really have a boat. So if he did go for a click on the river, and if Ryan had something like deuce 3 suited, let's say, and turn that into a bluff, then Yazoo would just have to fold. So I think call is the way to proceed. But we're going to jump back to the action because we've got an all in and a call.
So he's all in with the ace, flops it, but now has all the hearts to do. All the hearts needs to fail to survive, and does. Terry Jordan back up to 142. Is that right? Roller coaster.
He has been the roller. He could have gone on the big one today, Terry, had the same day, honestly. He's been up, down, up, down. The thing is, I don't think he's ever had more than 180k, and he's been between like 50 and 180k, and he's 5 or 6 all-ins already he's been involved with.
Last couple of minutes of the session. Blinds at 5,000, 10,000.
But Yazoo nearly, well, a fifth of the chips in play with 16 left. Good for triple average for Yazoo Yin. 33k up top, or 33 jumpers, however you want to look at it.
Oh dear. 33 jumpers. Only they do a Christmas jumper.
They must do.
I'm gonna have a look.
I reckon they do.
I'm gonna have a look. See if they do a Christmas jumper.
If they do, are you going to purchase it and wear it for the behemoth?
If I bought a Balenciaga Christmas jumper, I'd wear it for the next 20 Christmases.
You wouldn't even wait till Christmas, you'd have it on every day.
Oh, brilliant.
Pocket fives for Jamie opens from +1.
33 jumpers. Well, it could be the last hand of the session with a minute to go.
If we get a defend, it probably will be.
Yeah.
27 here from Mitch, facing +1. It's fairly close here, Tower. Actually, Ace Jack suited, I think, one that does like to jam. Ace Jack off, not too sure.
It's defended.
Yeah, just going to go with call. Like in this spot as Mitch, like off of 27, I'm not sure of ICM now, 8 off the money, but saw something like in this spot from small, it's like 8s, 9s, 10s, some king, queen suited, like some suited Broadway stuff that likes to play jam. Maybe not much offsuit stuff. Actually, ace queen off is actually one that potentially does go for the 7 for 27 from the small. Ace Jack off for Mitch, landing on call on this occasion.
Last flop of the session. Everybody else gone.
So the hand in progress, you have 15-minute break, please. 15-minute break after the hand in progress.
7-9 flop.
40% continued from Jamie here. Mitch could still definitely stick around for one with ace high. Fairly close against B40. He's just going to relinquish, and we are on a 15-minute break.
See you back in 15 minutes. So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
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 How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before I tore cruciate ligaments in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches,
Yeah.
which got thrown off the balcony into the pool quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff,
Yeah.
so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. And from then on, got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mob, but
Yeah.
wasn't me.
Well, no, don't take it off, it just adds to your cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So
So what was the first one?
the first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015.
Yeah.
And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k. I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's a plenty of 7th place in the £5 rebuy,
Yeah, yeah.
20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot of firsts when you first get there. Like we win on the first database, and then we go to Vegas for the first time, and we just end up with a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time, because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Vegas. That was a funny one because I started streaming for Grosvenor then. I wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going. Yeah. So I just tagged along.
Right. You do right.
And it's worked out because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever kind of thing, as long as I still love the game?
Yeah, so I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah, you cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
All right, okay.
But didn't get paid. But it was nice to have played there because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's
yeah.
actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
When
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to it, the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just. It was just amazing.
It was class, and I mean, it's even the smell in there.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. It's proper poker, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. You come back. You just mentioned you're starting to Twitch. How did that come about? How did you want to tell everybody what you were doing? How did you want to see the hands? How did you want to tell people this is what you should be doing in these spots, or even like your opponents seeing what you do?
It was a strange one, really, because I really wanted to give poker a go and go full time, but at that point I still had a job, and I said to my now wonderful wife Ellie, I really want to do this, but as a lot of people know, I've got 2 kids, family, so I thought if I'm going to do this, I need to find ways of making money from poker, but not just from poker. So I realised that the majority of sponsorships and the majority of money in poker outside of just playing was coming from creating content.
Yeah.
So I decided that I was going to start doing that, and got in touch with Grosvenor because I realised they didn't have a streamer at the time.
Yeah.
And just managed to build up that relationship.
And that's literally how the sponsorship came about.
Yeah.
Regarding the streaming and the Twitch and getting in touch with the guys from Grosvenor.
Yeah, pretty much. Just put me way in, basically. But in terms of like showing your cards and everything, that can be a detriment to your game because obviously you're giving away a lot of information.
Yeah.
However, on the other side of it, you have to talk through what you're doing, and sometimes vocalizing what you're doing can help you make the right decisions. So I'd say there's pros and cons to it.
I always think in the background that when we did the Goliath, some of the online Twitches, and I was there in the core comms, that I obviously helped your career push a little bit forward.
You did.
know.
It was all you, Tower. It was all you.
But they were good, weren't they? They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, lockdown was like tough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So doing the comms with you and having a laugh and doing what it was and just watching your game, I actually loved it. I thought it was great fun.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of like playing live without playing live. It was like having the banter at the table.
Yeah.
Without actually being at a table. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. 2021 WPT, the High Roller.
Yeah.
Nice cash.
Which one?
The the 33 online.
Oh yeah. Okay,
which was
the 5K.
The 5K. Can you run us through the online one?
Yeah. So that one was weird because I was actually streaming on Twitch at the same time.
Ooh.
But this was at a time. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this was at a time I was only allowed to stream Grosvenor games.
Yeah.
So I was streaming my home game, which was on a Tuesday, £11 home game, and I was on the final table of that. Off screen, I was on final table of a 5K. There's Dominici, Sam Greenwood, and Tim Adams, 400.
Wow.
So I was getting really excited about the home game on stream at the same time as being 400 and 5K, which was pretty funny.
Wow.
But
how do you keep it calm?
Just dead inside, Tower. Just dead inside.
Finishing third.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all want the win. Were you upset, or did it take a bit of time to think, that's a great score, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I played it was because I saw some satellites overlaying to that event, so I ended up getting into that event for $55.
Oh, wow.
So I couldn't be too disappointed. It was $55 into 30 odd K, so
yeah,
I was pretty happy with that one. Obviously, you're gutted for the first couple of hours afterwards, but when the money hits your account, that's a nice little
always
nice
helps when you look at the dollars just adding up.
That's true.
2022, big year for you. You cashed a lot. Obviously, we had a GUKPT win as well.
Yeah.
Which was very nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, we were there.
You were.
Brilliant events to play in, but when you get one under your belt, how did that feel?
It was great. I mean, I always
do have a lot of love.
I did
within the Grosvenor fraternity. You do have a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to kind of repay that love.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all the support that I get from the chat box and everything, and it was nice to show them that I can do it, really. But yeah, it was nice. I felt like the thing at the Vic, I always felt like that was my bogey card room where I couldn't get a win, and then all of a sudden it just came. And the funny thing was, that's probably the worst I've ever felt playing poker, because I was ill all weekend.
You was ill?
I was ill.
You was poorly because you literally said, I'm gonna get you a drink, lads, but I'm leaving because I'm not feeling very well.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you did.
So yeah, some of those kebab places on Edgware Road don't go to. But
excuse me.
But,
there are some good ones, by the way.
There are some very good ones at the time. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things I should probably take note of that. And I just played ABC poker.
Yeah.
I didn't pull off any huge bluffs. I didn't make any big hero calls. I just played my hands well, and maybe going into this tournament today.
And I think you said at the time, I think because I'm not feeling well, I can't really play my game, because I just really want to sit there and play ABC. Yeah. And that's what I did, really. So maybe there's something in that. I'll try that this week in Leeds. You won the mini. You beat somebody called Cal Heads Up.
I did.
Do you tell him every time you meet him?
I did.
And now he's sponsored, obviously.
Yeah.
Now he's part of the team.
Until recently, I was the last person that beat him heads up, and I was like, "Have you ever lost a heads up, Carl?" He's like, "Yeah, to you, Jamie." But no, I think it was the cup I beat him in, actually. Heads up, and then the next heads up he lost was in the cup to Sinead, I think it was.
Oh wow.
So yeah, he's never getting a cup.
You do a lot of coaching.
Yes.
And you're proud of your coaching.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the players that you coach having some great scores.
Yeah.
You post that, and obviously you let everybody know. But how good does that feel for you when you see one of your guys that you're teaching, and you're getting to learn the game and play a little bit better, and probably properly as well? How does that feel for you?
I mean, it sounds like a bit of a cliche, but it's probably feels better than when I win, in terms of how proud I am of it. Obviously, the money feels great when I win, but when one of my students win, it's just like it's just a sense of pride, because a lot of them come to me and they're a bit lost with their game. They normally come to me because they feel like they can't do it anymore, or whatever it is, and it's really nice just to instill that confidence in them. And sometimes that's all it is. It's just going back to basics, making sure the fundamentals are right, and getting them that confidence back. And yeah, it's really good, and seeing them get these big scores is just great.
If they're still not having coaching and you see the scores, will they send you the message and say, look, this is like this is great, and you see the name in lights, and you either send a text message either way just to say, look, fantastic, great result?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if somebody has had coaching with me and then leaves, normally, I mean, we've spent a lot of time together, albeit on Zoom. Spent a lot of time together. We've talked a lot. You become friends with these people. So even if they're not getting coaching now, we still talk.
Sponsor Pro.
Yep.
We're heading to Goliath.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's the pinnacle, right? It's the pinnacle of Grosvenor.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you can turn 200 quid into 200 grand, that's just the dream, right?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the Vegas of the UK. The atmosphere all week is incredible, and it's not just the Goliath as well. It's a really good high stakes festival in its own right as well for players who wouldn't normally travel for a £200 comp. So there's something for everyone there. If you're playing a 1K, if you're playing a 200, if you're playing the red tooth stuff, there's so much on, and everyone from every kind of part of poker across the UK should be a Goliath. Yeah, it's great.
Vegas is like a must if you can afford to do it.
Yeah.
Is Goliath a must if you play poker in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just the festival to be at. I mean, obviously the GUKPTs are great. There's just something special about Goliath. It's the fact that it's in these huge halls. It's not just in the casino. There's even the bit where all the food trucks are.
Yeah.
Everyone's just in a great mood, at least at the start of the week.
And, 10 bullets in, we're like, why am I here?
yeah, well. But there's just something really special about those tournaments where, I don't want to say rags to riches, but from 200 quid to 200 grand, it kind of is, right? And it's just, you can start with nothing, and it's like winning the lottery. It's a dream, but you can do it with a bit of skill. Yeah. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah. While you still love the game, what's the plans?
Just to keep doing what I'm doing, really. Traveling around a bit more, playing live. I've done a bit more live this year. It's not worked out in the way that I wanted to just yet this year, but that'll come. Vegas in a couple of weeks, so we'll come back to this. But yeah, going to play a lot more live. Going to keep doing coaching.
Yeah.
We've got Goliath obviously coming up, and then there's going to be some online series coming on Grosvenor, which I'm very excited about as well.
Excellent. So we're going back twitching, streaming?
Yeah, so this series that's going to be coming up, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention what it's going to be, but it's not something I'm going to be doing all the time, but I'll be doing it for one-off festivals and some one-off events as well. Just with me traveling more to live events, it's not really possible to stream all the time, but yeah, there'll be some here and there.
Well, always a pleasure to see you in the card rooms. Keep up the good work, keep the coaching going, keep the results coming.
Thank you.
And keep that smile on your face.
Cheers, mate.
You're a top man.
Appreciate it.
Jamie,
thank you very much. Cheers.
We are back.
We are back.
And they are the final 16, and that's the final 16 chip counts. So you're out in big chip leader, 1.5 million. Andy Stato Hume, 848. Down at the bottom, Maz Baco, 138. TJ Junior, 142. So still pretty deep. I'm about 30 bigs round about in the middle of the pack. 40 bigs for Reese. So plenty of stacks there to get your teeth into. 16 players left. This is the session. Is it the session that gets us to the FT of 9?
I think it will go close out. I think we'll be thereabouts, either FT bubble or just about get there. As you just saw from the stacks, plenty of chips in play. And Mitch going to kick us off on the button here with sevens. 21.
So back with it. 3 40-minute levels do we get to the FT this session. Yeah, reckons it's going to be very close. Just click the button. And then defender the King 6. Jay loves this. I'm like, yeah. Jay loves it. 10-10-3 flop. Mitchell like that flop.
A 10-10 ball of our actual hand seems like sevens want to bet, but it's actually a board that we play a lot more checks on than people think versus big blind, simply because Yazoo should defend all suited 10x and should also defend like 10-7 off plus. So it does have a large 10x advantage. Although from the button as Mitch, we are going to open probably like 10-9 off, suited 10-7 upwards. So have a fair 10x of our own. So 18k. You never know with Yazoo Tower.
You do not.
And here we go. Straight in with the small check raise. Does have 6 of diamonds in hand. Small little blocker to some of Mitch's continues. Stuff like King 6, A6 of diamonds, not a thing. Making it 42. Now back over to Mitch with the sevens. Not going to be going anywhere here. Like button versus big. Yazoo will do this with some 3x as well, Tower. So something like 3-4 suited. 3-5 suited. Pocket 4s, probably jam pre. So it's actually a situation where Yazoo probably doesn't have 4s, 5s, 6s, but could potentially go for some check raises here with some 3x. And then he will have some potential bluffs.
Interesting for Mitch with the sevens.
Yeah, I can't see Mitch ever folding here, Tower. He's just thinking, is there any merit to free bet here? I can't see any merit to free bet. I just assume we're going to see flat a lot of the time from Mitch. he is going to go for the jam. Okay.
Yep, all of it.
A snap fold from Yazoo. Maybe not wanting to play turns could be the idea. A lot of the time overcard can roll off. Maybe thinking Yazoo not going to raise a 10.
Could he just find a triangle?
It's just one of them situations when you jam, you just got to fade the snap, like just fade the snap call from the 10. Maybe Mitch thinking as well, we can still have some stuff like ace-x of diamonds and Yazoo might hero of 3 potentially.
He takes a few off the chip leader. Here's our yin chip leader. In the room, 1.4 million.
Pocket 6s for Paul. Going to get involved, makes it 25. A little fruity one again for Yazoo here in the small, ace-3 suited. Maybe one that does just land on flat most of the time is like if we 3-bet here, make it like 80, 85k. And Paul jams, just got to fold. Maybe we do just take this option for those reasons, just playing cool. King 5 off for Jamie from the big blind. I think this is always going to be fold tower.
Exactly right. Heads up to the flop. Paul McCauley in 9. And the 9-10 jack flop. 2 spades. He's out with the flush draw. And heaps of equity.
Thinking about a lead here as Yazoo and maybe 2 tables out, 8 paid, we do get more leads, but generally we prefer like the 10-9-8 or the 9-8-7 from the small to the 9-10 jack, and simply because Paul's going to open King Queen pure, he's going to open jacks, he's going to open 10s, he's going to open 9s, he's going to open Jack 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited. But once we start going a pip low, we start eradicating a few of these 2 pair combos from Paul's range. So maybe one of these with ICM we may get some more leads as Yazoo, but I think in general it is still a board that does play check over to in position from small blind, maybe like the 10-9-8, the 9-8-7. We have higher frequency leads.
I like how it's still nearly 50-50.
It's got the old counterfeit.
Out
now.
Yeah. I've seen a second bet. Decides to check and just service on the river.
Any checks here from Yazoo Tower? That is the question. Because obviously he needs to be thinking about Paul's range and what hands Paul's going to call our lead with on the flop check back turn, and he will have a healthy amount of King X in there that will have to value bet when check to. I know we can see he does not. It looks like Yazoo going to go for the little block here for 12k.
The 1BB.
Kind of has the same idea as the check though, Tower, like because Paul would potentially raise his King X and potentially may take off with a bluff now here on the Queen of Spades river. So Yazoo trying to put out the bait. He's put the boilie on the hook. See if Paul's going to take it. He is.
Makes it 60k.
Yazoo threw the bait out and Paul bites. And now question back on Yazoo here. Is it 3-bet jam? Do we think that Paul would call Ace King? Do we think he'd call King X? Maybe hands like, well, we can't really have King 9 because it'd have to be into the muck 3.
They're sliding it over the line, and then all of a sudden, Into the muck they go. Jamie Nixon in the building. Looking into the main event tomorrow or later today. Straight back from Malta. Come back with a team. Here's High Roller second.
Is that specifically with ICM, Tim, when Yazoo's got this chip lead? I was on DTO the other day, some small blind spots, and like not much on the Jack 10-9, but a lot more on like the 10-9-8, the 9-8-7. That wasn't accounting for ICM, but I'm guessing you're saying heavy lead when we're 2 tables out, 8 played. Because in terms of chips, what I was looking at, there weren't actually much going on. Pocket force for Jamie.
Six Reese in the bin. Left, 2 table redraw just before the break. No eliminations at the moment. 8 get the money. And final table is obviously 9 people, so the double will be as soon as we hit the FT. Whenever that will be this evening.
I reckon between 9 and 10 this one will be done this evening. As Terry's going to get the opportunity here with the 7s. 11 bigs. Just come with open.
Action for TJ.
Yeah, Mitch just recognising here Terry should be fairly snug. This is probably bottom 7s off of 11 from +1. So letting the king queen go. Still getting that noise, boys. We'll have a look, Kev. Do you really need to bring your helicopter to every stop? You live in Blackpool Tower.
It's true. Sorry. Had to park it somewhere.
You don't park a helicopter, by the way.
Just left it going.
You land it.
You still got to park it somewhere.
you don't back up into a spot.
Park it somewhere. This car park's not that big.
Ryan is going to give Terry some action.
And Terry bottom set. Things you like to see.
I might have gone really small here as Terry when we got a hand as strong as a set. even off of a stack that shallow, maybe some merit to just trying to get the maximum from Ryan. C-bet does the trick. Well, Paul McCauley is on the move. And that is because we have lost 2 from the outer table. Jamie Nixon out. And Jamie Bott out as well. So when that number updates, there it is, 14.
So Jamie Nixon might have had chunks. He's now out the door, and that's why we're chatting at the tables. Do a giveaway on how many parking spaces in the UK for helicopters? There's loads of parking spaces. Any field.
Any field,
Any
yeah.
part of the field.
Going to be a lot of jams going on here for Ryan. Can't see his hold in, but should be sending a large proportion of range. Terry's only got around 15 bigs. There's the all-in from Ryan, and it's ace-5 suited for TJ here. And these are really annoying spots because we know we're going to have the best hand enough of the time. But even if Ryan's got like a jack-9, a jack-10, just 2 in between a card's going to have 40% against us. When he has us dominated, we're going to be drawing to 30%. But like the key element here, Tao, I feel like we're 6 off the money. We're not 6 off the money with 5 or 6 tables. We're 6 off the money with 2 tables. So Terry hasn't really got a stack where he can sort of fold, tank, and get himself onto the right side of the money. He is going to need to take a stand eventually. Ace-5 suited here for 14 could be the one. But let's say if this was like 13 paid, it would be a much easier fold for Terry, even 12 paid. But when we sort of got that stack that won't be able to outlast 6 players not playing a hand, we need to find a spot to eventually get the chips in and try and find the double.
Yeah, I probably would have hit the 4. Probably.
He's something suited for Reese. He's going to open. I think Terry feeling like now it's time to get his tank on, but in my opinion, we're still a good hour off the money, at least. He's just trying to slow things down.
Getting closer to the money. We're only having 12 or 13 bigs. Using the clock to his advantage. to Mitch. So let's see a flop with Queen 3 off. Off we go. Flops of 3.
Yeah, a quick continue from Reese, just shy of half, 32 into 68. Mitch does catch a pair, so he's not going to be going anywhere. Yeah, we're on the case with the noise, Ginger Ninja. The technical team, aka PK, is aware.
The one-man band.
That's so 4 on the turn, and is the card that Mitch will get some leads on now that 5x makes a straight. Goes for a 1BB though, maybe just trying to flush out a random Jack 10, King Queen, Queen Jack, something like that. But Reese with this gut shot, not going anywhere for 12k, makes the call.
And the pairs of 2 on the river. So Mitch with the check mark. If we get the showdown.
I think Mitch always playing check now. Once Reese calls this turn lead, he might even block again. He might even go block, but it just comes down to whether Reese is going to be bluffing at this if check 2.
Tap the table.
Looks like Reese is going to have a little bluff hit here. With the 7 in hand, making it 105. And to be fair to Reese, this is kind of nice because we make the assumption that Mitch is just going to continue betting if he has a straight. He's going to go for value with a deuce. So kind of capped at a 6 at best here in our head as Reese. And we can still have overpairs that want to play in this manner. And that would potentially value bet 7s through aces once Mitch checks this river.
What a call.
Mitch is going to pay just a 3 and sees the good news. Throws on the cape.
What a call. Mitch Johnson up to $500,000 and over 40 bigs. Great call. He's out, still with a commanding lead. 14 players left. Top right hand side of your screen it says 14. 2 tables of 7. From gun. J-Band. The old ones. 25. Could easily be a defend from Mitch.
Yeah, it could be tower for sure. King Jack in the small here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do any free betting. As Mitch here, what is it, 20 of Reese. Looks like Ewan's got about 25. I think probably just call or fold here from Mitch, tower. But he is going to go for the jam.
All of it. And the aces, perfect timing. See the good news. Oops, says Mitch.
Yeah, to be fair, Ewan actually a lot shorter than I thought. He only had 20 bigs as well, so Mitch just deciding to rifle this in for just north of 20 effective, 21 effective of Reese, 20 effective of Ewan. And did just see Reese open A7, so maybe thinks that we'll get it through enough of the time with some blockers in there, but running into the boots, can Reese find the hold? Oh, you can't!
Wow, Jack 9 is the flop.
That's not fair.
That is grim.
So Mitch potentially taking all of Reese's chips in two hands. No spade either.
He needs one of the two live Barrys. Wow.
Barry! One of them.
There it is. Oh,
Barry on the end for Reese.
What a hand.
What a run out.
Cool. Dear me, man. Now Mitch down to 22.
Yeah, I think the jam there from Mitch is probably in there. 21 was MP open. If he believes that Reese is going to open wide enough, then seems fine. Just applying the pressure as covering stack, as we have dropped down to 12, and that is because we have lost Maz Bako.
14. Oh. And also, on the outer table, we've got 9s against jacks.
Yeah, Neville Petty with the jacks, 9s for Paul McCauley. That is dead on the turn. So Paul was one of the day 2 buy-ins, couldn't spin it up. He exits.
Just before the money. In 13th. And big bad Neville. Stacking in heaps. Beautiful. So we're on 12. 2 tables are 6. Money is at 8.
As covering stack, Jamie does get to defend this one. 4 off the money. Does he fancy it? It's bottom. Probably one of the worst hands we get to defend, but I've personally been here just for the fact of the matter. Mitch with one of these stacks we can pressure down the streets, and we are sitting comfortably 50 plus, but Jamie thinks better of it.
So 12 out of 35 today. 35 out of 70 in total.
For Ryan, can't do much out of the way. How's the main event started today, Tower? Let's have a look. 44 in. It's a good start considering we've only played one session. Feel like going to be a busy main event over the weekend.
It will be. Satellite on at 7 o'clock tonight. One of the old cash out satellites. There's a turbo satellite on tomorrow as well. Flop time. Ace, King, Jack. 2 hearts. On to Jamie leads for 12.
And it should be working, but Reese was pondering.
Two tables of 6, you and Jones, 22 bigs. Terry on 13. See number 1. Play 13. Out of the way. Ian Jones the same. Bit of a shorty, 22.
Ace 10 here for Jamie. Going to be opening.
Out of the way. And back to Ray with the Queen 8.
Seems fine to defend.
With 30 bigs.
Yeah, just defend from one. So, to be fair, I actually saw something the other day as well. Queen 9 off was doing some free betting for some reason. I have no idea why it was in there, that small little sliver. But it was actually doing some free bets versus some late position opens at a small frequency at about 40. So I wouldn't take it personally, Tower, but
If you don't take it, I'll never take it.
I definitely saw a little sliver in there.
You might eventually take it, I'll still be like, no thanks. Queen 9 off.
I'm not a fan of taking ones that I don't know the reason. Like, you can look at a solve and see a little sliver in there that it's in at some frequency, but I prefer to understand the reasoning why we're taking it rather than just seeing it again. Right, I've got Queen 9 off. I'm going to roll 20%. I'm going to free bet. Queen 8 here for Ryan. Let's have this gutter. Check calls. Well, gutter turned double gutter. Any lead? Ooh. Little lead here from Ryan. Bluff Heart Rivers, perhaps? Nah, he's gone for the check.
With a double gutter.
Yeah, I guess versus button, Jamie still has 7-8 suited. He's going to open that hand on the button. He's going to have 6s. So maybe like facing MPEP, play more leads, facing button, maybe play more checks. But interesting turn, because now with this double gutter, Ryan, doubt he's going to be folding, especially with heart in hand here, Tower. See what size Jamie's gone. 86, so gone like 60% here, just shy of. It's an awkward one for Ryan with the Queen 8. I think maybe versus B60 we just get out of the way. I guess if we do call, we have to bluff a Heart River, Tower. I guess that's well, he's going to go for the jam. He's going to go for the bluff here and now. I guess we block Queen Jack of Hearts, which would snap us, and we block the 8-7, which Jamie can have opening from the button. But is going to run this here after turning the double gutty, and I guess Jamie's just too high up here. When you think about our button range tower and all the hands that we'd open, Ace-10's a really strong hand to have. Like when we have stuff like Ace-9, Queen-9 suited, Queen-Jack, King-Jack, some Ace-X of Hearts. When you think about where this hand is in our range, Ace-10, we're way up there. So as Jamie, it's really hard to let it go, and does make the call. Sees he's in good shape, but Ryan can find a queen as well as the jack or 7.
Does he find it? I think he's feeling it. Seven, a jack or a queen needed for Ryan Mandara. And it's not, it's an 8. So Ryan misses his outs, and Jamie Dale is moving up to $1 million. And chip leader on the table, and they're down to 11-2 off the FT. Just like that.
Yeah, interesting line from Ryan. Guess he just choosing to jam because he feels like he can't really play calls against B60, and thinking that Jamie from button's still going to have a lot of hands that want to barrel, perhaps, that we're going to get a lot of folds. When we're called, we're still going to have those 8 outs to get there. Jack 7. Jamie, as we said, just too high up in the form of Ace-10 to be folding against a good player that will find bluffs. So 2 to go, and then we will be at the FT. I'll be honest with you, it's absolutely flown since we got back after the break. Weren't expecting it to be this rapid. There will and has to be a point, surely, where it does slow down. 3 spots off the dome out.
Two spots off the FT. Dr. Matter. We are live on YouTube. Good afternoon, wherever you're watching from. If you hear a little bit crackling in the mics, then we're on the case with the sound issues that we've had for the last hour. We're getting on with it, and PK will let us know when it's all done.
Yeah, fairly loose defend here from Terry, even off of 10. It's one that maybe does just want to fold at this stage. Chip's valuable. Does defend. C-bet from Ewan takes it down with the ace high.
I'm gonna have black soda water.
Jamie Dale. Won't worry too much with that. On to the small. Oh, and a walk. So 11 players left. 9 is the FT for the high roller. 8 is the money. Any action on the outer tables, you will see it when we cut across.
I like this from Jamie. I was just about to say I'd probably open here tower now that we are in a five-handed situation. We are the chip leader at the table. We are 3 spots off the money. It's a real good time to potentially increase our stack by more chips. People should be playing tighter. They should be less inclined to 3-bet us light. Just going to get a lot of pickups uncontested as Jamie. People incentivised not to battle with us. Just let us have the pots. I'm guessing this is going to be a fold from Ewan once he's tanking, just running down the clock, as everyone will be doing.
Only 13. Wants to preserve them for as long as he can. Into the bin they go. And obviously, as well, looking at our table, 500, whereas the outer table 600.
Yeah.
Which will slow them down compared to the 500 table.
I bet Yuzu's loving it though, the fact that he's got all the chips free off the money over there. Seven, 8 off for Ewan. I'd still personally complete, although a lot of the time we are just going to do half a BB because Jamie will be pounding on us from the big hit. I'd be doing a hell of a lot of raising as Jamie in this particular scenario tower with this stack.
With any two?
Not any two. I'm going to use a lot of offsuit stuff. Like I'd probably check like a 10-9, Jack-10 suit. Like the stuff that's middling connected, great playability. This is stuff I'd probably check because you don't want Ewan to check jam on us and then we have to fold his hands. I'd be raising the stuff that's sort of trash with good blockers. King X, Queen X, even like Jack deuce off. All this type of stuff is what I'd probably choose as Jamie. I would have still some suited stuff in there as well. Not just offsuit hands. Still go for like perhaps some like King 4 suited.
And the kind of range like that just smacks Jamie in the face. And they're betting to win. Good luck, Jamie Dale, says Oliver Sanderson watching
That
on
was
YouTube.
a full drink passed over the poker table there.
Good job, leads on the wall. There'd been trouble.
Red one as well. God, that would have had a nice little colour on the film.
Where's the teas, Lee? That's what I need.
I'll go get them in a second.
Where's the teas? You're on 11.
So, TJ, Ace King suited. Love to see this when we're this short, this close to the money. All in here for what is only 7 big blinds. Ewan stack just as precious. He doesn't want to call lose and be left with sub 10, so I doubt the Ace 8 suited is going to give Terry a spin at this stage. I could be wrong. Like in terms of chips, obviously, yes, Ace 8 suited we'd call for 7, but in terms of this stage of the tournament, with our stack there as Ewan risk premium high, just want to be preserving that stack, hoping to get on the right side and min cash this one. Ace-5 suited for Jamie. Any jams here, Tower, perhaps this close? Maybe we need to be direct bubble. Maybe 3-off's too much, and because Reese still with like 30 bigs. Maybe direct bubble one that could potentially just open jam. 3-off the money is just going to go for the raise call versus Terry. Terry, doubt we're going to see a defend with the 9-5, but you never know. Did you see him defend the Jack 4 off? It looks like he does want to have a look at 3.
So makes a call. TJ C1. Oh, Reese does some wondering though. Then he steps in while he's playing. Ace 7-7 flop. Does a check. King of Hearts on the turn.
Any double checks from Jamie here, Tower?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
I think it would be really nice.
Yeah, stick it in. One chip there.
Yeah, just going to go for the 1 BB. Terry out of there.
Still on 11. Heading to the FT. Someone is working on the crackling.
Oh, I can't wait for my roast dinner later.
Oh. What's Trev doing? Big TR's in the building.
He must be short.
Right.
Having a scout of the old stacks. He was chip leader to start the day, was Trev.
Yeah, PK is working on the crackling. He's trying to find out what the issue is. We don't want to turn the stream off having to put it back on again, especially with only 11 left. So bear with us, Alistair. And we'll get that crackling sorted. Well, the royal we. It's never me and Jay.
It's Queen for Reese here on the button. One of these spots you just kind of need to be brave and say, right, I'm going to 3-bet call here. I've made my mind up. I know we're this close to the money, but this hand could be one that could potentially put us veering towards $1 million. It's going to play flat, and is a hand that will potentially do some flat in card versus button. Keeps all Jamie's dominated, King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Queen 10, all the ace-X we dominate in as well. But maybe a spot versus the chip leader. I might have gone for 3-bet call, even 3 off the money, because Jamie's inclined to like potentially 4-bet ripper, King, Queen, a Queen, Jack suited, and ace-5 suited, stuff that we dominate, and could have potentially got ourselves towards the top of the pack. But Reese playing cool brings Mitch in from the big blind.
3-way to the flop. Jack, 8, 6, 2 clubs. Over to Jamie as Mitch checks.
There's a spot that Jamie should be doing a lot of checking. Cut off versus button. I think this is actually a pure check board in terms of chips. I'm not sure when it comes down to ICM. May get more complicated. May have a lot more bets as Jamie. But in terms of chips, the Jack 8-6 cut off and button in, I'm pretty confident it's a pure check board over to the button. But then when we are 3 off the money, maybe with the ICM involved, we have some bets, or we play more bets or higher frequency bets. I'm not sure. Does check it over to Reese. Reese checks behind. 9 of spades on the turn.
Reese checks. Over to Reese, all check. And the third club, the 5 on the river. 7's about, we complete the flush. We'll be rebetting on the turn with rear draw. thinking even with the sixes, Mitch has given up on the hand.
Yeah, especially once the hand plays like this. Once Mitch doesn't lead river, like Jamie can still have some Jack 10 that wants to check twice three-way for sure. He could have an Ace 9 suited that's gone for some cutthroat value on the river. Can also have rivered pocket fives. But when the hand's played in this manner, checks through flop, checks through turn, like we get to value bet a lot thinner. So could potentially even dip into like Ace 9 suited here. Jack 10 that wants to check twice, out of position to button. Goes for 50k. Like the obvious one is that the three combos are pocket fives that's really the set, but I still think Jamie would get to value bet here as thin as like Ace 9 suited as played. Like, we don't really expect too much Jack X in there because it's gone check through flop, check turn. But maybe the one that does check twice could be Jack 10 specifically that now goes for value on the end. I'd personally fold a 6 here as Mitch, but we may get to see. Just because Jamie gets to value bet a lot of hands now once it's checked all the way to the river. I think that's sort of the key element here for me. I know it's difficult for him to have a Jack once it checks twice, but can still have Jack 10. May value bet as thin as a 9. And that one does get through for Jamie Dow. Whatever he had, Mitch lets it go.
Still on the 11. Final table is 9. And the action of the outers, you will see it.
I'd open here as Jamie for sure. All about removal now with this big chip lead on the table. Looking at 32 and Reese with a couple of 6s in the cut-off. It's effective hijack versus cut-off here. I think that's actually a really nice fold from Reese though. Obviously with Terry's stack as well, when Terry gets his chips in, if he does end up busting, but then on the final table bubble, then just got out last one more at the FT and on the stone bubble. Raise and take for Jamie.
Terry 6.1, Mitch and Ewan 14 and 15 respectively.
Terry, 6 big blinds, suited king in the cut-off.
In they go.
Ace boost off for Jamie. We got an ace.
We have an ace. It says call. Terry Jordan Jr. in for his last 6. Do we get a spin for Terry, or are we down to the bubble for the FT?
It's not changed anything, although Jamie does pick up a pair. Kings and 6s required for Terry.
Oh, more outs. 5 now playing for Terry. A 5, a 6, or a king needed. Oh, we're down to 10. Now it's a Jack of Hearts. So Terry Jordan Jr. busts out just before the money. We're on 10.
That means we will be getting a player over.
We will. No dates yet for Goliath Dan. We hope to have some good news when we get to Luton in a couple of weeks' time.
Someone bringing donuts.
Well, I should get some good numbers in 2 minutes because somebody might be bringing teas.
All right, I'll go.
All right.
I'll go.
You know.
What have we at the final?
Well, it is true, we could be. Well, just text Lee.
I'll go get Lee to get the teas.
Nah.
Anything else needed in the booth?
No, I don't think so. We are waiting for a player. The silver pigeon having a wander round. The old silver pidge, the main man. Just waiting for the outer table to finish hand, and then we'll get a player through to make it 2 tables of 5. Incoming. Who's this new player? Reese Keane. He plays a lot of cash, does Reese? Plays in the Birmingham area, plays a lot of cash. And managed to cash a couple of times. But he doesn't play too many tournaments, but finished 13th in the UK Open this year. So he knows how to play, but he does play a lot of cash. Here he is, Big Bad Neville. So 2 tables of 5. Here we go. On the outer table, Stato, Andy Hume, Trevor Reardon, Yazao Yin, Robbie Bull, and Simon Zack from Blackpool. So they're the 5 on the outer table. Yazao Yin, cheerleader, Trevor Reardon, Stato, Robbie Bull, and Simon Zack. The final 10. Pretty sure you'll have played cash with him, Stu, in Birmingham. Good luck to all, says Dan Brown. Indeedy, indeedy, good luck to everybody.
It's a good combo, cornetto and a tea.
Cornetto or cup of tea. The way forward. Can't beat it.
It's nice that Cara come in, remembered us.
She did. I know, a nice sea car actually. Nobody after a sea car on the circuit much now. She's got a full-time job and everything. Good to see Cara back in Blackpool.
So things are really going to slow down now, Tower, especially at this table when we got Mitch short, we got Ewan short. So it's both of these going to take 30 seconds apiece each time. Decisions on them. You might as well go eat your ice cream out there. King 3 suited for Jamie on the button. Makes it 35. I'm just going to be raising tape for him. Really nice this table for Jamie because on the outer Stato's got about 1 million, Yuzu got about 1.5. So Yuzu's still got like Stato in the back of his mind, but on this table Jamie's got such a gargantuan chip lead on everyone else that he can just be relentless now and basically open deck on button if he wants to. Open ace X, any king X in this five-handed situation. We did have to hit sort of a point, guys, where things would slow down. To be fair, action's been fairly quick since we come back after the break. But now I think most players are aware with the situation of tanking to that final table. How doing, Brad? Yes, this is the high roller FT bubble right now. 8 places paid, prizes coming across the bottom of your screen. Mitch always folding, I think, just once again. Going to take his 30 seconds, as he's entitled to. Is he going to flick and defend here with a king 4 off? I doubt it. No, Jamie Nixon finished in about 18th, Brad. We never have hand for hand on the FT bubble, only actual bubble, and the actual bubble is actually at 8 players. So no hand for hand, and obviously won't be any hand for hand on the actual bubble because we'll be 1 table FT, 9 left when we get there. We've got about an hour left of this session. Jam here for Neville. I'd like to see jam. Whether he jams or not is a different question, but we cover both these stacks by 3x. We got 8-9 suited on the button. Effective stack behind us is sub 15. Seems like a really nice spot to just jam his Neville. The problem with this is the problem with open. If we get jammed on here, we have to fold. And like some hands that would just fold to an open jam may be inclined to shove over our open. But I would have just sent this here as Neville for 12 effective of Mitch, and I actually think is about 12 effective of Ewan now as well. With his ante in the middle, it seemed like a really clean shove spot for Neville, but goes with open instead. Jack 9 for Mitch on the button. Not going to do much. We're not going to be owning into chip leader's big blind with this hand, and we're not just not good enough to jam for 11 at this stage. I think just leaves us with folders, Mitch. Ewan, not what you want to see in the small. So going to be a walk for Jamie Dale. Once Ewan takes his 30 seconds.
Still the same. I've not checked it over the last 5 minutes. How's the sound out there on Yow Chow?
I haven't had any complaints in the last 10 minutes. It might still be there.
I've just been under the table to make sure it's right.
Under the table. So in 20 minutes we'll see you.
There'll be all fours crawling under.
Yeah.
So we're on 10. Final table is 9, obviously, and the money is 8.
Really like this, says Jamie. I think he's managing this big stack very well in this situation. Reese with the rip with the king queen. Reese not afraid of bubbling. Very nice hand to use and send it in. 23 bigs over the razor, Jamie. Nice little move there from Reese.
You and Mitch in a bit of trouble. 12 bigs. Pretty witty, our chap.
Yeah, they're funny, aren't they? Especially that Jonathan Brown. Must be full-time comedian.
If I was an all fours, I'd bid the tin. You are, you. So heading to the FT, but when will it be?
It's 8 for you, and in the cut-off here, does he feel like this is the one he needs to take? Once again, in terms of chips, it would be a definite jam, but when we're at this stage and risk premium is high, things become a lot closer. It does still take the ace-8. How long will break be when you hit the FT? I have no idea.
Absolutely no idea. It'll range from 5 to 20. Spurs winning tonight, Jay?
Should be. Can't see us. Hard place to go though. All the English clubs struggle whenever you're in Turkey, Greece, anywhere sort of that side of the Mediterranean. It's hard place to go, but
it's a bit daunting going to Galatasaray. Are the odds on?
Should be. Well, it shouldn't be odds on, but I'd say we're 1 to 2 or some malarkey like that. Oh no, we're Galatasaray favourites.
Okay.
Well, they're top of their league so far.
Okay.
Winning 9 games, drawing 1, losing 0. So that might be why Galatasaray are favourites. Yeah, got a fold here as you, and it's annoying, but deuce is not the one we want. Always say we don't remove any strong hands, and what we actually do is block the trash. We block all that 10 deuce, 8 deuce, 7 deuce, 6 deuce, the stuff we want behind us to fold. Neville in the small blind with the Jack 7 spades.
Nice stack of 40.
Yeah, a jam here. Tower for short, but Neville missed the shove with the 9-8 suited previously, so wouldn't be surprised if he didn't take it, but this should be a pure jam. Jack 7 suited, Mitch only has 10 bigs. Pretty clear all in.
There we go. Takes that spot. Oh, how many times would you like to see a flop with these?
Yeah. This is why I like it's so powerful at this stage. Like these jams, we fold out not just hands that have us beat, but hands that have us dominated as well. I don't think Mitch can call Queen Jack here. I could be wrong.
Oh, looking around, just see if there's any action on the outers.
Yeah. It's one of these. Mitch knows once again against range we're probably ahead, but like even if we're up against an ace deuce, we're up against a 10-9 suited. Like hard to have the equity locked, but does actually on this occasion has Neville dominated. Even though seeing that, I'd still personally fold here. Tower, 2 off the money. Maybe something's occurring on the outer and Mitch is just waiting to see what happens. Maybe in his head he is already calling.
He's waiting for you, you're waiting for him.
Like, although 8 are paid, it is like kind of
in.
Essential when we get to 9, because now we get 9 hands in orbit and not 5. But looks like Mitch is going to run it with a Queen Jack and sees that he is out in front. Maybe the other thing, Tower, if there are no short stacks on the outer table, say for example smallest stack on the outer table is like 400k, 25 bigs, then Ewan and Mitch are now the outright short stacks, and maybe that playing a part too, but they both catch their kicker. So Queen for Mitch, 7 for Neville, Mitch fading 2 sevens.
There's a 4. Just needs to fade a 7 to get a full on double. Mitch Johnson. And does. Mitch up to 360 and in the comfort zone. Ewan Jones not liking that.
Yeah, so maybe that call is based on outer table stacks as well, Tal. Like if it's a situation where we got a couple of 10 bigs over on the outer table as well, I think Mitch would fold. But if there's no one short over there and smallest stack is like 25, like you got to remember we don't have to outlast one player, we still need to outlast 2.
Yeah.
So with us and Ewan being at the bottom of the pack potentially, I'm unaware of the outer table, but maybe that had something to do with it. Yeah, I'm not sure, Jamie. I'm really not sure.
Mitch went with it and got the good news.
I feel like if Mitch was looking at the outer table and there's no real short stacks, anyone in the danger zone, then yeah, obviously maybe more viable to call. But if there are a couple of 10 BBs or even like a 15 and a 12 over there, maybe more merit to fold in with the stacks. It seemed like a really, really sucky one for Mitch, but did come to the correct decision and got his reward in the form of a double. But we still await a casualty to get us to the final.
With the 10-8, still running down the clock, still not in the big comfort zone, he's only got 21. End the look, now back round to Ewan, who is the short stack. We won't be doing nothing with 8 deuce. We'll be on to the next very soon. 10 players left.
Time, guys, and then we will go into the 20k level, and then 40 minutes take us to the next break, unless we hit the final. Awaiting one more casualty.
We are. But who will it be? You'll see on the outer table if it's on the outer, if there's any action on the outer table. No, already out of the way. Mitch Johnson out of the way. Back down to Ewan. What's he got? 10-3? 10-6? Mitch is already folded. Using a time bank, unbeknown to us what he has, because we're just 1 pip behind on the action.
Well, I can't see Jamie's cards, but I would be jamming here, Tower. Or is it still on you?
It's still on
you, and
yeah,
I thought
Mitch has already
okay.
folded the Queen Deuce. We're just waiting on Ewan to see what Ewan's cards are. Just a player behind the action for the last minute. 780 folded. Shame we can't jam. Shame we can't jam. On to the next. Out of the 10 left, I wonder how many a day 2 binds. I know we saw the list. Simon Zach. Robbie Bull was.
Yeah.
Simon in the queue.
I can tell you actually.
TR was chip leader.
I can tell you.
He's still in. What do you mean you can tell me?
I can tell you.
Okay.
I can't tell you. I've got no signal in the back room. I forgot about that little.
Oh,
ignore
the chuck
that.
is in a cubby hole with no tinterweb.
The blinds will be up next hand. 10k, 20k. Must be getting frustrating for you, and when you just keep looking down and you just keep seeing garbage, and you just got to sit there and wait and hope that someone on the other table busts and we get to that final and then get 9 hands in orbit on the stone bubble. So Neville was a day 2 buy-in. So the ones that are left that weren't day 2 buy-ins are Mitch, Reese, Trev, Stato, Jamie Dow and Yazoo.
Okay.
The rest of the field are all day 2 buy-ins.
Just goes to show you can spin with a day 2 buy-in. Blinds up. 10,000, 20,000.
Just 9 BVs now for Ewan. Queen 7 suited. And with Ewan, though, it is a situation, although he's still tanking, he can still get the double limit tank. It is a situation he does need to make a move sooner or later. I don't think this is the one we're going to take, but we are going to need to try and get these chips in sooner or later, because no one on this table is even close to us now. I'm not sure about the outer, but I doubt that there's 2 stacks on the outer, 10 bigs or left. There might be. I could be wrong, but it's one of these situations where we are going to need to make our move sooner rather than later, before that whittles away and we get to a point with no fold equity with our jam. And Jamie on the button, good to see. I'd probably open deck here as Jamie.
Yes, Liam's already folded. Well, sorry, Reese has already folded, back down to Neville, and the jam from Ewan would have worked. And he wasn't to know that, but it would have worked and it would have helped.
Such an annoying point of the tournament on the bubble when you're one of these middling stacks, because you know the chip leader's just at it all the time, but you just can't do anything.
No, not at all.
You just got to keep folding, keep waiting.
Nine bigs, Ewan Jones. He'll have a couple of orbits. We go again. Pocket 2s from gun.
Yeah, it's a 5-handed effective hijack. This has to go, in my opinion. We've got 9 bigs. We're essentially about to go through the blinds and put like 28% of our stack in, just under 30%. So it's going to have to do for you. And it's not like we're full ring 9-handed. We're effective hijack here with a pair. I think, although, like if we had like 13 here tower, I'd just fold. If we had 12, I'd just fold. But I feel like when we've got 9 and we're about to go through the blinds as you, and it's difficult to let a pair go 5-handed when we are effective hijack here. 4 players to get through.
And they're in. They are in. Reese will be out of the way on the button. Over to Nev. They've gone.
So looking good so far for you, and we'd love to just get this through.
Yep. Then we're just looking down at the table. Into the bin, there you go. Oh, Mitch Johnson looks down and says, have you got a hand? And he says, yes. And it's ace jack for Mitch, pocket 2s for Ewan Jones, and 9 bigs, the final table bubble. So away we go. Are we on the final table and a break, or do we double and carry on? That's good.
Yeah, looking good so far.
No, not the turn. Ewan Jones facing elimination. One of the nicest guys out there.
Needs a deuce.
And doesn't hit the deuce. It's a 6. One of the nicest guys out there, Ewan
Agreed.
Jones. His best mate is on the other table, is Trevor Reardon. They do play and travel a lot together. But just out before the final table is Ewan Jones, busting out in 10th, which means we're on 9. We are not in the money. We are now on the bubble for the money, but we're also on a 30-minute break. Time for him to get his salad. I'll go and have a quick jog around the car park and onto the prom and see what it's like outside, and do his stretches and all that malarkey, and we'll be back with
You reckon you can get North Pier and back, having a jog in half hour?
No.
No?
I won't get to North Pier there.
You wouldn't? Yeah, okay.
Maybe there and then tram back.
Yeah, okay.
30 minutes time, we'll be on the final table of the High Roller, but we're not in the money because we are now on the bubble. But it is the final table. We will see you in 30 minutes with the High Roller final.
See you then.
One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bousey.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
Ooh, long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, yeah, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, you know, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good, you know, good game, good pots. And everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, you know, he was on my table, you know, I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing, you know, there's a lot of the lads who are still, it was a really good community, you know.
It's an amazing community, and we'll come to that during this little chat, but can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you it's 2007.
2007, yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was,
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was a tour, the gala tour that started before Grosvenor bought them out.
Yeah. I think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was,
the gala tour,
Yeah.
like the Teesside gala was massive for you lot especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour back in the day. We would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And yeah, I finished maybe a side event, a £200 event, maybe finished 4th or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. And you've probably still got the £865 in the pocket somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was white fivers on one day. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GUKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GUKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm gonna have to start travelling around a little bit.
Yeah, they both were running like side by side.
Yeah.
And the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights at Blackpool before the GUKPT took it over, and I was blown away. I walked in the casino, The atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. You know, I still love that feeling when you go there.
Yeah.
I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other. You know, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season 1 because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. And maybe Newcastle. Was it Newcastle like?
I think there was.
Yeah, I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle.
Yeah, it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going.
Yeah.
I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GUKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
2008 Gala Tour. You started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the play was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, you know. I didn't think, you know, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, you know, in general, but back in the day there was a lot more like gamblers who play, you know, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, you know, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, you know, and so
your first main cash in a GUKPT.
Yep.
Probably your favourite stop.
Yep.
And you're probably your favourite casino for a GUKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool, yep.
2014, finished 10th.
Yeah.
You know, is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's, you know, as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. You know, there's cash games at all levels. There's small buy-in tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. And they come for the holidays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, you know, so they really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
And it's still great to this day. You know.
Yeah. Same season, the grand final.
Yep.
10th.
Yep.
Gutted not to hit the final table, I'm guessing, especially with the first prize.
Yeah. Lost. I remember. I mean, I was short stack, believe it or not. I played my short stack very well, so nothing much has changed in 15 years. Played short stack really well, and then doubled up right at the end of day one, and kind of got in the game. And there wasn't many of us come back to day three. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wasn't many of us came back, and I got in a big flip, nines against Ace Jack with Charlie Cavill, who ended up, I think it was his first live tournament.
I know, yeah.
He ended up going on to win it and winning about 84 million, and I've had about 200 pound cash since,
Brilliant. Obviously the grand final and the Vic, it's got that thing. A lot of people say it's one of the toughest fields assembled in Britain.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think there's a good mix of like kind of local like businessmen who play, you know, as well as like the tour regs, and occasionally get people coming in from all over playing, you know. So that was. I mean, the other thing was, well, I was working quite a lot then, and that time of year I got a lot of time off in November, December, so I would play Blackpool in the grand final. But yeah, I would say there was a really good mix of standards. You know, there were some really good players. You know, and you look at the fields. If you look back through the time, you know, the ones who've won it. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
And keep on coming time after time. There is some class players go there.
Yeah. We move on to Vegas, 2016.
Yep.
Was that the first time you ever went? Because that was your first cash.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
I only went for a week.
Everybody goes to Vegas for the first time at cashes.
Yeah. To be honest, I only went for 4 days.
Really?
Yeah, I was going for a week, and my daughter had a show in London, so but it was organised after I'd booked the trip. So I had 4 or 5 days there, and then came home. So played one tournament, cashed it, and this is easy.
Left me all the dollars.
Vegas is easy, yeah. I'll come here again. It hasn't quite worked since, but yeah.
Brilliant. We introduced the National Poker League.
Yep.
And I'm just going to quickly run through what you've done in it.
Yep.
2019, second.
Yep.
2020, you won it.
Yep.
2021, 7th.
Yep.
2022, 4th.
Yep.
2023 must have been a shock to finish 9th.
Right,
You know what, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I want the steward's inquiry for that.
What is it about the NPL that just like brings out the best in John Basfield?
I just like league tables and league points, and like, so I've always been the same. I mean, the Gala Tour actually had the leaderboard back in 2007, and I won that. That's funny enough. So I kind of always like, when that, I've got something to aim at throughout the season.
Yeah.
And when the NPL was first discussed, I've kind of heard a few rumours behind the scenes, and I just knew I was going to give it a good go, you know. It's obviously a big commitment it's been for the last 5 years. But I've loved it, and of course each year you get new players, new faces turning up, and kind of giving it a go. And then some of them drop by the wayside when they realise how tough it is to the stamina you need for the full season, you know.
Absolutely.
So.
If you put a list together of the NPL over since 2019, you're top.
Yep.
But you're not just top.
Yep.
You're top by an absolute margin this wide.
Yeah,
That's a testament to yourself.
Yeah.
But it just shows, with the NPL as well, it just shows how the players take to it.
Yep.
And obviously you do see the same faces in the top 10 for a few of the years, but it just means you've still got to be playing and getting results.
Yeah, you have, especially the way they changed. I mean, I know I've got quite a big lead in the NPL, like overall leaderboard, if you like, but it was a couple of the years you got points for cashing, so it's a little bit of a cheat, 'cause I got a few extra points there when you were just getting points for playing rather than cashing. They've changed it to cashes, which was a lot better, a lot fairer, you know. And obviously a lot of people have stuck to that as well and give it a good go. This year they've added more stops, which has been tougher again for a lot of people, but we'll kind of see how that goes, you know, next season, see what it's like then.
2022, your biggest cash. 31k, the mini main. Was it disappointing not to get the win, or is it all about the trophies at the minute?
Yeah.
Obviously 31k.
I like money.
Yeah,
I like trophies. I like the fame, the press. But no, it was. I was well down heads up, so it was a little bit disappointing because he had a part of one ship lead, and I managed to get just in front, and then lost hands straight away. So it was like I took about 3 hours grinding back the level, got in front, and then I bluffed it all off. Which I don't do very often. So.
Favourite stop? I know we've touched on it a little bit earlier, but where is your favourite stop in the UK?
Yeah, Blackpool. Blackpool without one doubt. Blackpool and London have always been my two for the grand final. The Vic's like a great card room, you know, and Blackpool is definitely up there. Leeds, but I love Leeds as well. We're here now today, Leeds. It's my most local one, so it's very, very friendly. You know, you get a lot of the same faces turning up for that. I really enjoy coming down here, and we still get a lot of the Teesside lads who don't travel as a group. We still get a few coming down here. You know, it's closer.
A few weeks ago, we posted like 20 faces on who would be the picks for the GUKPT Hall of Fame. Would you have any inclination of who would you, if you had three, if they came to Bousey and said, Bousey, give me 3 names?
Yeah, I would have to say, I wouldn't put me in it, so I did get a couple of mentions, but I wouldn't put me in it with the main event. I haven't done well enough in that, I don't think, but I would say, looking back over time, Kimber for his record, Jeff Kimber for the record he had for so many years. Ben Windsor for them. For,
the grand final wins and the 3,
And I'd probably put, I mean, the third one's close because you could put any of 10 of them, but Matt Davenport has kind of been around for a long time. Like, last few years he's been brilliant, and he just keeps he's really consistent.
It's amazing with Matt as well, because he stopped for a few years.
He did,
He wanted the hiatus, he wanted to leave it for a few years, come back, and has absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think again, but that's like the NPL has kind of helps people kind of, you think, well, I'm going to give it a go, and so you do get that commitment, and when you play more, you get to know players, your confidence builds up, so there's a lot about it that you kind of, once you're playing week in, week out, so I mean, Matt's having a great one again today, like the Leeds, and he's well up there. There's a few like Cal is probably going to be in it, and if you ask me in 10 years' time the way he's going, but obviously he's done really well the last few years. You know, as a few, and there's a few older ones, maybe like Simon Deadman, Trigg, you know, we could put in there.
Absolutely.
They're all really tough to pick from, but yeah.
Do you know what happened 16 years ago?
16 years ago?
You posted a picture on the Endon Mob.
Oh yeah.
Can we have it changed?
That was about 3 weeks. That was about 3 weeks ago. That's 3 weeks ago. That one.
We say it to loads and loads of people. Once the picture's on, nobody ever changes it. It's
I mean, I didn't put the picture on, but yeah, somebody put it on. But yeah, there was. Yeah, a bit fresher face that one, yeah.
There's a lot of people like that,
Yeah,
let me tell
yeah.
you. There are a lot of people
I mean, I
like
do
that.
have a bit of resemblance. I've seen some of them, and you can't even recognise who they are. I'm thinking, yeah.
Poker, it's been good to you.
Yep.
You're still loving the game.
Yep.
We have a charity night in Teesside on the Christmas week.
Yep.
What does that mean to you, and especially with your charities as well that you do? Because you do a lot for charity.
Yeah, I'm a trustee of a local charity at Teesside. We help kids with neurological conditions.
Yeah.
The charity is called Remembering Rebecca,
Yeah.
and we provide equipment, respite breaks. There's a sibling project where we send the siblings of the families on trips.
Yeah.
Brilliant, all voluntary run. No,
Yeah.
there's not everything that comes in goes out. We decided to have the charity night for one that John Law was
absolutely.
really
Yeah,
great
that's how it
lad,
started,
really
wasn't
great, really great lad up there, and we just carried it on. And then probably 5 or 6 years ago, when I got involved with the charity, they moved over to us, and we've had a great night. A fantastic night, you know.
Absolutely.
Singing, dancing, playing poker. What more can you ask for?
Oh, yeah.
Singing, dancing, for raising a few quid.
Raising money for charity.
But that's how I got into charity in the first place. I just got invited to an event, and we went out with a few old school friends who we hadn't seen for quite a long time. It was like 4 couples. We all got together. We had a great night, a few drinks, dances. Went out afterwards.
Yeah.
Afterwards, we all say we need to do it more often, and then we'd raise 15 grand on the night. And I was saying, like, what more could you ask for? So,
Exactly.
We just started like following the other events. We have like 80s night, a race night, you know, and been really loved and enjoyed every minute of that since. Really.
Every credit for it, and it is great to be a part of it as well. So well done to you. If you stay fit and healthy, which you're looking pretty good to be fair.
Right.
What's the future? Carry on playing poker?
Yeah,
loving it.
Yeah, playing. I mean, fit and healthy. I'm doing the Great North Run again this year. So yeah, half marathon at Newcastle in
We'll
September.
watch it.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll have to do a bit more training on that over the next couple of months. But yeah, I'll still play. I've had a bit of a short of the biggest break I've had for the last 5 years, the last couple of months. But there's a lot more stops I'll be playing. There's Vegas next week. There'll be Goliath's a great stop, and then we'll have all my favourite ones back in later in the year anyway.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
It's been a pleasure. Keep it up. Always good to see you at poker tables.
Yep.
And we always have a laugh.
Yes, we
and
do.
a joke.
We do. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Long way to
John.
continue.
Dowsy.
Thank you.
We're having a chat with the Rigster.
How we doing?
Paul Rigg. Nobody knows his first name, like ever, do they? Not many people know him as Paul Rigg. So Riggy, the Rigster. Predominantly, I think when we first met you, you were really well known for online because you're like 2.1 mil in online earnings, and like 600k in live. But where did it all begin?
Probably, 5, 10 and 20 rebuys at Blackpool.
Really?
Station Road for a few months, and then they moved to where they are now.
Yeah, it's back in the day. Them events, them games on a Tuesday night, Tuesday night in Bradford, and there were games to play because everybody turned up.
Monday Bradford, Tuesday Blackpool, Wednesday Sheffield, Friday, Saturday, Sunday Blackpool.
And you were still playing online at the time. Obviously, them days they probably weren't even there, was it?
It was there, but like when I first started live, everything was pot limit.
All right, yeah, of course. Right.
So,
yeah. You first recorded Cash on the Mob back in 2002, believe it or not. Can you believe it's that long?
Yeah. It feels that long and all.
£60 pot limit hold'em. Like you said, everything was pot limit.
I think it'd be at Manchester as well.
Salford.
Yeah.
Well done.
Riverside.
Nice one. 330 quid.
Yeah.
Did you use it well?
Well, I'm still here.
£330 at Salford, I tell you what. But obviously the big one, and your first real big score, 2004 Blackpool, the Northern Lights. How good was the Northern Lights?
Back then, it was just the tournament to play of the year.
Yeah.
And they had a bit for everybody. Like I can't remember what main event was, but
300. Well, the 300 double chance was the one
that
that was your big. That
I won.
That was the big
wasn't
one.
Main event.
No.
Yeah.
£15,000. Just added to the pile.
No, he let me do a bit more travelling and stuff like that. Rather than just local.
Yeah. I like it. Can you remember anything about the final? Can you remember who was on it? Were it all locals?
I can't remember a lot because I think I went out 9th or 10th, didn't I?
In the main, yeah. In the main. Yeah. Obviously, we then moved from the Northern Lights, which was a fabulous family because it was like the first time that anybody had met anybody big. So they all travelled up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Can you remember the last winners of the Northern Lights? Can you? In fact, I give you a bit of a clue. The last heads up, they travelled home in the same car.
Would it be?
They were no, but they were brothers.
Sonny and
correct.
Chaz.
Sonny and Chaz, first and second, and as they're walking out the door, they just said, "All the money's going home in the same car."
Yeah, Sonny and Chaz.
Obviously, 2007 then becomes the GUKPT. You cashed in Manchester.
Yeah, well, that'd be when Colclough beat Barry Neville.
Oh, how good was that?
And Neville's interview was just different class.
It's still the greatest line in poker.
Yeah.
It's still the greatest. And if you've never watched it, try and find it on YouTube because honestly, it's just one of the greatest lines in poker. Really good. GUKPT started 2007. Did you notice that everybody from the Northern Lights was like playing the GUKPT that year?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. First GUKPT I'd play, I think it'd be at Bolton, would it?
Yeah, you were around there. I say you were around in 2007. You actually cashed the first season, I think 3 or 4 times to what I remember.
And then I lost my driving licence.
Okay.
Smoking ban came in.
Yeah. Oh yes, of course he did.
So I went to Thailand for 6 years and played predominantly online.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you'd still got a couple of scores during that time when you kept coming back. Obviously,
I came back for a visa once.
The old summer sizzler. Yeah, you jumped in the summer sizzler in 2010.
And I think I cashed at Coventry, but that might have been a UKIP2.
Yeah.
And I actually flew straight back from Coventry.
With all the money?
Yeah, I got a taxi Coventry at Manchester Airport.
2010, the Summer Sizzler is a little bit poignant because there were 725 runners. You do a big chop. Can you remember who you chopped it with?
Well, that was
just remember one person.
Andy Wilson.
Correct. He's always said, and he still tells everybody to the day, that he was done out of money in that deal.
It was his.
Come on, tell the story.
It was his doing. We went on a break.
Yep.
And he came over to me. I didn't really know him.
No.
And he went.
I don't think anybody did, to be fair. Back then, 2010.
He went. Everybody seems to know you, Riggy.
Yeah.
He says, "Do you think there's any chance of a deal?" Like he's got mountains as Wilson. I mean, I think he had 19 million.
Wow.
And none of us, other 4 of us, didn't have 2 million. So I'm like, well, I said it'll depend what numbers are.
Mm.
He said I'm happy with 10,700. I think was the number. And I'm like working it out in my head. And I went, yeah. I said I can't promise hope, but I'll have a word with Rest.
Yeah.
Went to Rest and I went, just nod your heads, agree, and let's have this done with. So. One guy said, "Oh, I think we should play on for trophy." I said, "No, Andrew deserves trophy." I thought, don't start talking. So we did the deal, and Andrew went, "How much are you lot getting?" I said, 9,600 a piece. Andrew should probably, in hindsight, have been taking 15, 16 grand, like, you know. But I've spoken to him since.
Yeah.
and that's what started him off.
That's exactly correct.
So he said, in a way, that's what kick-started his career. So.
Yeah, and he's never done a bad deal since.
No, I don't think he's ever done a deal since.
No, it's obviously talking about Andy Wilson. Now we know. Now it's predominant. The Bowie effect is known all over the world now. He's playing in big ones. He's won absolutely millions. And such, like yourself, such a down-to-earth kind of guy, and great at the tables just to chat with.
Lovely lad, as I say. He's very similar to that first time I saw him. Really, only he's. You know, the money definitely hasn't changed him or anything. No, you know.
Absolutely not. You said you disappeared for a couple of years. Then you come back in 2014. We end up in Blackpool at 25-25 for 11 grand.
I think that was my first comp after I got back.
Really? You just never lost it live? Did you play it live when you were away, or was it just all online?
Played a little bit of cash.
That was it?
Yeah.
But then you come back to Blackpool and just 25-25 trophy.
Yeah. And I'd... I only sort of came back playing live because I'd stopped smoking.
Right, okay.
I was on 50 a day, so every orbit I'd have been out at room, you know. And so that was why I came back playing live. And then I had a few years mainly playing cash.
Yeah. Talking about cash and Blackpool, obviously it's synonymous to dealer's choice.
Yeah.
And every time a GUKPT turns up, there's always one table running, no matter what time of day it is. What are all the ridiculous games that you make up on a regular basis somewhere on a Tuesday night in somebody's house? What's your favourite? And probably a favourite would probably be one that you've never heard of.
No, because it's changed now, because obviously back in the day we had wild card games.
Yeah.
Now there's no wild card.
You can't play roll your own with anybody else, can you?
Oh, no. So, to be honest, probably my favourite games are Paducah.
Yeah.
Only because of the positional side.
Yeah. Lee Orton, Paducah. Button. Every single time, Did anybody work out how to play him? Because we knew it was the game he was going to pick.
Yeah, you know, but he also worked out who was capable of making a move on him, and you know. And because it's so prominent having the button, it gets called a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's my favourite. I like, to be honest, if I find somebody on the table that can't play a certain game, and they've got plenty in front of them, I'll be calling that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people make mistake of picking their best game when you should be looking for other people's weakest games.
Yeah, some fantastic characters in Blackpool on that dealer's choice game.
Yeah.
Some real characters, obviously the plan, like, but like going back to the year like Jerry the Bib and stuff like that, you know, like obviously not with us anymore, but these characters just, and even Boise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Laughing, joking, and every got all the players in Blackpool. The dealer's choice, but some of the games you got to play.
But when I first started, that was the only cash game going.
Yeah.
And I think it was like £50 sit down minimum.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was too rich for me when I first started. So I used to go to Alistair's.
Yeah, yeah.
They had a £20 sit down game, and that's where I sort of learned it.
Yeah. 2019, Vegas for the first time. Well, Vegas for the first time, first cash in Vegas. You remember much about it?
I chopped mixed silo heads up at the Golden Nugget.
And we've been talking about you in the last few years. Obviously, you've had a few big scores since then, and we've railed you in the final three in the win, and we've railed you on different tables. What's it like now playing tournaments over in Vegas? Now you've cut your cloth in Blackpool. You've done the Northern Lights. You've gone over to Thailand to play online. You come back. You're now playing live in Vegas.
I really enjoy it regardless of results, because I get to play mixed games, and also now being at that age I get to play at seniors and stuff like that.
Coming back to the UK, the NPL, great promotion. You've done well in it. You've come, I think was it fourth in the NPL in 2022. Winning the 10k obviously helps towards the next year.
Yeah.
Did you just smash it the first couple of months, or did you work out what you wanted to play during the year?
I think I flattened it in first 2 festivals a year.
There's me thinking there's a strategy to it. I'll play this event, I'll play that event. Oh no, the first couple of events in the
I think I flattened it in first
brilliant.
2.
Grand final in London, 2021 I think it was. PLO 456. We know you're a 4-card and a dealer's choice specialist. Nice touch, 37,000.
Yeah.
Fantastic touch.
But it got a lot more runners than what we expected for £1,000 buy-in, because there isn't many £1,000 buy-ins in this country at PLO. Yeah, we just flipped for a trophy and chopped it.
That's all right. No wrong with that.
With Harrier.
Yeah, nice touch. When you playing in poker now, and when playing in the UK now, we've got time banks. One of your most famous quote, one of your most famous times on the feature with the time banks is to use all 6 time banks to tell us a joke. Is this a true story? You actually told a joke when using the time banks?
I did. It was like early on day 2 at Mini Main or something like that, you know, and I'm like, no looking at me as much, say what's he doing, but I thought if I double up I won't need a time bank anyway.
So true story, use your time banks to tell a joke. I think that's absolutely class. Can you remember the joke? Was it funny?
Probably not. There were a lot of people getting irritated while they were waiting for it. Anyway.
Oh, brilliant. You touched on the seniors. Obviously the seniors score in Vegas was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was a great, and we were there really. What was it like? Sat down there. Obviously, we could see what was happening, but it was. I thought we got the nod that you were on the FT, and the rail just turned up. It's great to rail somebody like yourself. What's it like being down the final 3?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed not to take it down, to be honest. And I probably had 1 or 2 too many Coronas.
I think we all did.
But I didn't. I think I started drinking like 12 players out or something like that.
Yeah, and you just thought whatever happens, happens. Yeah. And we ended up third.
Third, yeah.
Which was 3 or 4 hours later. You just imagine the Coronas in 3 or 4 hours.
But obviously there's now probably 15, 20 on rail. So there's Coronas coming every 5 minutes sort of thing. And
yeah. Since you first cast in Vegas in 2019, it's been pretty good to you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've done.
Yeah. Touch.
Go on, son.
I'm over there.
Come on, man. Last time we did this, my mate's missus actually said, "Oh, do you know that Ant Middleton?"
I can't remember. Fucking that wasn't about 30 years. It was not the last time I was on the final.
No, it was when Gramo won that company got in the picture.
Oh, was it?
Where's Gramo? Why did he do that?
When there was 1 year, 4 years ago, they said it, and it had just gone a bit wild and all that. And George was about.
I'm not getting slow under the spot anymore. It's looking good so far. Yeah, I mean, it seems. Is it going to stay there? Really? What? It's just you needed to have not been there. For the last half. Batten's good. Yeah, I mean, you take it. The dirt on the brick. Best for you is a small blind, isn't it? Because then he's got to play the big blind. But I wouldn't want me to be on the big one. Where's the button last time on here? Is that where it's going to be? Where's the button? Where it was. Did you do the draw? Deal for it again. Bad news for you.
Yeah, ready guys?
You call from the big lane.
3, 1.
Poker.
Perfect, thank you.
Mike loves music. He's the You have to do. Everybody take poker.
You swing through there. Sorry. 4.
I'm 5.
He's in 1 chair.
Oh,
Sorry, guys, you need to have to move that chair a bit.
I tell you what, if Robbie Bull wins, he'll have to sit down to do the interview.
That is true.
I didn't realise he was scraping the top of the.
Yeah, he's tall, Robbie.
I tell you what,
he's a good 6'4", I'd say.
Yeah. He is indeed, but good to see him back at the poker tables. Not played as much in 2024 live. Travelled around the world as always. But he's back in Blackpool and on the FT. Not in the money yet. Not in the money.
Right, finish the misery.
When we get to the money, this is what we're playing for. 8 players. Getting the money, 3,730 locked. £33,260 up top. And it's going to be a cracking final table looking at these players.
And it was actually here 2 years ago, Tower. Robbie Ball won the high roll up for £38,000. That was a 2k buy-in back in 2022. And guess who he beat heads up?
Stato.
Yes!
Was it?
It was actually Stato. Yeah, it actually was Stato. So 2 years ago, Robbie won this event, defeating the man in seat 2 heads up. And he's back.
Jamie Dale in 1.
Stato in 2.
Stato.
Reece Keane in 3. Mitch Johnson 4. Yazoo Yin 5. Neville Betty 6. Trev Reardon in 7. Robbie Ball in 8. And Simon Zack in the 9 seat.
Let's do it. 33,260. The Newcastle top is on, or the hat is on the beanie.
Yeah, and more importantly, playing for the prizes at the bottom. But min cash on everyone's agenda right now. £3,730 if we can outlast one more player. Robbie well in that danger zone, working with just 7 big blinds here. And one thing about a one table bubble, how it's different to multi-table bubbles as the outright short stackers, Robbie, it's not a situation of we can wait around, hope that bust outs on outer tables occur. There is some collision effect that could go on this table, like a 20 big blind stack getting collared by a big stack that could occur, but see how he navigates with his 7 BBs. Over to Jamie on the button. So a bit different now for Jamie, sort of just got to ask all the questions when we're 2 tables out. He was a chip leader on that table by a mile, but now you've got Yazoo, you now got Stato on direct left as well, who's not far behind us, so going to still open wide, but going to have to tone it down a little bit. We're not going to be opening as wide as we were before we hit this FT. So Stato with the ace deuce, kicks us off with a jam, gets it through.
78 bigs, 72 bigs, 60, 57. The top 4 in stacks, deep. Deep, deep, deep. 6 hours from now?
Under 6 hours from now?
Yeah.
No, no chance. I'd say between 9 and 10.
Okay.
If it's 6 hours from now, Tower, I'd be shocked.
Shot, so shot.
Well, I've told Frankie between 9 and 10, so it has to be between 9 and 10. Otherwise, if it goes over, Frankie gets a bit.
Does it? Comes after you.
Yeah.
It comes after you, does it? Yes, out with the 5s. So if the jumper's Balenciaga, what are the glasses?
You'd have to. They look like Louis Vuitton. Yeah, they are Louis Vuitton, the glasses.
Wow. Wow. Don't you just love turkey?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Yazoo has never stepped foot in Turkey in his life, but I'm just going out on a limb, Tower. So pocket fives making it 40k. Reese with the ducks in the small blind. Out the way. But Mitch with eights in the big here, and one that's just going to have to play flat as Mitch. We're on the bubble here. Don't want to get this in for 25 versus gun of a covering stack. Does land on call. And what a flop for Yazoo. Potential for Mitch to lose some chips here. He shouldn't be going broke at this stack depth for SPR. But I think he'll be doing at least 2 streets here as Mitch. So just the one big blind from Yazoo. The flopped house. And Mitch with eights here, no raising going on tower on the bubble now. As say, same scenario as pre-flop, just want to keep this pot small. Don't want to get this in versus nines for aces and be out the door when we've got Robbie sitting there as short as he is. This could be Mitch's saving grace on the turn. King of spades rolls off. Yazoo is going to have all this like king nine suited up to king queen that opens. Also have ace king in there. Not the best card to see for Yazoo in terms of doesn't really connect much with Mitch's calling range on the flop. Like we prefer to see a 6, a 4, an 8, something along those lines, where he can have some turn straights, some turn pairs.
So just check back. And Queen of Hearts, river. He is out with the check mark.
Yeah, and as Mitch here, probably this is one of the run-outs that we can potentially fold, because a lot of the ace highs don't bluff now tower. That's the key element here, like ace jack, ace 10. This type of stuff will just take it showdown, because Mitch still has 6-4 suited, 8-6 suited, 8-9, 6-9 suited. Hands that we are ahead of in terms of the straight combos on the flop. So I think this is a nice run out for Mitch to get away from, because Yazoo would still value better queen as played. Doubt we'll see Mitch pay here tower. We'll see what goes on. Well, against this size, you might just have to pay. 20% from Yazoo. I think Mitch in his head was probably ready to fold versus a bet, but now we're met by 20%. We don't have to be right too often here. We're getting 6-1 on our money. And then you ask the other question, you flip that coin. What on earth would Yazoo bluff for this size? Would he really just go for a little bluff, like if he had a jack 10 or something like that?
Yeah, we want to see what he's playing. To see the fives. And a nod of the head from Mitch Johnson.
To be fair, Mitch has lost min, absolute min that hand on that particular flop.
I noticed that at the start of the hand, I had no idea whose it is.
So 8 get paid.
I would imagine it's yours because yours was already stacked up. Actually, yeah.
Good to see Simon Zach back on the final table at GUKPT Blackpool.
Just rocks up today at midday.
I know. Final table the first season and final table in the latest season. Simon still plays a lot of cash nowadays. Doesn't play too many tournaments. Doesn't travel around like the tour like he did for the first 4 or 5 years of the GUKPT. Him and Trev been cashing regular on the GUKPT circuit since 2007.
free bet spot potentially for Jamie here. Won't take it that often, but I think once in a while, like we prefer King Jack, King Queen, but if we feel like Simon maybe getting out of line, maybe could dip into the King 10. He does take it. Makes it 155. Any 4 bets here from Simon? Ace 4 suited. Unfortunately, we just can't. On the bubble here, Tal, we can't. Unfortunately, as Simon, we have to fold and just let Jamie have it. But to be fair, I know Simon, if he fancies getting involved, I don't think he'll be too fussed about the min cash if he's playing for the outright win. And as well as that, he does know that Jamie will be getting after him bubble. But credit to him, if he finds like the 4 bet here, Tal, makes this like 350 or something like that. Be a spicy old move, but he is just going to play cool. Wants to see 3. Like, genuinely, it's a bit different because we're fairly stacked up here in terms of stacked depth, but out of position, we don't tend to play too many flats at FTs with ICM. A lot of the time, we play 4 bet or fold. But Zach, with this suited wheel ace here, does want to take his equity to the streets. It's a nice looking flop for Jamie. Top pair, club in hand. Really small size here, Tower up. Could find like a 15% if we wanted to as Jamie, like 50, 60k. Maybe King 10 with the 10 of clubs, maybe one that could check as well, Tower. When you think about our King X that we're going to free bet, like if we want some checks, this is probably the best one to have because our King X that we free bet probably going to be one of the worst ones, and we also have this club in hand as well, so maybe one that can check from time to time as Jamie, but then maybe bet most of the time, but mixing it up. Ace of clubs turn. Simon jumps in front. Flush draw to go alongside the king now for Jamie.
Well, checks again, does Jamie? Not the man I think about that. But, no. Oh, and then it reverses again. And Jamie now with a check mark with a 10 of hearts river.
Yeah, and Simon's going to have a real tough time if he doesn't go for value himself, folding here. It is a 3-bet pot though, which is something to remember. So Simon obviously needs to think about what he's trying to extract from, get value from. So it feels like going to play better as a check call, and Jamie clear as day value bet now after river in 2 pair.
Could be the same scenario if he makes it 20%, it could get called again. The value could be there, but no,
well,
slight chunky.
I think that the thing is here for Simon as well, like Jamie's free bets, he'll have like A7 through ace deuce once in a while as a free bet bluff, which would potentially check back this ace on the turn some of the time once it completes the flush. So he could potentially be value betting some hands we chop with here as Simon. I don't think he ever turns queens or jacks into a bluff, just going to take their showdown. But Simon feels like once he checks the ace twice, going to be too good to be folded. And Jamie up to nearly 2 million chips. Big swing there.
Yep. Just a little chuckle there from Simon to see that he got lucky on the turn and then got unlucky on the river. And back down to 40 at big blinds. Simon Zach, seat number 9. This Pete Wiggles was still watching. He thought me and Bousey were live. How are we doing, Pete? Good to see you over in Ireland on the IPO. No, sorry. Robbie with Jack 10. 7 bigs.
Simon makes it 50k, and once again another 3-bet spot here for Jamie. Is he going to take him back to back tower? Like the King 10, I think going to be really small frequency. The King Jack, personally, going to have it in there a little bit more, but doesn't feel like 3-betting the same player in back to back hands. Sometimes that dynamic in your head, you say to yourself, I've just 3-bet him. There's potentially good play back at us now. So decides to have a handoff, sitting comfortably with the chip lead. But Stato looks like a man that isn't going to be having a handoff tower. Looks like 3-betting eyes. Does go for the 3-bet. Making it 160.
Never the 7 deuce. On the big. Can't do nothing with that. Simon just called the 3-bet. Unbeknownst to us what Stato does have. And Simon flopping second pair.
Yeah, could get herself in some tangles here. And Simon, middle pair, expect to be met by C-bet on this board tower at high frequency, and we're going to have to strap in for one more street. Not really a board that Stato should have big sizes on though. It should be a fairly small size of choice. It does come with what looks like
about a third
quarter pot.
Yeah, 90.
Facing quarter now. Simon just going to have to stick around. And now this is a card that should be barreled. Like when Stato has ace jack, ace 10, stuff like that here, potentially card that can be barreled on if he has elected to 3-bet these hands. He will have some hands like 10s, jacks in there though that are going to start checking. Even some of his 3-bet bluffs, King Jack, King 10, probably one that can only get 2 streets and a 3-bet coup, so they also might elect to check behind and go for their value on the river. It is, as I say, a turn card that a lot of the Broadway hands, ace jack, ace 10, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited, that are going to be barreled on. And then 7 of Simon just shrivels and has to hit the muck. So double barrel working for Stato.
Yep. Card's not picking up on that hand. Keep his eye on Stato's box, which usually the cards.
I won't be watching the Spurs, Morris. Unfortunately, I don't think this final table is going to be done in 45 minutes, mate.
Are you an early kick-off?
We're quarter to 6 tonight, I think.
Oh, it's a 6 tonight. Screen for Jamie Dale.
45. And Mitch with 10s here. I have no idea what we're supposed to do here, Tower. I actually have no idea. Do we just jam with Robbie sat there that's about to go in the big blind with 5 big blinds on the bubble? Do we play cool?
I don't think we fold.
I don't think we fold, but
we just play it cool.
Yeah, just play cool. There you go. There you go. It's really interesting spot for Mitch here, what to take, because Robbie essentially going to be left with 5 bigs in one hand. So Mitch making the call. Jack 9 of clubs for Yazoo. And here comes the squeeze. And this is like going to be really interesting because Jamie's got a hand that shouldn't be folding at this stack depth. Yazoo squeezing versus the opener, like Jack 9 suited, is actually one that finds itself in the 3-bet range when we do start getting 70, 80 big blinds deep tower. We do start having more of this like 9-8 suited, Jack 9 suited, 7-9 suited, 10-7 suited, this type of stuff. So finding this squeeze here when we are as deep as we are with Jamie, and as well as that, Jamie is supposed to be opening a lot of hands, and Yazoo will be aware of that. Yazoo knows that Mitch shouldn't play any traps on the bubble, so Mitch should never have aces, kings, queens, ace, king. He would just send all of these. So maybe feels like Mitch's flat is going to be dead money a lot of the time. So it's just Jamie we've got to get through, but we're not going to be getting through him. How's Jamie going to proceed? Ace, queen suited. Is it going to be 4-bet? Is it going to be call?
Is it going in the muck?
Oh, is it going in the muck? It is going in the muck. And now what does Mitch do with no perceived fold equity? When Yazoo's put 180 in, it's only another 200 to call with Mitch jam. So in Mitch's head here, we don't really have fold equity if we jam. Go for the back jam. This is a really unique hand tower. I'm surprised Jamie actually folded the ace-queen suited as quickly as he did, especially against an opponent as aggressive as Yazoo, and Mitch does.
Well, 3-bet. The 3-bet gets it through.
Let the 10s go. You got who needs enemies when you got friends, Tower? You got Mitch in a gross spot there, scratching his head. You got Stato laughing at him, just looking at him, laughing at him. He's absolutely tortured there in the blender, and you got your mate having a little giggling to himself.
It definitely is the bubble pressure. Oh. Afternoon, Brad. Oh, Paul is good. Where are you working this weekend, Brad?
Ace Jack suited for Stato. Yeah, goes for 2.5x here. Just accounting for Robbie being in the big with his shallow stack. Just putting that extra half a BB on top. Just to prevent some more hands from calling, 2 live cards, playing some stop and goes. A little 2.5x up. Should be folding around to Robbie. And then Robbie with the ace-8 off is probably gonna run it. Yeah, he knows he's never getting a fold, so can we ever call? Is call an option? C3 and like, but what board would we fold? Like, I can't think of a board we fold with ace-8. Like, we don't even fold the 2-3-4. We wouldn't fold like the 10-8. Anything with a gut shot, we'd have to continue. So even like king-5 with ace-high, we probably have to put it in. So it's kind of an interesting one for Robbie, whether to just play call or whether to go with this now. But I can't really come up with too many flops when we're going to be getting the price we are on the flop that we would fold. So shortly, we just do that and just chuck it in the middle. And Stato with the snap, and Robbie sees he's going to need to find an 8.
Bad news for Robbie. On the bubble in the high roller. Needing help. Needing help. Well, we've wrapped ourselves around it. 7s needed, as well as 8s.
I've got some chop outs.
7s and 8s. Well, a 10. And a 6. It's a 3 of spades, so it's an absolute brick for Robbie. in go the time banks. Very unlucky, nearly span a day 2 buying into the money, but everybody is now in the money. Robbie Bull out in 9th, and the bubble of the high roller. Unlucky, Robbie. Very unlucky.
We are on a 20-minute delay, Jennifer, to answer your question. And Leroy says, guess the ace-queen fold is in fear of it going back jam from the cut-off and re-jam from the back. The thing is about that spot, Mitch shouldn't really have any back jams, because when Robbie has 5 bigs next hand going into the big blind, if Mitch has aces, kings, queens, ace-king, top end, he's just going to jam for 20 over the open. He's not going to get tricky with it, or at least he shouldn't do. So when Mitch flats there, he has like a real condensed range of like 9s, 8s, king, queen suited, ace, jack suited, like around there. So I don't think it's a case of we ever expect Mitch to back jam, because all his strong hands should just be in over our open anyway. But maybe it could have been the factor of just out of position against a very good player, and maybe Jamie not wanting to battle with Yazoo when he's sitting comfortably at the top of the shop. And after this hand then, Tower.
Say again, sir.
After this hand.
After this hand.
See, I'm so excited. I've got news.
Okay, you got news?
I've got news.
What?
I've got breaking news.
Right.
So,
hang on a minute.
I got my words a bit muddled up because I can't wait to release it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have shoved here as Trev for sure. 10 big blinds, open from aggressive opponent, king 10 of clubs. Most certainly would have said the words, I'm all in. It decides to play flat.
And sees an ace, 8-3 flop. Rainbow. Top figures out. And whiffs both. The others. Should be better than I'm done with. So we're in the money after Robbie Bull has been eliminated. Come on then, give me your notes. I don't know any.
Grand final schedule is out. Page 1. I know it's on the app, but now we got it all pretty.
Oh, pretty. The grand final. Oi, oi.
We got a midi. We got an opener.
When are we working? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, so I'm guessing we will do the midi.
The midi. The midi.
God, bring your sleeping bags. Hour clock, 3-day event, £500 comp at the Vic. Bring your sleeping bag Sunday. Ooh. On the 24th of November, Tower, I'll tell you that. Because I could see that getting 600-700 runners, which would be a lengthy old Sunday. But we'll worry about that when we get there. Next page.
Oh, rest of it.
High roller.
Love it.
No 1K PLO. Where's the 1K PLO? Where is it?
I think it's because it's Luton. I think it's because he's moved from the Vic and the 1K players are all in the Vic and they won't play anywhere else. So...
I've got more news after this hand.
Hey?
More news after this hand. It's all coming.
It's all going on.
Yes, it is Luton, not the Vic. Apologies if I said the Vic.
Right.
Keep forgetting we are off to Luton this year for the grand final. Simon completes. 10-3 off for Jamie. One that we can definitely do some work with. We want bottom range, we want top, and this definitely falls into bottom. And can definitely put the 10-3 off to work. And he's going to do exactly that. Gets the 4-5 of Simon out there. So second bit of news.
Here we go. I've got news.
Oh.
I've got news. Come on. Tell me your news.
It's coming. I've got to find it. There we go. Notice anything new?
Matt Davenport's leading.
It's up to date, but if you look down,
Alan Jordan.
how many more 10k packages are there now? Remember, it was old Alex Montgomery on the cusp.
It was. What's happened there?
There you go.
Wow. We're on 15. Ravi's now on the bubble. Lin Chen. Oh, Slim Chen. And 16, 5 points behind Ravi. 15 10Ks. Ooh. The Rosa, only 6 points off. Toddy, are you watching this? Are you watching?
There we go.
16 points off. Win a side in Blackpool. Win a main event in Luton. Get yourself a 10k package. Who was 9th? It was Robbie Bull, unfortunately.
Oh wow, look at this for a setup with these two hands at this stack depth. Are you sure?
Well, Trev's just getting him in. Neville's going to be delighted to say call.
Yes,
and
he
he's
is.
going to see the bad news when Trevor turns over the Kings. The triangle is in from Tricky Trev. Neville says call. And Kings are shown. Wow. So, Trev Reardon, big chance to double. Or is he going to get very unlucky? No hearts in play, so there's no redraws. Down to a queen to fade for Trevor. Here we go. Trev Reardon. Kings. Has he doubled? Yes, he has.
Trev with the double. And I've got another bit of news as well. One more. There we go.
How much news have you got?
Well, you know when we had that half-hour break and you popped to the pier to the donut shop, I put all these lovely little templates together for the... I put all these lovely little templates together, and here we are. This is the behemoth.
Oh, this is the behemoth. Here we go. Friday the 13th, Christmas jumper day. 250,000 guarantee for a £300 buy-in. I like that. There's over 800 runners needed.
What are we streaming on the Wednesday? Would it be a cash game?
Wednesday 11th.
We'll figure it out. Always do.
Might have a day off. Don't actually know.
But there's the behemoth schedule as well, guys. So we've got the grand final up now, the behemoth, and the MPL is all up to date with the added guarantee packages.
Wow, 15.
And I can tell you as well, there's 24 5k packages up for grabs at the playoff in January next year.
Oh, and that's in Coventry, because that's leg 1.
And Neville, now with 10, but going to get a chance to move all in.
So, the behemoth's there. The grand finals there. Hey, Neville's all in for his 210,000. Facing Mitch's gun raise. I don't think he's going to be calling.
Probably not.
What with Mitch's stack?
Like Neville's still going to be really snug here, even off a 10 when Mitch opens gun, not going to be shoving light. Mitch does let the Queen 10 suited go.
So we're on 8, we're in the money. Trevor Reardon doubling up. First person to double up in the money. Unfortunately for Robbie, Bull busting on the bubble after a day 2 buying. And Nev with 15. Lines in next hand. Ace Queen for Stato has got 1.6 mil.
Jam for Stato here, I think, Tower. Mitch and Reese, sub 20. I think this is just the clear all in. Unless I'm missing something. There's it all in. Effective, and the stacks behind. Unfortunately, can't see Neville's cards.
S10, S9, King Queen, King Jack, 6s, 5s.
Ace 10. Pocket 8s. Something around there.
It'd be rare to see what he's tanking with, but gets out of the way. So Neville Betty. Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb. Black Betty, chef,
No, that is not Gary Neville, Brad. Nor is it Phil Neville.
Absolutely. Or Neville.
It's not Neville.
How did anybody do that?
Saw one of the funniest things on YouTube Reels the other day. So it was like footballers' tweets from years and years ago.
Yeah.
And there's one of Phil Neville. He posted a tweet. He's like, gone for a walk and a read of a book or something. And Rooney replies, this is like 2003. He goes, "You really are a boring blah." Like, I'm not going to use words. He goes, "You really are a boring this, Philip, aren't you?" Or something like that. But it was like a reel of all the old footballers' tweets. I'm sure he goes, "You really are a boring Philip." Did the dad play football, Neville? Did Neville play?
I don't think so. Sister did. Yeah. This wasn't the sister the England captain.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Or was she a basketball player or something like that?
Hold
or
on a minute.
netball?
You've just gone from football to basketball or netball. Completely different part of the body.
I think she was netball captain.
Okay. So you thought she used to play in goal? You thought she used to play in goal?
Yeah, goal scorer.
Yeah.
Goal scorer and all that. Pretty sure it was netball.
How you doing, Bondi? Welcome, sir. Opal as well. We're at the final table for the high roller. Really nice 3-bet spot here for Stato. Ace-5 suited could just make this 6 BBs. Nice one to use. Here comes the 3-bet. Does make it 6 bigs thereabouts. Annoying for Reese in a hand like this. We're going to have to dish it into the muck.
do.
Who will be folding Queen 5 suited. Not much we can do facing this 3-bet in front of us. And Jamie Dow should be letting the Queen 10 off go, just giving this one to Stato as he does. Nice pick up with the 3-bet.
All in the money. £3,730 now locked. First place, £33,268. So 8 players left in the money. Congratulations. Cash out satellites at 7 for the main event if you're playing that.
King deuce for Jamie out the way. And almost identical stacks with the man in his direct left, him and Stato sitting comfortably. Stato going to open.
Is it 50?
Neville finds jacks into the middle for 9 bigs and Stato for 9. Looks like he must have been near bottom, having to fold maybe like an ace 8 off, a suited king 4, something like that.
And yet again, Stato's box not working, don't it? It was the same cards, or it was a box issue. We'll have to report this. Just keep his eye on track 2.
Any birdies with Stato at golf the other day? Anyone get any birdies? Oh, Mitch played as well, didn't he?
Mitch played.
Mitch played.
And Paul.
Any birdies?
I didn't have any.
You didn't have any?
I didn't. I was struggling for pars. Telling me driving, all 4 of us driving was superb. But I think Spiller got about 4. I got 3 or 4 birdies. Played well. Played really well. Spills, but yeah, it was nice to get out. Problem was with the atmosphere, because it was so cloudy.
Yeah,
the atmosphere just means the ball goes nowhere.
Not when I play, mine always goes right. Don't matter what the weather is, it just always ends up going right.
But we now got the King Queen for Stato, so we know his box is working. Well, we just the same card for the last couple of hands. That's unfortunately not working. They do just tend to die during hands, unfortunately, when the action tracker realises that they're not being picked up, so they'll change deck. Trevor noise on him?
Yeah, he's just thinking here whether to defend or not.
Yeah.
Decides against it. Stato chipping up. Look at these stacks, Tower.
Yeah, you look at the top 4, then look at the bottom 4. Or top 3 now. The Simon Zach's lost quite a few.
ace-8 off for Jamie. Gets a bit different now for us when we had like a 15 BB cushion between us and second in chips. Potentially could have opened that hand, but now Stato actually having us covered. Yazoo only 10 bigs behind us. So from gun specifically, letting the ace-8 off go. Folds round to Neville on the button. And king-8 off for 12. That king-8 suited I'd probably go with here. This might be one that could potentially attempt to steal and then most of the time fold. Got Trev that can reshove those. I'll probably just fold for Neville actually. King-8 suited I might feel like one I'd go with. Is still going to take the king-8 off. And it's into Simon, who has Queen-Jack suited. And this should be a call tower. I'm almost certain Queen-Jack suited calls for 12 here. Button versus big, it's definitely in there. It's well in there in terms of chips. So even with ICM and us as the covering stack, I think Simon should be calling here. But we will see.
It's 12 out of 18 though, that's a problem.
Yeah, this is the thing. But like Neville should shove Queen 10. He should shove Queen 9, Queen 8 suited. He should shove Jack 10, Jack 9, Jack 8 suited. He's going to have all these like deuces through 8s that we're flipping against. He's going to have some like ace 4 which we're actually flipping against. So it's just how this hand fares versus the hands that should shove in terms of equity. And I would be calling a Simon. He may let it go. I feel like Queen-Jack suited versus a button shove specifically is one that does want to call.
Does he make that call?
No, he does not.
No.
Neville gets it through. This is like with the stacks, like the stacks have just pulled up there. Simon's actually sitting 4th in chips with 8 left and 18 big blinds. So maybe if you did plug the stacks at the table, look, there they are. If you plugged all of them into a little supercomputer and then you ran the ranges, maybe Queen-Jack suited does fold. Because Simon essentially 4th in chips, and if he calls and loses that one, he's down to 6 big blinds with outright short stack. I know that Queen-Jack suited would definitely call in terms of chips. Like it's well in there in terms of chips. It's not even like a few pips in. It's well in. So even maybe with some ICM, still likes calling facing this button shove specifically. But so hard to actually know these spots unless you're actually staring at them and you've plugged it all in. That's why it's so difficult. MTTs. Cash game grinders have got it easy.
For Stato.
Never thinking about taking the ace-9 suited here for 14 bigs. Oh, and if he does, it's going to be a yucky one for Stato. Oh. 5s seems really grim here, tower. Oh, sorry, it's actually 15. I thought it was 30k big blind. It's not 12, but Sai wakes up with aces anyway.
As you do.
Forget Stato. It's Simon who's potentially going to be stacking Neville. And then Stato will have an easy fold with the pocket 5s. There's the all-in from Simon. Nice easy decision now for Stato. Well, we're going to need to see some spades or a couple of 9s.
Well, Neville is heading for the door. That's as clean as you like for the aces.
Yeah, we got running nines, we got running 5 deuce for a chop, but that is the only avenue in which we don't lose Neville. And that will seal it.
And that is it. Simon Zach takes out Neville Betty. Well played, Nev. Well played, sir. £3,730. Just check the stacks. Has him covered. And Neville is out. Which leaves Mitch Johnson as shorty. Simon Zach.
That's why you fold the Queen Jack suited tower, because next hand you're going to get aces anyway.
That's exactly
and
right.
You're going to bust someone and pull yourself away from the bottom of the pack. Feel for Reese, to be fair, Tar. He has literally been looking at napkins all of this final table. Every time he looks down, couple of napkins, next hand, couple of napkins. You just can't do anything but fold.
It's true.
Been patient, trying to wait for that spot to come.
Whoa, black penny, bam, lamb. Neville Betty in the money. Yeah, there's Jamie Bott, come for some lessons.
I think Botty rooting for Reese. I think Reese is from Midlands,
Yep.
same as Botty. I think he knows him well. Seeing how he's getting on.
Will be a cash player. All right, mate. Good luck.
He's feared from Coventry to Walsall at the cash tables, is Reese, I've heard. Don't think I've ever actually sat at the table with him in the Midlands, but no, he does play a lot of cash.
Alright, where are we up to, says Gary? Neville Betty out in 8th. Robbie Bull out in 9th. As a bubble.
See off opens button for Jamie. And once again, Reese peels some trash in the big. Has to fold.
Top 3 stacks well safe. In the bottom 4.
Well, that's Stato-ing Yazoo busting this orbit then, Tara. Now you've said that.
Imagine.
If anyone can do it, you can.
130 big blind pot.
Didn't lend him any money.
So I had a guy who, you know, I was like,
Stato with ace queen. It was a good effort from Robbie, day 2 buying. Getting short.
Oh no, Mitch gonna have
Look
to
at
call.
this. Oh, the big smiles from the two mates.
Did he just slow roll him? I think Stato was like, oh, or something when Mitch called, and then slammed down the ace queen. Two very good friends off the table, so no malice here.
Indeed.
All laughs.
Very, very good friends they are.
Stato likely to have the last of those laughs today, unless Mitch can find a 3-outer.
Or diamonds.
Or diamonds.
No, I'm not hitting that. I've got 2 diamonds at the back. I don't think it is. I think it turns to be 4 of clubs.
Or chop outs. So a 4, a diamond, or a jack. Otherwise we lose Mitch.
Ah, king of spades on the river. Unlucky Mitch. Mitch Johnson's 7th. The bucket on the right side is Andy Bradshaw. You're alright, Simon. You meant the final. Tricky Trev with a 5 deuce. Out the way from gun. Simon Zach chatting away to Bradders. Chris Woods. About 3 tables out, bust out today.
That was another day 2 buy-in. Stato of 8-3 suited, can't do anything on the button. Reese can play a lot of jams here, but once again, he looks down at garbage. And it's going to be a walk for Yazoo, big blind only.
Chip leader Stato, Jamie Dale in 2nd. Not really done much on the FT so far. Simon under the way with Jack Queen. Jamie not able to do anything either. Stato now chipped up. Raising with ace jack, makes it 50. He's out, relinquishing the chip lead. Not done anything on the FT so far. Will there be time? There will be time.
I've had a bad one every time. I had a call in hand for an all in. Anything going in. No, I just can't say anything again.
$5,640 now locked between them. Zhao going to get involved. How big does he make it? No, he just calls with the ace queen suited. A bit of trickery from Yazao. Don't think this brings in Trev. So Simon with the tens, just calling out the big. What a flop. Any jacks about. Simon checks with the tens. Going to check calling any bet. And he bets to the initial opener. Stato. Could potentially raise with the ace queen. Just announces call. Simon, Zach says, go on then, let's see a turn. Well, the 9 brings Stato and a full house. Great card for Simon, Zach. His option. He's third of 3. Here comes the Walters. 5 of clubs, River. Could be a juicy one, but played pretty cool as this.
Nearly.
He played pretty cool. Simon, I think he leads this River.
Is Simon just flat here, pre-tower?
He did indeed. Stato made it 50. Yazao with ace queen just flattered. And so too did Simon, Zach. And then he's gone very cautious. Leaves the 3 big stacks. 2 big stacks behind Simon. If Simon calls any bet. It's whether Yazao wants to get a little tricky with ace high, which he is going to do, is picking up the blues.
This won't be working, surely.
No, I think Simon calls.
Bit check through turn tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, Simon. I doubt he's ever. Great that we have 10s with the 10 of diamonds as well. Actually, really relevant tower. Just Jack 10 suited, not a thing. So let's make the call.
This going to be a big one for Simon.
Now over to Stato with the 9.
I think he just calls. Has he been in the 9? Well, he has. He's been the 9 correctly. So ace queen shown and Simon Zach with the 10s. So Stato's going to pat himself on the back. relatively small. Simon Zag is all the chips back that he lost.
So when I got the waters,
yeah,
I'm coming back with the waters. Obviously, the door to get in the comms booth is a push door, so I've done the old walking backwards. I'm walking backwards. PK's coming out the other side. I've nearly fell over with the waters in my hand. He's caught me.
Oh, it was nearly a Del
yeah,
Boy moment.
I literally nearly had a full-on Del Boy moment there. I've literally coming backwards through the door with the waters.
Watch it, keep me cool.
Yeah, literally. And as I've leant on the door's gone whoop.
Imagine.
Oh, don't.
Watch it, Del Boy.
Ace Jack for Reese. I think this is going to be his time. He's been patient. Now does find Ace Jack from the hijack. Gets it through.
Bustout still chippy. Simon's like up to 55 bigs now. Yeah, I thought there might have been a call coming in from Stato, must have it, with the 9. But give somebody a bit of respect for the overs or even the off chance we had a jack.
Yeah, very good fold it turned out to be as well.
Yeah.
It was pot size as well from Yazoo. I think that's obviously an element to take into account. Maybe thinks that Simon's never call in worse than a 9, so sometimes call into chop at best as well.
So we're on 6, 11 bigs for Trev.
We can do is Trev. There's room for Simon to open with the ace-10. Raises to 55. Jamie here, king-queen suited at nearly 50, well 50 plus effective here of Simon, so we're like 55 effective, so I think even one that could potentially free bet, maybe slightly too shallow, but definitely continuing, whether it be in the call, form of a call or a raise, does find call. Check, check, flop, 9 of hearts on the turn. Actually really like the check here from Simon with the ace-10. One that we can just play check call with. Checks it over again to Jamie. And to be honest is here, like I probably never would barrel this hand as Jamie, but when Simon's turned around and he's having a chat with Slady and he's not interested in the hand, you can tell. It does look a lot like he has ace high, so maybe there could have been an idea to go bet flop, bet turn, bet river there, but the side's against it, and now I think it's just going to be check because now Jamie difficult to rep anything once we get here, and ace 10 going to be good for Simon.
$11 bigs for Trev, 12 bigs for Reese, and the rest are 50 bigs plus. Oh dear Jay, they've just blasted a worldie past the Spurs keeper.
Great. To be fair, we got rest players, got a big game at the weekend.
What are you playing?
Ipswich at home.
You could get 9.
I'm captaining Solanke for sure this weekend. I don't even care. I'm not. Haaland is gone.
Solanke will be the only striker you've got that doesn't score. Three minutes to go of the first. Is it the first level of the final?
Are you kidding me?
Second level. Yeah, we've got one more level to go until the, yeah, we're 6 minutes in, yeah, that's right. 6 minutes into the level, so after this next level, we're at 15:30,
Yeah.
a break.
Well, it looks like we could be five-handed as well, Tower, because Reece sending the ace 10 here for 12, and Jamie flatting the jacks, going to be snapping this one off.
Jamie Dale turns over jacks. Reece, who's not had much to play with at all, is only with ace 10.
Well, if you go back a few hours ago, Reece was basically out the door, Tower. There was 2 aces left in the deck and he buried it on the river. So,
can he do it again?
Well, there's only 2 in there again and no running diamonds. So Reece needs help.
It's on the turn this time.
Let's have it on the turn.
Say it'll be on the flop next time.
So Reece finds a 2-outer, now needing to fade the 2-outer. And he does. Doubles up through Jamie. We could have been down to 5. Reece once again spiking that ace. Didn't make him wait for it this time though. There it is on the turn. Yeah, I get that, Tim. I actually got back to the hand at the river action, so I missed everything pre, but I'm guessing Simon could just jam 10s pre in that situation once it goes open call. I think most people certainly would, so maybe feels like Simon just has a 9 at best there. Well timed fold from Stato still.
That's over the 9-6 suited.
I do expect to see fold here from Stato, but he is going to get slightly out of line. We do have the chip lead, but we do have this reshove stack of Reece and the reshove stack of Trev. And oh, sorry, Reece has just doubled actually, so it's just Trev in the big that's short now. Reece actually working with 28. Could have potentially gone for a fruity little free bet there, facing the cutoff open, but decides to fold. Yuzu will do the same, and over to Trev with the Queen 7 off here. He'll get out of the way.
Not doing anything with the Queen 7.
We are in Blackpool, north-west of the country.
Yeah.
Is it Irish Sea? We're on the Irish Sea?
Yep, it is indeed. Boom.
So last level of the session, 15k, 30k now. Graphic will correct itself, hopefully off this hand.
15-30.
Trev finds the king, blind on blind, moves all in from the small, does get it through.
How much is fish and chips from a good chippy in Blackpool? That I don't really know, but I'd say about a tenner these days. Don't think you get much change now from a tenner for good fish and chips. But I couldn't tell you, couldn't actually tell you the last time I had fish and chips in Blackpool, or anywhere to be fair. It's been a long time. Everybody raves about the cottage in Blackpool, and I haven't been for years. If you want fish and chips. Simon in the small with the 10-7 Seward.
Yeah, just a fold facing this gun open.
Yeah.
Can't really do too much. Simon. Same as Jamie really here. Ace-10 off, just wants to play cool in the big. Not going to get aggressive. Just seems like one option available.
Nine, 2 jack, 2 clubs. That's all. Flopping best.
I still think Jack 9 deuce, board that we will have more bets on than checks. Usually second pair can be some nice check backs. Oh, interesting one for Jamie. We're never folding here with the ace-10, ace of clubs, definitely continuing. I think maybe this one with ace high doesn't do any raising, just always lands on call. 3 of diamonds turn. Could likely see this go check now once Jamie calls our flop bet. I feel like Queen 9's a nice one to check back now. Bustout.
This is a Queen of Diamonds.
Oh, and this could be bother for Jamie Tower, this river card. With this 10 interaction, he might feel like he needs to bluff at this now. With 10 in hand. Is going to check. We do still beat some ace-8 through ace-4 suited, I guess. Some hands that will be in there that we're ahead of. But as I always say, Tal, when you think about how, I guess if it's like the Queen of Clubs, it's just going to be a mandatory bluff then. But when you think about our calling range on the flop, we're going to have Jack X, we're going to have 9X, we're going to have all these straight draws. All the straight draws now either make a pair of queens or a straight. We can still have a Jack, we can still have a 9. So where we're at in our range, we're really low down here with just ace high when the board runs out like this as Jamie. So I Thought he might attack on river, but it's a well-timed check because Stato's sitting 2 pair.
Call from Jamie. Stato adds to his stack over 70 bigs.
Do you want to take this one from Nick Tower?
No.
Please take this one from Nick. I'll get the next cup of teas in. Nick says, Jay, with the BB and the Big B ante effectively at 60k big blinds, how come the graphics don't take the ante into account and display Yazoo on 40 plus BBs? It's because everyone posts the big blind ante.
You don't post a big blind ante every single hand. You do it once an orbit.
And the reason that you don't see big blind antes online and you see them live, all it's there for is to speed up the game.
Yep.
If we had a running ante right now,
the dealer would be saying,
everyone,
blinds in, please.
Everyone would have to put in 4k each, which would account to 32k anyway, which is effectively the big blind ante. So it literally all it does is speed everything up.
If you think he's only got 40 bigs, and he puts 30 and 30 in, the next hand he doesn't put 30 in. Count how many big blinds he's still got. So he has. You look now, ace 8. He's in the hijack. He's not put a dime into the pot.
40 bigs.
He's got 40 big blinds. Don't take into account the running and the big blind ante as an ante. It's part of the game, and like Jay says, it's only to speed it up, which is why it's never been introduced on online, because online's fast enough anyway.
Yeah.
Because it does it for you.
As Jamie here, do we call or do we click? This is kind of interesting. I think we just call. We still got room to fold. If you, whoa, he lets the 9s go. Trev for 9 big blinds. LP versus LP. I'm not sure about that one, Tower. Yes, Yazoo is open, but Yazoo's open from hijack. He's still going to open fairly wide. Trev can shove like ace deuce suited upwards. He can shove king queen king jack. He'll shove all the pocket pairs, 8s through deuces. So there's just so much in range when we've got 9s that we actually do very well against as Jamie. And then when we play flat, Yazoo shouldn't be getting out of line, and he'll just, if he does jam, he's just always got it, and then we can fold. But I'm really surprised that the 9s hit them up there for Jamie. Would have had to win a flip. You never know, might have been doubling Trev up anyway, but Trev gets that one through.
There's a spelling mistake in the chat box. It says Spurs have scored.
Lovely.
Spurs goal. Lines 15:30, 30 more minutes of this session to go.
Any limps about for Stato?
Like it.
How much has Reese got now? He's actually got like 20 odd here now. Not going to jam as Stato, but either limp or raise not all in. Keep forgetting that Reese doubled. He's not as short as he once was. So Stato makes it 105 with the 10s, with the intention to call a jam if met by 1. Reese out the way with the 6-5.
Trev doing nothing with them. Short stack at the table. Stato got napkins on the bottom.
$65k from Reese. And fairly small hit. I always say when we're blind on blind, like don't really do too much of making it 2 BBs. Just the big blind gets to defend so wide in position. Like I expect Yazoo to continue here, even 9 do suited, getting 4-1 with position. Be surprised if he folded this one. But if we just make this like 90k, 100k as Reese, we just win the pot. Now Yazoo getting to call and take this hand to the flop with position.
King 10 is the flop.
And that will be it though. Continue from Reese.
Turn around.
Well, I say that will be it. Yazoo's just.
It's Yazoo, that's what he says.
He just. The milkshake man does love to stir things up. He just loves it sometimes. He just loves taking any given spot. Like here, 9 deuce of spades, just deciding to get after it. Maybe feeling that Reese is just going to c-bet this board 100% and like a lot of his hands will still whiff here on King 10 rainbow paired board, and I don't know what's going on with this man half the time. He has his own game, he plays his own way, but one thing I will say, when he does get aggressive, usually timing is very good, as it was there. Gets Reese to fold, 9 deuce of spades for Yazoo, does the trick, thought his hand over. Not on Yazoo's watch.
6 left. 5,640 locked.
Jack 6 suited for Stato opens and Reese here, ace 9 off. This is one like maybe we could go like 140 with tower. I think maybe aggressive route could be in order. Stato's playing so many hands right now. Just make this 140. We got a tidy little combo to choose from, but decides against it. But just gone through the gears. The last sort of 15-20 minutes, Stato wider opens, maybe just recognising no one's really 3-betting him. No one's playing back. Like there, it was a really nice spot for Reese to potentially get aggressive tower, facing the cut-off open. Didn't take the aggressive route, and just another raise and take for Stato.
Sometimes waking up on a hand is not a good thing. That's what I'm saying. You'll flick over aces and that'll be the end of me. Especially in tournaments, sometimes you don't want to pick out that make money just by sitting in a chair. Yeah. I think if I want to win it, I'm going to have to win out some point.
Yeah, Barak, I think that one personally, ace 9 off, I think the one that I'd probably throw into the free bet not all in as a bluff, like that polar range, and then balancing it out with like our aces through jacks, ace king, ace queen suited, and then throw in the jams with stuff like the suited ace x, the king queen, the queen jack suited, the queen 10 suited, ace queen at some frequency, ace king at a very small frequency, because this is the one that I do want to offset with the free bet not all ins as value as well. So probably would have just made that 140 there as Reese with the ace 9.
King high flop, 2 clubs, king 6-4 for Reese.
Like jamming's still probably going to be fine, Baraka. Just, I think that particular one maybe plays better as the sort of free bet not all in as a bluff. Like I'd probably choose like the middling offsuit ace x, just these hands, the one specifically blocking the aces, ace king, ace queen, and then aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace king, ace queen suited for value that we free bet not all in as well, and then the hands that we just open rip, like the suited wheel aces over the open, the king queen, the king jack, jack 10 suited. And then I wouldn't do it always, but once in a while throw like some ace king in there, ace queen that we also just jam rather than free betting not all in at a frequency, just so we've got some like primos in there when we jam as well. But one thing I'm pretty sure of is aggressive route should have been taken, whether it's jam or whether it's free bet. Feel like with Reese's stack now, maybe seem like too many to just go over the top with Trev sitting there with just 11. Yeah, that's probably like the strategy I'm going to go with, Baraka. Whether it's right or not, or whether there's better ways to eke out more EV, I don't know, but that's probably what I'd adhere to.
King high flop, king 8-3.
And I think that like all our, when we have 17 bigs and we're free betting not all in, all our free bet bluffs need to contain an ace. I think that's sort of the key thing. So like, I think like the offsuit middle in are like the nice ones to choose, and then we just fold like ace 5, ace deuce off, we shove ace deuce through, so ace 5 suited, we shove like the ace jack, ace 10, etc. Back to the action, small blind. Simon flops a pair of eights, goes for a lead for 50k. Good fold that from Jamie. I might see some people call once there with nut queen high on the king high board, blind on blind. Simon finds a pair on the barn. Unsuited jack 6. Even versus 2.5x here, Stato would defend. Defend he does. So ace 10 7, 2 spades, flush draw for Stato, and flush draw, no waiting around. Instant service on the turn, 7 of spades. Gives Stato the best of it. And may put his lead-in shoes on straight away here once he turns this flush. That's lead for 130 and fives of Simon, no spade. Just can't see a world in which this hand wants to continue. But he's thinking about it. Bank is used. Like, the problem with this is, Simon, like, yes, we can have the best hand, but even against Stato's bluffs, we're like 60% of best. Like, if Stato's even got like a jack 9 with a spade, he's got an 8, he's got a jack, he's got a 9, he's got a 10, he's got an ace, he's got a spade, he's just got so many outs, and it's just one of those. Although we can have the best of it as Simon, and Stato could be bluffing, even his bluffs are going to have high equity within that spot. He just thinks better of, lets it go. Final 20 minutes of this session will take us to a 15-minute break.
When's the next break? Level 21.
6-7 off for Stato. Blind on blind. Let's start things off with a raise. Makes it 105 and Reese for the same hand, but suited in the pick. There is the call. Both players flop the 6. So this is always getting chopped up if we get to showdown. Stato does have the betting lead here, and it's going to continue from the looks of things. Goes for 80k, third pot. And Reese has snagged a pair of 6s here, but not the best looking board for us.
It is not all them diamonds.
Stato
into the bin.
Gets it through.
Is it okay to go for a break after this level? Okay, yeah.
Some game in that Galatasaray.
I'm not asked either way.
Because Morris keeps updating.
Yeah, I ignored that.
Oh.
After this level. Yeah, Frankie, that's all right after this level. We basically played 3 levels anyway. Yeah, we played like. That's if I'm here. I might be in the toilet before.
Come on, says Trev. Give me a hand. 11 bigs. Now looks down at King 4.
Need to take for Simon.
Order 1.4 mil. Simon Zach, 47 bigs. That's up 82 bigs. Big chip leader. 6 left. 15-minute break at the end of this sesh.
Yeah, about 14, 13 minutes. Means I get to watch some of the Spurs.
How about you, Spurs? How many left? There are 6 players left. This is the final table. Final table bubble was 9. Final table bubble was 10. And then we got to final table, and the money bubble was 9, and that was Robbie Bull. Robbie Bull 9th. Eighth was Neville, Mitch Johnson 7th. Taken out by his good buddy, Stato. Plenty of players started to come into the casino to play the satellite at 7. Cash out satellite should be busy. Reach with the jack 8.
Osimhen hat-trick. It's reason Galatasaray were favourites. The bookies rarely get it wrong, do they?
Andy B says, don't look at the score, Jay.
We're already through in that anyway.
How many's in the Conference League? 40, 48, 64?
A lot.
And top 50 go through or something?
This is the Europa, this isn't the Conference.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Still the same thing.
Yeah. That's how they get round the Super League that they wanted. You just have that many teams in the Champions League and the Europa now.
Well, there's probably going to bite them in the arse, ain't it? Because Real Madrid don't look like qualifying for the Champions League.
Do they not?
Yeah, they've lost 3 of their games.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Bayern Munich on a cert either, PSG on a cert either, so that would be great if none of them made it through.
Celtic are?
Yeah, well,
we've got 7 points, Celtic.
Yeah, Celtic are above Real Madrid.
They'll be changing it back if Real Madrid don't qualify.
(3-1).
Wow.
I was already 3-1. That goal made it 3-1. I thought that was 2-1. How can you get a hat-trick at 2-1? Of course, 3-1. And then Curtis, why do people come in just to tell me Spurs are doing well?
How do Curtis?
It's like when Spurs are losing, they literally check to see if the stream's on, just to come in the chat box and say, you alright?
I love it.
Well, the only good thing I've just realised as well, 9 minutes time we're on break, the football should be on half time, so I don't even have to get to watch the
you don't even get
the
to
diabolical
watch it.
performance that is occurring.
It could be 3-3 at half time. You never know. Stato big chip lead, heading towards the break.
Did you get much chance to... Who's you partnered with at golf?
Pardon?
Who's you partnered with at golf?
Stato.
It was Stato. Did you get much time to chat to him about, has he been playing much since EPT, since that result?
I did. I asked him what he'd done, and obviously what he'd done. He just said he obviously didn't tell it all himself. Didn't ask exactly how much. And I said, has it changed your life? He went, yeah, it's made it easier. He says, to be fair, he says, I'm now just a poker player, but I've now bought my house,
yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a mortgage anymore.
Yeah.
So he's going to play a lot on the circuit like he always does. Got good friends around him that play the circuit with him, like Mitch, who we bust out, so they're not mates anymore. No, it was nice. Nice to have a chat with him. Like you say, it's first time we've seen him since he won, or he came second in it, and chopped it for chunks.
Stato chopped EPT Barcelona heads up for just over $1 million, wasn't it?
Yeah, just under 1.1 million.
Just under 1.1 million.
Seat 2.
Heads up versus Stephen Song.
And we got lucky. And Stephen Song ran
more than once
pure.
as well.
Ran pretty pure as Stephen Song. But yeah, seat 2 and Stato and Hume second. We chopped it EPT Barcelona. Both got over $1 million. And obviously, nobody has 100%. Very few people nowadays have 100% themselves, and they all admit it. It's not as if it's like something that we're saying out of the ordinary.
Thinking about free bet here as Stato with the Queen 10, maybe going to get after it. And there we go, cutting out some chips. It's going to find a well-timed free bet. Nice chunky sizing as well. Nice big 8 BBs. 10 BBs out of position. Simon actually going for 2.5x here to open. So full 4x from Stato, making it 10 bigs, and I think that's just going to be end of hand tower.
He is using that stack well. He really is.
So annoying for Reese, would have had a hand that potentially could have gone with. Now just has to fold with this action occurring in front of us. And Simon should be doing the same when it's back on him. So break approaching, guys. Only going to be 15 minutes, as we did have the 30-minute dinner break before the FT started today.
Yep. Well, I'm down to 2 minutes. The clock is the purple one. This will be the last hand, is it?
We will find out.
We will. 15-minute break on its way. Into the hunt we go.
Last hand of the sesh for us.
Which is indeed.
Simon opening.
Oh no.
Oh no, 4 minutes. I thought that said 30 seconds. I thought it was 30 seconds. Get them off.
Try to call out the big. From yours out. No, he says. No thanks.
Do for Simon out of the way from Jan. Right then, Tom Clack in the chat.
Hey, Tom. That was Mr. Thomas Clack. Did you go to Malta? Did you play elsewhere? Did you win a package with the team? And when do we see you next?
So I think this is just some strategic tanking going on from Yazoo here. So recognised 5 minutes on the clock, so he took a minute in the big. He's probably going to take a minute in the small here. We'll use his 30 seconds, maybe one time bank. There you go. And this is just so when we come back after the break, Yazoo is on the button, or potentially the cut-off, depending how far he wants to take this, but just basically manipulating the clock.
Yep.
So that when we come back after the break, we are cut off or button.
Long time to tank though, 2 minutes.
Well, he started last hand, didn't he, in the big? Remember, 5 minutes on the clock, just under. We thought it was the last hand.
Yeah,
he was tanking in the big blind, so he's literally almost made sure that we get
one more hand in.
And I'm pretty confident this will be the last hand, because if you just tank those 2 hands, big and small, almost certain he'll be tanking on the button to make this the last for us.
Oh, a bit of Malta and then got ill. Otherwise I'd be playing this. Stato spent all his EPT money.
Won it, lost it to Tower at golf this week.
Fortunes. Great to get out with the lads. North Shore Golf Club.
You say you played off 7, didn't you?
Sato does, yeah.
7?
Yep, he can hit the ball. Tell you, all four of us was like TV tee-offs. Two down the middle.
Hold on, any cameras, anyone else there? Just you four, let me guess, just you four, no one else on the course, and you hit straight drives, every single one of you, every hole. Yeah, I'm sure.
We didn't look for a ball all day.
Yeah, all right, I believe you.
Great.
So, it's going to be the last hand.
This is going to be the last
on
hand.
the button.
He's out, we'll be knowing what to doing. Now then, Trevor. He says, do I want to be on the button? Ooh, he's like... Simon's actually definitely makes it the last hand, because we have a call with A6 of diamonds. And the guys are off for their 15-minute break.
Could be that.
Check. Bet the button.
Probably fold. We know backdoor diamonds from Simon, so I think this will be it. Our check bet fold.
Yep.
We're taking 15, and we will be back at.
Oh, whoa.
What?
Simon's.
Did he snap him?
He snapped him. He's going to lead the turn.
Maybe just thinking ace high can be good, which he can against like some queen jack, queen 10, all this type of stuff, but maybe we at least want the backdoor flush draw to go alongside our ace high. And 3 on the turn.
river. We just get there. We just get there.
Goes for some value on the end as well.
Gets a nice bit of added value on the last hand of the break, before the break.
I don't think Yuzu's going to call here though, because this 6 is a really bad river. Or as I always say, interaction with like the 5-6, 4-6, 5-6. Now even making a pair or a straight. We do beat some club draws. That's the thing that Yuzu's mulling over here. We beat stuff like 10-8 of clubs, like these sort of middling club combos, but a bit far-fetched to hero and does let it go. See you in 15.
I've never had a losing trick, but as I say, because I'm not playing these monster fields a lot of the time as well. I think that helps. You know, like mixed games, a lot of times the 200-300 runners, not 3.5.
Well, the one dayers are absolutely perfect, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you took a nice score on one of them. You won one.
Yeah.
Turned up one night. Yeah, I won that one. Just turned up one night, which was a nice score.
And then I won a daily last year.
Yeah.
And then I think I cashed next 5 or 6 tournaments, but I think it's like a confidence thing.
Of course it's and you're in form and you think you can't be beaten.
Yeah.
It's always good.
So
always good. Well, keep going to Vegas because it does seem to be good to you.
A week today.
A week today, very nice. Look forward to seeing you out there. You've been,
Sunday, don't you?
yes, indeed. You've been in the game over 2 decades. We'll mention that. What's the plans for the next 10 years?
Slow down.
Really? Yeah. Pick and choose whatever you want to play.
Yeah. I probably won't travel much in this country.
No.
You know, it'll all be like north. Yeah, and just pretty much slow down.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, pick and choose the right ones.
Well, hopefully, yeah. As I say, it'll be Blackpool, Leeds, Manchester sort of thing. But yeah.
Just slow down a little bit, but just keep playing and keep smiling.
Yeah, as I say, I don't know how long mind will stay sharp.
Good luck in the future. Good luck in Vegas when you go next week. Good luck in the future. It is an absolute pleasure because you have been around 20 odd years and we have seen you in the card rooms and entertaining us on that Dealer's Choice in Blackpool. If you weren't there, you missed an absolute treat. Riggit, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Top man.
Cheers.
One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bousey.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
Long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, yeah, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, you know, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good, you know, good game, good pots, and everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, you know, he was on my table, you know, I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing, you know, there's a lot of the lads who were still, it was a really good community, you know.
It's an amazing community and we'll come to that during this little chat, but can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you it's 2007.
2007, yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a tour, the gala tour that started.
Yeah.
Before Govan had bought them out.
Yeah.
I
think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was.
The gala tour. Yeah. Like the Teesside. The Teesside gala was massive for you lot, especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour back in the day. We would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And yeah, I finished. Maybe a side event, a £200 event, maybe finished 4th or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, exactly. And you've probably still got the £865 in the pocket somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was white fivers on Monday. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GUKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GUKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm going to have to start travelling around a little bit?
Yeah, they both were running like side by side.
Yeah.
And the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights at Blackpool before the GUKPT took it over. And I was blown away. I walked in the casino. The atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. You know, I still love that feeling when you go there. Yeah. I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other. You know, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season 1 because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. And maybe Newcastle, was it Newcastle League?
I think there was,
I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle. Yeah,
it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going. I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GUKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
2008, Gala Tour, you started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the play was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, you know. I didn't think, you know, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, you know, in general, but back in the day there was a lot more like gamblers who play, you know, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, you know, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, you know, and so
your first main cash in a GUKPT.
Yep.
Probably your favourite stop.
Yep.
And you're probably your favourite casino for a GUKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool, yep.
2014, finished 10th.
Yeah.
You know, is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's, you know, as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. You know, there's cash games at all levels. There's small buy-in tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. And they come for the holidays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, you know, so they really enjoyed that. And it's still great to this day. You know.
Same season, the grand final. 10th. Gutted not to hit the final table, I'm guessing, especially with the first prize.
Lost. I remember. I mean, I was short stack, believe it or not. I played my short stack very well, so nothing much has changed in 15 years. Played short stack really well, and then doubled up right at the end of day 1, and kind of got in the game. And there wasn't many of us come back to day 3. Sorry. Wasn't many of us came back, and I got in a big flip, 9s against Ace Jack with Charlie Cavill, who ended up, I think it's his first live tournament.
I know,
He ended up going on to win it and winning about 84 million, and I've had about £200 cash since,
Brilliant. Obviously the grand final and the Vic, it's got that thing. A lot of people say it's one of the toughest fields assembled in Britain. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think there's a good mix of like kind of local like businessmen who play, you know, as well as like the tour regs, and occasionally get people coming in from all over playing, you know. So that was. I mean, the other thing was, well, I was working quite a lot then, and that time of year I got a lot of time off in November, December, so I would play Blackpool in the grand final. But I would say there was a really good mix of standards. You know, there were some really good players. You know, and you look at the fields. If you look back through the time, you know, the ones who've won it. You know,
absolutely.
And keep on coming time after time. There is some class players go there.
We move on to Vegas, 2016.
Yep.
Was that the first time you ever went? Because that was your first cash.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
I only went for a week.
Everybody goes to Vegas for the first time at cashes.
Yeah. To be honest, I only went for 4 days.
Really?
Yeah, I was going for a week, and my daughter had a show in London, so but it was organised after I'd booked the trip. So I had 4 or 5 days there and then came home. So played one tournament, cashed it, and this is easy.
Left with all the dollars.
Vegas is easy, yeah. I'll come here again. Hasn't quite worked since, but yeah.
Brilliant. We introduced the National Poker League.
Yep.
And I'm just going to quickly run through what you've done in it.
Yep.
2019, second.
Yep.
2020,
yep.
you won it.
Yep.
2021, seventh.
Yep.
2022, fourth.
Yep.
2023, must have been a shock to finish ninth.
You
know what, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I want the steward's inquiry for that.
What is it about the NPL that just like brings out the best in John Basfield?
I just like league tables and league points, and like, so I've always been the same. I mean, the Gala Tour actually had the leaderboard back in 2007, and I won that. That's funny enough. So I kind of always like, when that, I've got something to aim at throughout the season.
Yeah.
And when the NPL was first discussed, I kind of heard a few rumours behind the scenes, and I just knew I was going to give it a good go, you know. It's obviously a big commitment it's been for the last 5 years. But I've loved it, and of course each year you get new players, cover new faces turning up, and kind of giving it a go. And then some of them drop by the wayside when they realise how tough it is to the stamina you need for the full season, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
If you put a list together of the NPL over since 2019, you're top.
Yep.
But you're not just top.
Yep.
You're top by an absolute margin this wide.
Yeah,
That's a testament to yourself.
Yeah.
But it just shows, with the NPL as well, it just shows how the players take to it.
Yep.
And obviously you do see the same faces in the top 10 for a few of the years, but it just means you're still got to be playing and getting results.
Yeah, you have, especially the way they changed. I mean, I know I've got quite a big lead in the NPL, like overall leaderboard, if you like, but it was a couple of the years you got points for cashing, so it's a little bit of a cheat, 'cause I got a few extra points there when you were just getting points for playing rather than cashing. They've changed it to cashes, which was a lot better, a lot fairer, you know. And obviously a lot of people have stuck to that as well and give it a good go. This year they've added more stops, which has been tougher again for a lot of people, but we'll kind of see how that goes, you know, next season, see what it's like then.
2022, your biggest cash.
Yep.
31k, the mini main. Was it disappointing not to get the win, or is it all about the trophies at the minute?
Yeah.
Obviously 31k.
I like money.
Yeah,
I like trophies. I like the fame, the press. But no, it was. I was well down heads up, so it was a little bit disappointing because he had a part of one ship lead, and I managed to get just in front, and then lost hands straight away. So it was like I took about 3 hours grinding back the level, got in front, and then I bluffed it all off. Yeah, which I don't do very often. So,
favourite stop? I know we've touched on it a little bit earlier, but where is your favourite stop in the UK?
Yeah, Blackpool. Yeah. Blackpool without one doubt. Blackpool and London have always been my two for the grand final. The Vic's like a great card room, you know, and Blackpool is definitely up there. Yeah. Leeds, but I love Leeds as well. We're here now today, Leeds. It's my most local one, so it's very, very friendly. You know, you get a lot of the same faces turning up for that. I really enjoy coming down here, and we still get a lot of the Teesside lads who don't travel as a group. We still get a few coming down here. You know, it's closer.
A few weeks ago, we posted like 20 faces on who would be the picks for the GUKPT Hall of Fame. Would you have any inclination of who would you, if you had three, if they came to Bousey and said, Bousey, give me 3 names?
Yeah, I would have to say, I wouldn't put me in it, so I did get a couple of mentions, but I wouldn't put me in it with the main event. I haven't done well enough in that, I don't think, but I would say, looking back over time, Kimber for his record, Jeff Kimber for the record he had for so many years. Ben Windsor for them. For,
the grand final wins and the 3,
And I'd probably put, I mean, the third one's close because you could put any of 10 of them, but Matt Davenport.
Let's do it again. Here we go. Next session with us. There are 6 players left.
2 hours taking us up to about 9 o'clock, 15-minute break, and then I think will be the final session. I think we will get the full in for this sesh. And Yuzu going to kick us off with the Ace Queen. The blinds are up, guys. 20k, 40k. Jamie with the king 10 in the big blind, and from the big, probably just always defending here. Can't see any other option.
So does Jamie. Yep, he does defend. 9-8-3 flop, 2 clubs.
So ace high is still the best of it. So you're going to continue. You're going to go for the big bet here on the 9-8-3. 2/3, just shy of. Jamie's king 10 against this side is going to have a real difficult time continuing.
$5,640 next out. 33,260. And the trophy.
And the points.
And the points, if it means any points to anybody. I know it was Tricky Trev anyway. He's not had a bad year, has he?
No, Tricky Trev. You got
what we got?
Yazoo, yeah, at the bottom, 24th.
Yeah.
You never know, he could make a late charge.
He could. Playing on. Well, he's cemented himself in, what is it, 24 5k packages typically played off for. Definitely in for that. There's the top 10 of them. So he's definitely in for the 5k packages when they play that in Coventry Leg 1 next year. Look forward to that. Coventry Leg 1. What we said before.
Trev with 5 bigs. Ace 10 has to go.
Trevor.
Simon with king jack. ISO in.
King jack for Simon. Here we go. King on the flop. Trev needing to hit an ace or a jack. 6 of clubs. Ace or a jack.
Complete for Trev.
Oh, not anymore!
That is Broadway.
Oh, give me that river, baby.
Not straight on the end for Trev. Back to 480. The spinner started. 12 big blinds. Much more wiggle room now.
Go on the Trev.
Reese doesn't like to see that though.
No, that's true. Reese on 13. Mackham's Mackham. Hopefully by Luton we'll know everything regarding next year. That's the plan. So in a couple of weeks' time we'll be in Luton. In fact, you said you got. There you go. So we're there the 21st of November. So we should hopefully have a lot of information regarding that, because we're there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the first week, and then Wednesday to Sunday on the final week of the grand final.
Jamie on the button here. A couple of 9s. Big hand to pick up. And then the Loopster. Welcome.
The Loopster.
Oh, here we go.
Whoa, Reese.
Going to be a jam from Reese, and it will be a call from Jamie.
So off we go again. 2 in 2 hands. Oh, no way. How on earth do we get out of this one?
4-5, 5-4 is the only avenue. That will dead it on the turn.
You hit the ace on the turn and it's no good. Reese. Oh, on the ace and the king on the turn of the river. That is pretty ill. Oh. Well played, Reese. Reese Keane, big cash player around the Birmingham area. They're finishing 6th for £5,640. Trev Reardon, after a double, there's another shorty, but now we're down to 5.
Nice ace king. Made 2 fair, but it was too late. No, it's not set. It was all in brief.
There's 5 players left, next level will be 30.
So I just told them that the next session, well, the next from now on in, will be a 30-minute clock. 5 players left. Down to a 30.
King 3 suited for Simon. Chooses to open this one from the hijack. Any free bets here from Yazoo Tower? Offer 25. It's going to go with fold.
He bins them. He bins them. It is indeed. It's the Northern Salt Championships, with the World Championships at the Blackpool Tower this week. Won't be there, but the town will be packed solid, full of talcum powdered, laced up widesters. What were the hipsters or what they were? The old trousers. It'll be busy in town, but unfortunately working all weekend. Might get into town afterwards, you never know. You wouldn't see them. Love to watch it. No talcum powder on the floor, please. The old Oxfords, they're the ones. So we're down to 5. Health and safety gone mad. No talcum powder, Northern Salt events.
Ace Jack for Trev. Blind on blind. Going to go for the trap here versus Simon, and it's probably going to work. Simon with the Queen Jack here. He's checked it. Oh, wow, off of 9 bigs here, Tower. I thought Trev's trap was going to work to perfection. It still may.
Look at this.
Because when we have this stack, we shouldn't really have too much ace-x. We're going to do a lot of jamming off a 10, blind on blind. Quick check, check, flop, 6 of diamonds turn.
Trev's got to put a bet in now, isn't he? Half pot size.
Could go even smaller. Doesn't even look like Simon's got too much with that nonchalant check back on the flop, but does actually have a queen here.
So about 55 and a call. Check mark for Trev. Bet again.
Yeah, has to go for value as Trev here, and I think Simon has to call. Just because there shouldn't actually be too much ace-x in there theoretically. At 10 effective towers, Trev should shove.
$95.
Yeah, once we check this back as Simon and Trev's not shoved off of 10 bigs, it's... I can't see a world in which we fold Queen Jack here, Tower. I really can't. And
one chip call.
Trev going to show the Ace Jack, which is good. But could have potentially got him pre these two, blind and blind.
Good evening from the Maideen Hotel. Raquel Hesp watching the live stream. Have you been busy this week? Half term finishing that, kids going back to school, last holidays before Christmas. Are you busy this weekend, Raquel?
Aces for Simon.
The boots.
Goes for 3x though, Tower. Wonder how the table will read into this. Let's just get it through raise and take.
Five players left. Jamie Dale in the hat. Stato. Andy Hume. Yu Zhao Yin. Trevor Reardon. And Simon Zach. Evening, Russ. One of Simon's good mates.
To be fair, he's done well there. Simon's actually done really well not to double Trev up. Them two hands at 10 effective, blind on blind, should just always be getting in tower. But somehow we went down a route where they didn't. So although he paid the river, as he had to, if anything, Simon's come off best. Just could have gave Trev the full double.
Trevor Reardon up to 16 bigs. So we'll be binning them. Spurs down to 10 men. They're going to give Galatasaray a chance.
Yep.
That's what they're doing.
Exactly that.
We'll take one off, see if we can score.
So Stat are going to choose the 10-7 off here to get aggressive with as the chip leader. However, Yazoo with one that even versus this 3.5x just shy off should be continuing suited 5-6 with position. Just such nice playability. Position on the opener. That was the call.
Jack high flop, Jack 3-7. Stato flop in second.
And always really difficult, these blind on blind spots. There's no usually clear situation. It will be do some of this, do some of that. And with the 7 here, exactly that. Could see either or here, tower. Check seems fine, bet seems fine. For Stato, it does go with a check. However, Yazoo maybe got one that could be a bit clearer, that could potentially start stabbing 6 high. We would be folding out some queen high, king high stuff. Got the gut shot, got the backdoor clubs. So Yazoo with one that could potentially go for a stab here. And it's the 8 of clubs on the turn.
We'll bring the flush draw. And now that's all around it.
Now picking up this straight draw to go along with third pair. Stato now checking. And surely this is where Yazoo's got to start taking off with his hand tower. It just seems like too good a candidate not to bet now. Flop seems close whether we bet or not, but now we get here and we have 6 high and this enormous amount of equity. Might have been going for the bet, but Stato would have been calling, so it's well timed by Yazoo. Bricks out on the river, doesn't lose a penny here. And now probably going to see some value from Stato with a 7. Maybe still wanting to have some like flushes in range on river and stuff like that as Yazoo. Why potentially check back, maybe not wanting to get check raised could also be the other idea. Just feel like on the turn this hand's such a really good spot to just have a barrel with. Now we get here, 105 from Stato, and the hand, 6 high, can't do anything.
$16 bigs for Trev, 22 bigs for Yazoo. Game of Dale, trying to catch Stato.
Simon with the ace-8, 5-handed now, so effective hijack, it's going to open. No, he's not. We haven't seen any of this going on at the final.
Stato with the 8s, we'll be raising.
So Stato actually choosing to limp here.
115, is it?
Is that limp? Is that an over limp? Is that a black or a, it looks like a 25k, right? Has he called 40? It feels like, I feel like
I
he's
thought that was 115. We'll soon find out.
Yes, we will.
When we catch up.
So it was just a call
It
from
was just a
Stato.
call, and here's ours made it 700k.
So he's basically shoving his 20 bigs into the middle.
Yeah.
Just thinks that Stato's never got a hand that can call, so it's just Simon we need to worry about here, perhaps. But the problem Stato's got here, Tower, is when you think about hands that we limp here or over limp, like what's the best hand we have that limps? Because if we got any strong hands we raise, like an ace king, an ace queen, an ace jack, we're just going to ISO Simon. Tens we're definitely going to ISO Simon. Nines we're probably going to ISO Simon. So when we got eights here, it's probably the best hand we can actually have to call off in this scenario, when Yazoo might do this with some sevens through deuces when it goes limp limp. So it's a real grim spot for Stato here. I don't know what he's going to do, but when you think about limping and once we over limp, like surely we're going to ISO 9s and 10s, so this is probably one of the best hands we can ever have in this given situation. Looks like a man is about to let it go though, and he does fold, and Yazoo fades the flip. 3-2 now. Come on, you Spurs. Down to 10 men.
They don't need 11. Get one off and get a goal. Sorry, Tower, I had to check in another poker player. Like it. Like it. Hope it's a busy weekend for you, Raquel.
Stato taking the middling offsuit ace-X as the free bet, as the chip leader, and we'll be working versus Jamie's king 10. Gets that one through.
$7-8 for Jamie. Ray just calling out the big blinder for initial raise. On the small. 10-9-3 board, 2 clubs. Check race from Simon after initially raising pre. And yes, Jamie with the open ender to fold. Simon Zach with the moves. Five gets out of the way. Trev on 13 bigs also does the same. Jamie with the fives and the small, just small and big, makes it up. Pocket fives. Oh, Stato is going to raise it up as well.
Aaron, Jamie.
What we got? Just under 30.
Well, it's 27. Oh, so yeah, 30, just under 30 for Jamie. The blinds. No, we are at 20k, 40k.
Yes, 2040. Stato makes it 140.
Over to Jamie. Trev has doubled. He's got about 15 now. He's sitting with 25 and looks like he is going to go with it all. Goes for the jam. Gets snapped off by Stato, and Jamie with the fives has ran right into it here. Stato on his way to over half of the chips in play. Well over half the chips in play. Good for 60% of the chips in play if we can hold here with the jacks. And there's only 1-5 left in the deck for Jamie to find, so needing that case 5.
9-8-4. They're needing the case, 5 of spades, or running straight cards. Running clubs? No, clubs don't work.
6, 7, or a 5.
The 6. So a 5 and a 7 working to get out of this one.
Who's number 7? Back him on the road.
Whoa! And does with the 7.
That is a grim river to take for Stato. That is a filthy one.
Wow, wow, wow.
1 out for Jamie. Stato could have had 60% of the chips in play, but now Jamie is the chip leader and Stato down to 40 bigs. What a cruel run out. You see that flop and you think you're there with the clubs covered as Stato. The run in 6-7 comes in.
Jamie Dale with the Newcastle United hat on. That is a tough one.
King 8 for Trev. Can't see Trev doing much with this one, but we'll find out. Let's let it go. Jamie, newfound chip lead on the button, will definitely be opening this. Okay, 85k to go, and Yazoo with one that should just be defending. Defend he does. It's King Jack 5, 2 hearts here. So whiff for both. That board that Jamie going to continue high frequency, king high, good for range as the opener. Going to have plenty of bets on the King Jack 5. He's going to check back on this occasion. We are up against old fruity customer in Yazoo. And he does actually snag the best of it on the turn now.
On to Jamie, after the use our checks.
It's a king on the river, and I think we are going to see some value here from Yazoo. Target ace high, target stuff like 4s, 3s, deuces. Just feel like Jamie may start probing turn with some Jack X, maybe like some Queen Jack with Queen of Hearts, Jack 10, 10 of Hearts are ones that could potentially check. But I might go for a little eker here as Yazoo. Little, small little bet. Forget the eker. How about the bomb? That is a big old bet with just a 7 here, 180k into 230, so just north of 3/4 pot from Yazoo. Thought he'd choose a smaller size to really try and target some ace high stuff. The 180 just too large for Jamie to do anything with his hand. Toddy tunes in, says, evening lads, so you're telling me there's a chance?
There is a chance.
I think as well, don't tell him this, but I've heard.
Have you heard?
There might even with the grand final, with this event still going.
Yeah.
Some 25-50s. Might even be another one. It might even be 16 it's paid down to. So it might only be 2 people you got to jump in front of, Toddy, to get your 10k.
You are 16 points away from a 10k diamond package. 16.
Get yourself to Blackpool.
There's now 15 10k packages, baby.
He's just had to cancel all weekend plans. He's coming up north.
He's not going to the Gunners game on Saturday. He's coming to Blackpool.
See you in Blackpool. King Jack 4 starter on the button. Makes it 100k. Just putting an extra bit of juice on with Trev with the short stack and the big little 2.5x open. Raise and take.
last time you wrote like that? Not been doing very well.
Start out with probably the last 20. You've not even had 20. Yeah, about 6. I'm better than that. It feels like 20.
Queens for Jamie. Opens from under the gun.
Careful you don't drop that triangle. I don't know, I guess because... Does that count then? You just throw that in, I think it counts.
Roosters trying to satellite into the Behemoth in 14 minutes. That's kicking off.
Good luck, everything online going on. Plenty of news regarding online. We'll have tokens to give away. AJ will have all the news. Plenty to give away over the weekend.
Yeah, grand final package satellites starting as well. So if you do want to get to the grand final for cheap, head over to Grosvenor Poker online. Well, guys, if any of you are on Grosvenor Poker right now,
yes, what's happening?
They need 3 more. It starts at 2:15, to be fair. We got 13 minutes, but 3 more to start the satellite for the Behemoth, which starts at 7:45. So go and check that out. Oh, 2 more now. There you go. 1 straight in. A little bit of advertisement.
Nice one, Luke Sturk. Let us know if it takes off. We like it. Simon with a 10 raising to 120. 3x. Jamie Coles with the A7. Nice flop set for Simon. This will be check, check.
Yeah, trying to give Jamie a little bit of rope as the chip leader. Maybe expects him to start blasting when we show a bit of weakness. Just quads for Simon, as you do. Turning quad 10s. Checks again over to Jamie, and Jamie just wants to keep checking this hand. We're blind on blind, ace high. Search for showdown. But he won't be getting there cheaply because I'm almost certain Simon will be betting river.
How do we get some money? We don't get any chips from Jamie unless he checks and Jamie decides to pile. I don't think that's going to be the way this hand's going. John Perkins. Tower and Jay, do you think Grosvenor should do something with the players who can't get near these leaderboards? Players taking money out as the recreational players. It's so not right. To be fair, he's only taking 2% out of the 10% of cash.
So if you're playing a mini, it's like you're playing an extra four quid rake. That's
like
basically
£4.
Yeah, so it's
only taking money out of the players at cash, so that's only 10% of the field. And like Jay says, it works out at about £4. And for the promotional that goes on, if you are lucky enough to be able to travel round, if you do get round, then it's worth every single penny. Because a 10,000 package for the players that do play it on a regular basis, do say it's the best promotion that they've ever done. So work out the math. If Jay says it's literally like £4 rake, it's only 10% of the field that the money comes out of.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. It's £4 and then 10%. So it's essentially 40p. If you're cashing 10% of the time, well, 12.5%, so like essentially 50p is what's coming out of your pocket, John. And then you play 2 events at the start of the year. You win them both. You're top of the league. You've now got a bankroll to chase the league and the leaderboard. Suddenly you're in the mix.
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably like, well, for a mini, like 50.
Don't look at the 2% and think it's yours.
Yeah. Probably like 50p for a mini. How many minis you played this year, John? I'll sort you out. I'll give it to you back. Come see me. If you played 10, I'll give you a £5.
So blinds up to 25.50. We're still on 5. So Big TR sitting there trying to get into the money. Not trying to get into the money, but trying to get a double up so he can carry on being in. He's done a great job so far, getting in the money. 8 paid. Unfortunately, Robbie Bolt was Bubble Boy out in 9th. Stato with pocket 9s. Use how. Probably defend with the ace deuce. Could he jam? Ace deuce suited. Well, he's picking up raisin chips. And that is literally what he's just done. He's 3-bet, not all in. Stato was going to say I'm all in, and now the ace deuce figures out in. Stato has 9s, he's just lost jacks against 5s, and now he's all in 65% equity. Here we go. Huge pot. Huge pot for Stato. Huge pot for Yazao. who flops the ace. Whoa. Stato's going to get unlucky twice. He's going to get unlucky with the jacks against fives, and now he's going to get unlucky against nines against ace two. He just shows you need to win your flips. And Yazao has doubled up to 2.4, and Stato is crippled down to 8 big blinds. Takes it on the chin. On to the next hand, he says. Wow. So Wowzers unlucky for Stato. Still got 8 bigs just over. He's out 2.4 mil. Yeah, that's all you can do. You can get it in good, and he's got it in good twice. And Yazao is the beneficiary, and this one, Jamie Dale, the first one, that was just... Sometimes you just don't flip one. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, and that's why Jay and the likes of Stato just take it on the chin. Never moan, never say anything, never arms in the air, never bashing the table, none of that. Part of the game. It is one of those. So Simon just flops the absolute world. Spuddy turns up after a check call from Simon Zach. He's flopped the absolute world, hasn't he? Here's how he in. Hey Sally, so is Jay playing? No, Jay's just gone nip to the loop. He'll be back in a minute or two. Now Yazao has just doubled up to 2.2 mil. After initial raise 3 on the button. Coming out for a bet. Coming out for a bet 175. Simon, who flops the absolute world. So a better 175 and a call, and now Simon still with a check mark, obviously flopping the absolute lot. Does he shut down? Check call from Simon on the flop, check call on the turn.
A 6 is a really grim spot for Simon. The problem we got as Yazoo is like all this 4-5, 5-2 suited, 5-7 suited from the big. They're all in there. They go backdoor trips as well. But looks like Yazoo is going to go. Well, he's going to go for the block here. So going to go block in position for just north of 10%. Basically trying to fold out. What does this fold out? Deuces. I guess we get deuces to fold, but we beat that anyway if we check back. I doubt a 6 never folds for this size. So I'd love to know what Yazoo was targeting there to fold out with 10%. Maybe once he bet flops, so there shouldn't be any king highs in there. I'm trying to see. I've just caught the back end of the hand. That's Simon adding chips to his stack.
So Jamie Dale, C1, Andrew, Stato, Hume in C2, Izao Yin in 5, Trevor Eden and Simon Zach making up the numbers.
Nice hand for Yazoo. He'll open in the cutoff. Makes it 100k. We're going to see Simon do anything with Jack 7 from the small. However, Jamie in the big, covering stack, 6 deuce suited. I think may just get in. Seems cuspy, but wouldn't shock me to see defend. Obviously, offsuit would be straight in the mark. 6 deuce suited seems fairly close, but I think maybe when we're covering stack, may just get in there as Jamie. It's never nice going out of position to Yazoo, but forget that. Forget the defend. How about a free bet with 6 deuce of hearts?
Jamie Dale.
Where's he found this one from? Under his hat? This is some fine because I don't think it's ever in there combo-wise, but I'm sure Jamie's got some ideas and why he's taking this spot.
So flop of 3-8, queen, 2 hearts as well.
What I miss, Tower? All the chat giving you stick. I pop out for 10 minutes. No, Tower, this is it. You do this. You free bet call. You don't do this. You don't do that. Stop giving him stick. I went and got the tees. What happened? What happened with ace 2 suited? Well, Jamie flops a flush draw.
The 3-bet not all in against Stato's 9s. Obviously, just in case it goes all in, like that malarkey. But Stato lost a big flip. 9s against ace 2 of hearts. Ace on the flop. That's how Stato is down to 8 bigs. He's lost jacks against 5s and 9s against ace deuce.
We've got a big pot brewing here. 6 deuce of hearts for Jamie. Getting well out of line. Now out of position to Yazoo. And there's a milli in the middle. Yazoo picks up a gutter ball here. like in these spots now, I'm kind of clueless because we're sort of in imagination land as Jamie with our combo. One that probably is, well, is definitely never in there as a free bet at this stack depth at a final table, etc. Like in terms of range though, this 9 potentially better for Yazoo. He'll have Jack 10 suited. We should just call that from the big. He'll have like 8-9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially. Queen 9 suited might fold pre, but I think in terms of range, going to be a better card for Yazoo here. So Jamie checks it over. And over to Yazoo, who does pick up this gut shot. Does he feel the need to bluff though with ace jack high, or still feel like he's got enough showdown to check behind and see a river?
Who's that stood in the way? 6 of spades, river.
This is going to be fun because this should go check check, and I can't wait to see when these hands are span over. See if we get any facial expressions from anyone at the table, perhaps.
So he's out with ace high.
Is gonna go for a bluff here, Tower. 750k. Jamie's river the 6. So interesting. Like Yazoo, where's his value going to start here for this size? 750 is fairly meaty. Probably queen or better, right? And he can have queen 10 suited, can have queen jack suited. These are going to be viable checks on the turn when they pick up the straight draw. Can have some like king jack, king 10 as well, Tower, with backdoor diamonds. That's going to be in there. He'll have like ace x of diamonds, ace x of hearts, although we block some of that as bluffs. But like value here is probably just going to stem from a queen, king, queen jack, queen 10 that checks back. Whoa, Jamie is going to find the hero with the old 6 deuce. Have some of that.
Trevor Hayden stopped eating. What's happening here?
What a hero from Jamie. 6 deuce of hearts makes the call correctly on the end.
Wow.
And Yazoo. What a ridiculous call from Jamie. Credit where it's due.
Wow. Just wow.
Free bet the 6 deuce suited, bet the flop, check turn, river a 6, check call, like 3/4 pot. Love it.
You're Needleman. You're Mr. Belter. It'll be on YouTube. You can watch it all at your leisure if you want to. Been a great high roller start of the day with 35. We're down to 5. 70 in total. 22 day 2 buy-ins. Simon Zite being one of them. I do believe.
Yeah, I don't think we just, even as chip leader against second in chips, Russell, we don't want to free bet any 2 cards. It's just way too much. We want to be select. Like, we can dip more into like some suited queens and stuff, but we're not going to like just free bet any 2 cards there, even if we're up against, well, it's not even second in chips. Yazoo was third in chips, so it was first versus third in chip. Where's Stato's chips gone?
9s versus 5s and
oh, that was the hand.
The
okay.
9s versus ace deuce and
right,
jacks versus
okay,
5s.
makes sense. What I missed. It was right. So now Stato with the 4s. This should be a jam, Tower.
He's just finishing his cornetto.
Oh, okay. Got to get the rake back in cornettos.
Because he's just got one. Just a one cornetto. And when he's finished chewing the guinea.
Well, he's actually going to play cool here, Stato. Offers 6 bigs with 4s.
Five deuce flop.
Stato's going to love that flop. Oh my god, he's going to hate what he sees. We just flat the 4s. We somehow get the 5-5 deuce. We are loving life. And somehow Simon just sitting there with trip 5s.
So 4s against ace 5, 9s against ace deuce, jacks against 5s. Ouch, ouch, ouch for Stato. Just ouch. No help. Needing a 4, it's not there. Andrew, Stato, Hume busting out, 4s against ace 5.
And by the way, the reason I was about 5 minutes and not like 2 minutes, you can blame Keith Littlewood.
Keith
because
Littlewood,
I was at the bar, I
yeah.
was getting the teas, waters. And
yeah.
Keith goes, I'm watching your team, Jay. There's only 5 minutes late. I go, I've got to get back to work. He goes, our tower will be all right. So I sat with Keith, watched the last 5 minutes of the Spurs, right. And unfortunately,
you absolutely did right, sir.
No good.
You absolutely did right.
It's crazy how this game can change though. You go back 25 minutes, Stato has over a third of the chips in play. He is outright chip leader. He gets it in jacks versus 5s when there's 1-5 in the muck. He gets rivered by backdoor straight, and then 10 minutes later he's out the door.
Yep. Lost 3 hands when he was in front, obviously pre. Good old Zach, having a Guinness. So 4 minutes left at 25.50.
You've got jam here from Yazoo. Only 4 effective of Trev. Gets the 8 high out of there. So blind's going to be going up in 3 minutes time, guys, and then it will be another 30 minutes, and then what I expect to be the final break of the day. And Trev not going to need too much to go with here. Tower 9-6 of hearts decides it will do. Simon Zach says, I got a call any two, sir, and he actually has him dominated.
Whoa, King 9, not even live cards for Trev. Stands up, grabs the bag. Is this it for Trev?
Not too much working.
We need a 6.
5 would be fun.
5 would be fun.
There you go.
A deuce, a 7 and a 6. It's not, it's Queen of Spades. Well played, Tricky Trev. Trev Pearson.
Pearson?
Trev Pearson. That's because I saw Colin Pearson the other day. And I've not seen Colin for years. Trev Reardon. I have no idea who Trevor Pearson is at all. But well done, Trev. Great effort. Finishing 4th for £10,080. There we go. £10,080. Well done, Trev. We're down to 3. Is that George, the son?
He's on the Guinness as well.
No. So 1 minute to go until the end of this level.
Yeah, could go with this one as Yazoo. We like suited broadways. Gonna go for effective all in, just in case it goes Zach all in. Call Jamie.
Yep.
Leaves himself 140 back, and Simon Zach finds 9s.
In they go. Queen 10's going in.
And to be fair, Yazoo going to be really happy with what he sees.
And he's got the overs.
We are flipping.
Simon Zach. George looking on. Hi Russ, the delay is 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll take 5. Five, 4, 3 hours.
Ace 2 6. No real help for Yazoo.
We do have some runners running Broadway, running spades, but we'd just love to see a queen or 10.
Well, we've got the jacks playing now. A 10, a jack, or a queen. A 10, a jack, or a queen. It's a 7. We are now down to 2.
And we lose Yazoo Yin, £14,610. That went quick.
It did.
I feel like we were sat there 5-handed with Stato about 15 minutes ago, and just like that, we are heads up, guys.
And Frankie has just said, come back at 8 o'clock.
So we will be back at 8:15.
Yep.
So we will see you in 15 minutes, guys.
Heads up, don't go anywhere.
Action.
Like, last few years been brilliant, and he just keeps really consistent.
It's amazing with Matt as well, because he stopped for a few years.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
He wanted the hiatus, he wanted to leave it for a few years, come back, and has absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think again, but that's like the NPL has kind of helps people kind of, you think, well, I'm going to give it a go, and so you do get that commitment, and when you're playing more, you get to know players, you get your confidence builds up, so there's a lot about it that you kind of, once you're playing week in, week out, so I mean, Matt's having a great one again today, like the Leeds, and he's well up there. There's a few like Cal is probably going to be in it, and if you ask me in 10 years' time the way he's going, but obviously he's done really well the last few years. As a few, and there's a few older ones, maybe like Simon Deadman, Trigg, we could put in there.
Absolutely.
They're all really tough to pick from, but yeah.
Do you know what happened 16 years ago?
16 years ago?
You posted a picture on the Endon mob.
Oh yeah.
Can we have it changed?
That was about 3 weeks. That was about 3 weeks ago. That. That's 3 weeks ago, that one.
We say it to loads and loads of people. Once the picture's on, nobody ever changes it. It's
I mean, I didn't put the picture on, but yeah, somebody put it on. But yeah, there was a bit fresher face, that one. Yeah,
there's a lot of people like that. Let me tell you, there are a lot of people.
I mean,
like
I do have a bit of resemblance. I've seen some of them. You can't even recognise who they are. I'm thinking,
Poker, it's been good to you.
Yep.
You're still loving the game.
Yep.
We have a charity night in Teesside on the Christmas week.
Yep.
What does that mean to you, and especially with your charities as well that you do? Because you do a lot for charity.
Yeah, I'm a trustee of a local charity at Teesside. We help kids with neurological conditions.
Yeah.
The charity is called Remembering Rebecca,
yeah.
And we provide equipment, respite breaks. There's a sibling project where we send the siblings of the families on trips.
Yeah.
Brilliant, all voluntary run.
Yeah.
There's not everything that comes in goes out. We decided to have the charity night for one. John Law was really great lad up, really great lad up there, and we just carried it on. And then probably 5 or 6 years ago, when I got involved with the charity, they moved over to us, and we've had a great night. A fantastic night, singing, dancing, playing poker. What more can you ask for? Yeah, singing, dancing, raising a few quid.
Raising money for charity.
But that's how I got into charity in the first place. I just got invited to an event, and we went out with a few old school friends who we hadn't seen for quite a long time. It was like 4 couples. We all got together. We had a great night, a few drinks, dances. Went out afterwards. Yeah. Afterwards, we all saying we need to do it more often, and then we'd raise 15 grand on the night. And I was saying, like, what more could you ask for? So, we just started like following the other events. You have like 80s night, a race night, and really loved and enjoyed every minute of that since. Really.
Every credit for it, and it is great to be a part of it as well. So well done to you. If you stay fit and healthy, which you're looking pretty good to be fair.
Right.
What's the future? Carry on playing poker.
Yeah,
loving it.
Yeah, playing. I mean, fit and healthy. I'm doing the Great North Run again this year. So half marathon at Newcastle in September.
Watch it.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll have to do a bit more training on that over the next couple of months. But I'll still play. I've had a bit of a short of the biggest break I've had for the last 5 years, the last couple of months. But there's a lot more stops I'll be playing. There's Vegas next week. There'll be Goliath's a great stop, and then we'll have all my favourite ones back in later in the year anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
it's been a pleasure. Keep it up. Always good to see you at poker tables.
Yep.
And we always have a laugh.
Yes, we
and
do.
A joke.
We do. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
long way to
John.
continue.
Dowsy.
Thank you.
We're having a chat with the Rigster.
How we doing?
Paul Rigg. Nobody knows his first name, like ever, did they? Not many people know him as Paul Rigg. So Riggy, the Rigster. Predominantly, I think when we first met you, you were really well known for online because you like 2.1 mil in online earnings, and like 600k in live. But where did it all begin?
Probably. 5, 10 and 20 rebuys at Blackpool.
Really?
Station Road for a few months, and then they moved to where they are now.
Yeah, it's back in the day, them events, them games on a Tuesday night, Tuesday night in Bradford, and there were games to play because everybody turned up.
Monday Bradford, Tuesday Blackpool, Wednesday Sheffield, Friday, Saturday, Sunday Blackpool.
And you were still playing online at the time. Obviously, them days they probably weren't even there, was it?
It was there, but like when I first started live, everything was pot limit.
All right, yeah, of course. Right.
So,
yeah. You first recorded Cash on the Mob back in 2002, believe it or not. Can you believe it's that long?
Yeah. It feels that long and all.
£60 pot limit hold'em. Like you said, everything was pot limit.
I think it'd be at Manchester as well.
Salford.
Yeah.
Well done.
Riverside.
Nice one. 330 quid.
Yeah.
Did you use it well?
Well, I'm still here.
£330 at Salford, I tell you what. But obviously the big one, and your first real big score 2004 Blackpool, the Northern Lights.
Northern Lights.
How good was the Northern Lights?
Back then, it was just the tournament player of the year.
Yeah.
And they had a bit for everybody. Like, I can't remember what main event was, but
300. Well, the 300 double chance
that
was the one that was your big. That
I won.
That was the big
wasn't
one.
main event.
No.
Yeah.
£15,000. Just added to the pile.
No, it let me do a bit more travelling and stuff like that. Rather than just local.
Yeah. I like it. Can you remember anything about the final? Can you remember who was on it? Were it all locals?
I can't remember a lot because I think I went out 9th or 10th, didn't I?
In the main, in the main. Yeah. Obviously, we then moved from the Northern Lights, which was a fabulous because it was like the first time that anybody had met anybody big. So they all travelled up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Can you remember the last winners of the Northern Lights? Can you? In fact, I'll give you a bit of a clue. The last heads up, they travelled home in the same car.
Would it be?
They were brothers.
Sonny and
Correct.
Chaz.
Sonny and Chaz, first and second, and as they're walking out the door, they just said, all the money's going home in the same car. Obviously 2007 then becomes the GUKPT. You cashed in Manchester.
Yeah, well, that'd be when Colclough beat Barry Neville.
Oh, how good was that?
And Neville's interview was just different class.
It's still the greatest line in poker.
Yeah.
It's still the greatest. And if you've never watched it, try and find it on YouTube because honestly, it's just one of the greatest lines in poker. Really good. GUKPT started 2007. Did you notice that everybody from the Northern Lights was like playing the GUKPT that year?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. First GUKPT I'd play, I think it'd be at Bolton, would it?
Yeah. You were around there, and I say you were around in 2007. You actually cashed the first season, I think 3 or 4 times to what I remember.
And then I lost my driving licence.
Okay.
Smoking ban came in.
Yeah. Oh yes, of course it did.
So I went to Thailand for 6 years and played predominantly online.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you'd still got a couple of scores during that time when you kept coming back. Obviously,
I came back for a visa once.
The old summer sizzler. Yeah, you jumped in the summer sizzler in 2010.
And I think I cashed at Coventry, but that might have been a UKIP2.
Yeah.
And I actually flew straight back from Coventry.
With all the money?
Yeah, I got a taxi Coventry at Manchester Airport.
2010, the Summer Sizzler is a little bit poignant because there were 725 runners. You do a big chop. Can you remember who you chopped it with?
Well, that was
just remember one person.
Andy Wilson.
Correct. He's always said, and he still tells everybody to the day, that he was done out of money in that deal.
It was his.
Come on, tell the story.
It was his doing. We went on a break.
Yep.
And he came over to me. I didn't really know him.
Nope.
And he went.
I don't think anybody did, to be fair. Back then, 2010.
He went, everybody seems to know you, Riggy.
Yeah.
He says, do you think there's any chance of a deal? Like, he's got mountains as Wilson. I mean, I think he had 19 million.
Well.
And none of us, other 4 of us didn't have 2 million. So I'm like, well, I said, it'll depend what numbers are.
Mm.
He said, I'm happy with 10,700, I think was the number. And I'm like, working it out in my head. And I went, yeah, I said, I can't promise hope, but I'll have a word with Rest.
Yeah.
Went to Rest and I went, just nod your heads, agree, and let's have this done with. So one guy said, oh, I think we should play on for trophy. I said, no, Andrew deserves trophy. I thought, don't start talking. So we did the deal and Andrew went, how much are you lot getting? So 9,600 a piece. Andrew should probably, in hindsight, have been taking 15, 16 grand, like, you know. But I've spoken to him since.
Yeah.
And that's what started him off.
That's exactly correct.
So he said, in a way, that's what's kick-started his career. So.
Yeah, and he's never done a bad deal since.
No, I don't think he's ever done a deal since.
No, it's obviously talking about Andy Wilson. Now we know. Now it's predominant. The Bowie effect is known all over the world now. He's playing in big ones. He's won absolutely millions. And such, like yourself, such a down-to-earth kind of guy, and great at the tables just to chat with.
Lovely lad, as I say. He's very similar to that first time I saw him, really. On his, you know, the money definitely hasn't changed him or anything. No, you know.
Absolutely not. You said you disappeared for a couple of years. Then you come back in 2014. We end up in Blackpool at 25-25 for 11 grand.
I think that was my first comp after I got back.
Really? You just never lost it live? Did you play live when you were away, or was it just all online?
Played a little bit of cash.
That was it?
Yeah.
But then you come back to Blackpool and just 25-25 trophy.
Yeah. And I'd... I only sort of came back playing live because I'd stopped smoking.
Right, okay.
I was on 50 a day, so every orbit I'd have been out at room, you know. And so that was why I came back playing live, and then I had a few years mainly playing cash.
Yeah. Talking about cash and Blackpool, obviously it's synonymous to dealer's choice.
Yeah.
And every time a GUKPT turns up, there's always one table running, no matter what time of day it is. What out of all the ridiculous games that you make up on a regular basis somewhere on a Tuesday night in somebody's house, what's your favourite? And probably a favourite would probably be one that you've never heard of.
No, because it's changed now, because obviously back in the day we had wild card games.
Yeah.
Now there's no wild
You can't play roll your own with anybody else, can you?
Oh, no. So, to be honest, probably my favourite games are Paducah.
Yeah.
Only because of the positional side.
Yeah. Lee Orton, Paducah.
Button.
A button. Every single time. Every single. Did anybody work out how to play him? Because we knew it was the game he was going to pick.
Yeah, you know, but he also worked out who was capable of making a move on him, and you know. And because it's so prominent having the button, it gets called a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's my favourite. I like, to be honest, if I find somebody on the table that can't play a certain game, and they've got plenty in front of them, I'll be calling that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people make mistake of picking their best game when you should be looking for other people's weakest games.
Yeah, some fantastic characters in Blackpool on that dealer's choice game.
Yeah.
Some real characters, obviously the plan, like, but like going back to the year like Jerry the Bib and stuff like that, you know, like obviously not with us anymore, but these characters just, and even Boise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Laughing, joking, and every got all the players in Blackpool with the dealer's choice, but some of the games you got to play.
But when I first started, that was the only cash game going.
Yeah.
And I think it was like £50 sit down minimum.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was too rich for me when I first started. So I used to go to Alistair's.
Yeah, yeah.
They had a £20 sit down game, and that's where I sort of learned it.
Yeah. 2019, Vegas for the first time. Well, Vegas for the first time, first cash in Vegas. You remember much about it?
I chopped mixed silo heads up at the Golden Nugget.
And we've been talking about you in the last few years. Obviously, you've had a few big scores since then, and we've railed you in the final three in the win, and we've railed you on different tables. What's it like now playing tournaments over in Vegas? Now you've cut your cloth in Blackpool. You've done the Northern Lights. You've gone over to Thailand to play online. You come back. You're now playing live in Vegas.
I really enjoy it regardless of results because I get to play mixed games. And also now being at that age, I get to play at seniors and stuff like that.
Coming back to the UK, the NPL, great promotion. You've done well in it. You've come, I think was it fourth in the NPL in 2022. Winning the 10K obviously helps towards the next year.
Yeah.
Did you just smash it the first couple of months, or did you work out what you wanted to play during the year?
I think I flattened it in first 2 festivals a year.
There's me thinking there's a strategy to it. I'll play this event, I'll play that event. Oh no, the first couple of events and you look.
I think I flattened it in first
Brilliant.
2.
Grand final in London, 2021 I think it was. PLO 456. We know you're a 4-card and a dealer's choice specialist. Nice touch, 37,000.
Yeah.
Fantastic touch.
But it got a lot more.
There's 30,000, 60,000, and 10.
Heads up battle just about to start. Oh, the glasses have come out from 2006. Here we go. Look at them. Simon Zach.
Cap on as well, cap, sunglasses.
Sunglasses are on.
Someone go and get that man some headphones.
He cashed in the last Northern Lights in Blackpool in 2006. He was on the final table, Simon Zach. The last Northern Lights when the Chatter brothers took home all the money. Simon Zach was on the final table.
No deal.
No deal. And also, back in the day, Simon cashed in the first season of GUKPT. Local lad. Plays a lot more cash these days, doesn't travel the circuit. You would play Manchester if he's free from work.
Oh, I've got, speaking of work, obviously on break, have a little chat with some of the players. Clemmy comes up to me. Paul Clements, he goes, Jay, he goes, you never guess what happened this morning. I'm not going to do the Scottish accent. He goes, you never guess what happened this morning. So he goes, I was here, 11:45. I realised I was on the feature table. So he goes, I've ran back to my hotel to get me a company hoodie to put it on. So I'll do a bit of advertising in front of the cameras. Just get there, just sit down. He goes, I only go and bust first hand. He busted first hand today, didn't I? So he's rushed across the road to get his hoodie so he can advertise for his company. Sits down, busts first hand. 30 seconds of advertising. Poor Clemmy. He'll be here all week. He'll have another go in the main.
Yeah, he's in the main event now.
Good numbers so far, really good numbers for a day 1-8. We get to enjoy it. The last knock-ins of the high roller, heads up between Jamie Dow and Simon Zach. We've got an up and down versus middle pair here. And Jamie comes with check call.
Six of clubs turn.
Simon still with the best of it here. Like heads up. Obviously range is really wide, so don't mind this at all. We can definitely go for a second street here with a 9. Be some ace high stuff, some stuff like king, queen, queen, jack that didn't elect a 3-bet. Even stuff like 9-8, 9-7 that now pick up a gut shot, although we block that.
Five of spades on the river after a check call from Jamie.
And first pot's going to be going Simon's way.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Simon, local lad. Russ knows him very, very well. A lot of people do. Bit of a poker legend in Blackpool, Simon Zach, been at it 20 years plus.
So 130 from Jamie. Simon calls fives in the big blind.
Queen high flop, queen 8-3.
Not much going on for Jamie here. Can still go for c-bet with the overcard on the queen high rainbow. C-bet he does, and Simon gonna have to stick around. Let's make the call.
Six of clubs on the turn after a check call from Simon. He likes his check calling.
Yeah, with this hand seems pretty clear low tower, not going to have any leads. Just going to be checking it over to the player with a betting lead, which is Jamie. Not the best turn here for Jamie with the king 5. We are ahead of some stuff like jack 10, jack 9, 10, 9 combinations. Does check it back.
We'll have a rip round for the two shittest hats at the casino.
Right. So Para coming in. I'm getting him into comms box for an hour during the week.
Will we? Has he ever done comms before?
Yeah, he has. He's done comms before. I did it last year, I think. For half an hour.
Give up from Jamie. I can't get over Bradshaw in that bucket. I honestly can't. Because like you see the back of him, you take them, turn around, you expect someone in their 20s, ready to go to a festival.
It's like Steve Warburton's dad.
Look at her.
What is it with the hats and the glasses? He's taking the glasses off now. Simon. So I told you you've been in the game for over 20 years. If you want to see an end of mob picture that doesn't resemble the same person, Facebook's down, pal. We'll get it changed, Magical Janet. We'll get it sorted. It's the 8-hour malarkey.
That's not him. That can't be him. Is that him? Well, fine wines and all that, if it is him. Yes, Simon was a day 2 buy-in.
Yes, he was. Shows it. It works.
He went one step further. I think he was slightly later than day 2. Got one of his friends to buy him in, and then sort of turned up when his chips were already on the table.
Nice. Facebook should be back now. Magical Janet. There's Magical Janet from Blackpool. So many people were in the chat over the course of the 12 months from Blackpool, and they don't still come over and say,
Yeah, no.
"Oh, I am."
And the amount of promises we've had for this leg, we're going to bring you in this, we're going to bring you in that. No donuts, no cookies. We did get the rolls today and donuts from Val, though.
We
to
did.
Be fair, thank
We
you.
did. Great sausage and bacon butty this morning, followed by a donut.
Health kick.
I walked in, so I was all right.
Well, I'm gonna
walk to the taxi.
Yeah. To be fair, when you think about it, we've got a long walk from this room to the front of the casino.
Oh, right, okay.
We have.
Right.
Good 200 metres.
When I walked, I never checked what I did on the golf course. What do you reckon, about 13,000?
All them are alright, mate. Like, about 5 years, your missus fall out, so you just start throwing them at you. So you're fucking out when they get you. That's not the way. I was reaching for the draft. I would have been well, as well.
17,657 steps on Wednesday.
That's some good going, that.
There you go. Ah. Yeah, always good to put faces to names. But Facebook's back on if anybody wants to watch it on Face It. £3.5 for Simon.
We're just getting the better distribution at the moment. Simon heads up, making hands, making pairs. No action there.
Mine's 30,000, 60,000.
No, we will not be streaming cash after this set. We got to go and get our heads down. Got a long day one tomorrow, full day.
Yeah. Yesterday was the mini, today the high roller. There are about 8 cash tables running in Blackpool, though, if you want to play cash. Mr. Paul Barnes come to join us when we're heads up in the high roller.
How then, Paul?
Jamie Dale there with the bucket Newcastle United hat on. And Simon's
Is that a bucket hat? Is that? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, from that angle, it looks more like it.
Yeah, he just tip the rim.
Tip the rim.
We might have one in Coventry at the Behemoth. And we might have one on the second Wednesday of Luton. Keep your eyes peeled.
Any good flops for a sack?
Wow.
Flops the straight with a redraw to the straight flush, as you do.
Yeah, of course you do.
Cheers, Sat. You have a good evening too. I can't see this lasting longer than an hour and a half, so I think we'll be done by 10. We have had some long heads-up battles over the last couple of months.
Oh, any straight flushes about?
Just the straight flush heads up, as you do.
Happens all the time.
The funniest thing, we have a king eye straight flush and we've not even got the nuts tower. So Jamie does turn Broadway as well here. But still think we want to check and then potentially go for value if check 2 on river with our ace high straight. Although on 4 to a flush board, still potentially could eke out some value from worse. I don't think we're going to get that opportunity because Simon just going to have to lead here, and I think Jamie calls tower.
Two and a half. And just flicking the call. And Simon shows him the 9.
The latter Sat, obviously. If you're offering me 10 to 1 on a million to win 10 million, of course I'm going to take the 10 to 1 shot other than the... let's ask Tower that actually. What would you do?
What?
Sat said you can have a million now,
yeah,
or you can flip a coin for that million, and if you get it right, it's 10 million.
Ooh, flipping heck. I'm that unlucky, I'm taking the million.
Did you not know his NFL record in flips?
Yeah, exactly. 1 of 11.
Yeah, I would for sure be the latter. I'll take my 10 to 1 shot for 50-50 for every day of the week.
I think you probably should, to be fair.
So probably going to see the first 3 bet here. Heads up, going to be for value. Yeah, that's all good, Sat. It's all good. I'm all about the EV. If it was Del Boy's coin, then yeah, I'd probably take the million. If Rodders was calling.
Flip a coin now, see if you'd have would have won.
Yeah. That's what you could have won.
Look at what you could have won. It's a good option, though. Take the million on a 10 to 1 flip.
That's why I used to hate watching Deal or No Deal back in the day, because there'd be $250,000 and 1p and the banker would offer him like 80k.
Yeah.
It's like, what? He can't do that.
Yeah.
Like,
They don't have a $250,000 now in the new one.
Did they not?
No, it's 100k max.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you was going to say to me that it was $1 million.
No.
That's what I thought you was going to say to me.
100k now is the biggest box in the revamped version.
Channel 4 gone skint?
Well, I don't know what the deal is. There'll be some rules and regulations that you can't do a $250,000 for some reason. But it's now 100k.
Once again, Simon flops best, middle pair. Jamie with the 5-3 of spades. Does have this 3 to a straight flush. Against big bet, not much we can do but fold. Simon just chipping away quietly.
Liverpool, Portsmouth, Birmingham, Leeds and Edinburgh 2550s next week.
It's time for Jamie, going to mix in a limp here. Gets his custom up. So is he limping to 3-bet here? Like ace-10, definitely one that wants to 3-bet for value heads up, but it's just going to go with call. We do have position. Could keep some dominating hands in like we do with Simon's Jack-10.
Queen, king. Interesting flop.
Yeah, really interesting because Simon flopping up and down here. Jamie has the Broadway draw. Ace-10, best of it at the moment. Checked over to Jamie here. He's just going to check this one back. Heads up. We are holding ace high. Could potentially just try and get this one to showdown. I'm surprised Simon didn't actually c-bet this board tower as the razor pre. Good for our range. Contain, we have hands in our range, our opponent doesn't. The kings, the queens. 8 still in there, king, queen still in there. It's just a real good board for the raise up. It's going to come with delay. 175 into 520. Good for third pot. And Jamie should be calling once here, tower of ace-10 high. We're heads up. Could still have the best hand. We have the Broadway draw to go alongside it. And going to have to stick around for one.
So he makes a call. Off to the river. Four diamonds as a brick.
Now, Simon, have we got the barrel in the locker here? What are we trying to rep? What hands want to go check, bet, bet? Like there may be some like fruitiness going on with some like low down king X that flop top pair. We need some top pair checks, so we often choose the ones with the lower kicker. So he could plausibly have stuff like king 7, king 5 suited for value. Could also have ace queen, queen jack. These hands could definitely go for 2 streets after check, check. Even like as low as queen 10, queen 9 suited here, tower. I think I'd probably go for value with, and it's going to get the ace 10 to fold. Very nice from Simon.
Applying the pressure.
Chelsea are 6-0 up at half time.
Against Noah's Ark.
No way they're called Noah's Ark. Against Noah. If they are, they're all singing the goals going by one, by one. All the fans will be loving it.
We beat Chelsea 6-0 once.
When Chelsea have the return trip to Noah in the city of Abravan in
Where?
Armenia. I don't know.
Armenia?
The capacity of the stadium in Abravan is 3,100.
Get away.
That is where Noah play. And believe it or not, Noah...
No way.
Noah are not even in the top 3 of their Armenian league. And somehow they're playing in Europe. Like,
how?
I don't know.
How does it even work?
It was just... best UEFA Cup, Champions League.
Yeah.
Best teams go in it.
Yeah.
That's it. Top 5 from the Prem.
Yeah.
Top 5 from Spain.
But they got the face on when the Super League got defunct and kicked out of. So they thought, I know what we'll do. We'll just make the Europa League and the Champions League every club in the world. So we'll just play it anyway. And that's what they've done. 6-0 before half-time in the Conference Cup. Supposed to be the second best Europe League. 6-0 before
Third best conference.
Third best,
Yeah.
is it? And what do you do? How do you qualify? Top 3, top 6, top 10?
It's top 7, probably, ain't it? Seventh you get. But then probably like in Armenia, it's probably only the top team getting the conference. So I don't know how it works, Tower. There you are, Max Ali. Wee, goals are flooding in at Chelsea. So, double gutted here for Simon with a heart. Could have been a nice one to lead here, Tower. We can start folding out some queen high, king high stuff. I feel like on this queen turn, our hand too good not to barrel Simon. We have a jack in there, we're blocking jack 10, we're blocking 6-7, both straights, removal from both, and then we're double gutted with potential to bluff heart rivers as well. May have been a good spot to lead. Gets there anyway. Jack on the end. Gives him the check mark. Does bring in a 4-liner to a straight and 3 to flush though, so may need to proceed with caution. Does he feel like he can eke out some value? The problem is what we trying to get called by here, Tower, because you feel like once flop goes check, like we're going to hear about an 8 or a 9 before the river a lot of the time here as Simon, so I feel like it's very difficult to get called by worse, like a 5 there, snap fold in, for example. And like the 8 and 9x, we expect to hear about them on an earlier street. Went for the cutthroat.
And just shy of 5 million chips. Down to the 7 million that's in play. Smiter just back from Malta. How was the trip, young man?
How you doing, Smiter?
I hope it was good. There were so many Brits out there. So many.
How's the 2 millionaires that they've all got shit out?
Sixes for Simon. Makes it 180.
What screen's the game on? Frankie, can we get the game on this screen?
You don't want to watch it, it's terrible.
Oh, is it?
You just keep putting the pressure on. Don't worry about United. It's the man.
Jack 8 for Jamie, complete. Simon making it 185, out of position with the A7. Veering towards that 3-1 chip lead. Jack 8 for Jamie. Does defend with position. And not much for either, but with ace of hearts in hand, 7 in hand, I think I'd definitely be c-betting here as Simon. Just some nice blockers to some continues of our opponent. King high board still going to be ours in terms of range. Got all the strongest stuff that Jamie will not have. Shuts it down with a check. Jamie's going to take a 3-1 with the jack 8. It's an interesting turn.
10 of diamonds is the turn.
Yeah, got to start bluffing now as Jamie. It seems like both these so far, Tower, a lot of passive play, but heads up, you need to be aggressive. You need to choose correct combos to start bluffing with. Feel like Jack 8's here, just so tidy. Same spot Simon had last time. We're blocking both straights. Queen Jack 7 8, blocking both of these. We've got Jack high. We can fold out some ace high, some 5s through deuces. We've got equity to get there when called and potentially run a double barrel. So that's nice there from Jamie. Nice little bluff, nice pickup. Hey, all the Noah jokes. Noah jokes are coming in now. Noah. But the thing is, you could probably pull Rotherham out of League One.
Yeah.
Put them up against Noah, and you'd probably turn them over. Why are Rotherham not in the Conference League?
That is true.
Why are you not travelling to the midst of Azerbaijan and all these Conference League countries?
No, exactly. Ace 4 suited for Jamie here. Starts the hand with just 30, 33. It's going to bump it up with the Ace 4 suited. The blind's going up next hand, take us to 40k, 80k. 40-18. No deal, lines going up. So blinds up. Blinds are now 40-80. 40-80.
Ace 5 for Jamie. Makes the call on the button, and Simon with a big meaty bump up, 4.5x with the 4 deuce off, makes it 380 here. And Ace 5 for Jamie. Are we just going to let an ace go? Heads up. Yes, we are. Okay. Limp folds an ace on the button in a heads up coup. It's a fairly meaty open from Simon, but it would be in the mix. Pocket freeze for Simon. Makes it 200.
Now 60 bigs, 26 bigs, 5 mil against 2 mil. Watching the high roller from Blackpool. Day 2, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, concentrating on the main event. Plenty of giveaways over the course of the next 3 days. Loads to give away. Jay will have all the information regarding what he can give away and how much more and how much he can go over, as he normally does. Stay tuned for added value. The Guinness is flowing.
How many's he had? I think that's his third heads up, ain't it?
The third heads up. I've been heads up 15 minutes.
He deserves it. To be fair, it's not a bad day's work when you've bought in what you've only been playing 9 hours.
Yeah.
And you've locked up 22k. It's not bad hourly. As ace deuce rolls off, Jamie flopping best in the form of middle. Not much going on for Simon with the 10-4. Assuming this is going to go check bet fold as it does.
$25.50s in the background there. Liverpool, Portsmouth, Birmingham, Leeds and Edinburgh next week. Birmingham?
Yeah. Maybe. I'll see.
Nice one.
If I do, it'll either be day 2 buy-in or
yeah,
like last hour of the turbo or something.
It's not fair, is it? You can see my eyes, I can't see you. I'm not taking it. So you've got an age advantage and you've got a sight advantage. Morning. Right up against it. I told you to put these over these. If it was actual sunlight, these incentives.
I bet you my eyesight's worse than yours.
I bet it's not.
Mine's fucking terrible.
Come on. I'll go with them. And then apologise.
Christ.
Mate, they're so strong you can see into the future.
Ace 5 for Jamie. Once again, goes with limp, not electing to raise all his ace-X. As we see Jack 8-3, 2 spades. Eight on the turn, and maybe a spot that we could potentially stab with the ace high now, likely to be the best hand once that checks twice. We expect Simon to start leading some Jack X, 8X, 3X. So just a little turn probe here, like just flushing out a 6-7 suit, it's going to be a win. That's still going to have 6 outs live. A good little 17% against us, but looks like Simon is calling 5 deuce. Is he calling to specifically lead the river as a bluff? It has to be, right? We're not calling 5 high for no other reason, no draw. He has to be calling literally to lead any river, and here we go. Here it comes. He had a plan, and it's probably going to work. 300k, the size of choice from Simon. But now maybe Jamie thinking, hold on a minute, sir. You might lead your flush draws. If not on the flop, then you might start leading them on the turn. So maybe you've got a lot more of this 9-7, Queen 10, Queen 9, this sort of straight draw, gut shot type stuff than you have flush draws. But Jamie thought about throwing the cape on for a second. That makes a well-timed fold. That's Simon veering towards 5 million. King, Queen suited for Simon. Beautiful hand to look down at heads up. Raises to 190, and Jamie got one that could do some work. Does the work in form of call. And Simon just smashes this board. Unfortunately for him, Jamie not even with a smidge. So a bet of 80k from Simon. Jamie will fold. So 4-5 for Jamie. Simon with the Queen 10. Just checks his option. And what a flop. Here we go. Top pair for Simon, up and down for Jamie. So I like Jamie's stab with 5 high, always folding out better, plenty of equity as well to get there. And Simon playing this queen in a trappy manner. Mixing in some top pair checks. Put the 6 of hearts on the turn for Jamie, gives him the check mark. And he's probably going to get a full 3 streets here, unless we have a sweaty river roll off. Well, maybe it is one. We said a sweaty river to come off. Could be some backdoor heart bluffs for Jamie for sure, but looks like we're not going to get that opportunity because Simon now going to lead on the king. Once Jamie's gone bet, and he's going to get some real bad news because yes, the flush is completed, but we're heads up here. Jamie has to jam this. Can't be too worried about the backdoor flush. Really hope he does find the jam though. Tao there he doesn't just call, just recognises there's plenty to get value from. Simon could have a king on the river, could have rivered some kings up. Does jam for 1.5. And now back over to Simon, who went for an unorthodox lead and now sent into the blender.
Do we think he makes the call?
It's where the bluffs come from, Tao. That's what you've got to ask yourself. Do we think, like, would Jamie turn something like 5-6 with a heart into a bluff, 4-6 with a heart into a bluff? Something that has removal from, like, the flushes and, like, some 2-pair and sets. Probably the candidates we want to choose. And Simon does make the correct laydown with the queen. And Jamie now up to 2.8 million.
Getting closer. Getting closer. News in third, Trev Reardon fourth. Oh, last break that we had.
Yep.
Trev Reardon.
Yep.
I never got any hands on that final, did I, Tower? I never got any cards. I was card dead. You saw. Scally went, you've just won £10,000. Shut up, no.
Yeah, that's what I would have said to him as well. You just won 10 bag. What are you talking about?
Said, I was card dead.
Well, I tell you, I bet he wasn't card dead to get to the final table.
Absolutely not.
You do well to make an FT with that distribution that poor Trev had today.
Yeah. Very good to see all these like Simon, Zach, Trev Reardon being at it since day one of the GUKPT.
just love the game.
They do, absolutely, absolutely. And it's not easy to do the tour like you used to. Like Simon Zach was on TV back in the day, was on the Poker Million circuit, was on the late night poker scene and all that malarkey, did all the TV. It's just tough to carry on doing that on a regular basis, but
it catches up with you for sure.
It sure does, and you don't. Oh, I've got to go to Luton this week. Right. Oh, I've got to go to Reading this week. Oh, down to London. Do I need to? So yeah, it's with the longevity for these guys. It's great for us to see because there are some great characters.
You get the rewards at the end. Obviously, all the people grinding the NPL, rewarded at the end of the year with some packages worth a lot of money. Simon chooses to take the King 6 suited here, making it 280.
Nine, 5 deuce, 2 hearts for Jamie.
Yeah, of course, Magical Jarrett. You got the expenses as well, and do you know what? I just see the likes like all friendly with them all, but you look at Matt, you look at Callum, you look at Cal, and they all just look shattered. They just they're just all absolutely.
They need a month off.
Bushwhacked because they've just been grinding all year long, constantly.
So 3 on the turn for Jamie. Simon picks up the flush draw. So about 150. Simon raises to 500.
This is really nice. This is actually a really nice find from Simon. We can put some pressure on some 1-pair holdings. We can put some pressure on ace high, better king highs, and then we've got that catalogue of equity to get there on rivers. The times when we are called by Jamie, and we can still run it on rivers, which I think is a key aspect. It's not the fact of the matter we get called and we lose the hand. We can either get there, and even if we don't get there on certain cards, we can potentially barrel.
And now the board pairs on the river.
Not the best card for us as Simon, but he is going to go for it anyhow.
1.1 mil.
The problem with this card tower is like when Simon check raises turn, like his value is probably going to start at 9x or better. I guess he could still have some 9x that want to go for value for this size, but it's probably going to be like king 9, ace 9. But the problem is this 5, we don't really raise any 5x on the turn, or we shouldn't. So we don't have trip 5s. We will have 5 deuce, 9, 5, 5, 3, which are the 2 pairs. But now a few combos get eradicated because the 5 rolls off on the river, so less combinations. So it's actually, there we go. Jamie's actually called with just a 3. So I was going to say it's actually a good call, a good river for Jamie to call on for those reasons, because Simon should never raise a 5 on the turn. So when this 5 pairs, he's basically saying he's checked a 9 twice, gone for thin value with ace 9, king 9, and continued to go for value on river, or he's just rivered a boat with 5-3, 5 deuce, 5-9, and with all these draws, bricking, hearts, spades, Jamie makes the correct decision. Great call.
Very good call, and now takes the chip lead. Jamie Dale from Newcastle taking the lead off Simon Zach. Lines are 40,000, 80,000.
King 9 suited here for Jamie. I think at 20, what is this, like 28 big blinds, I think we just land on call here as Jamie. It's just disaster. We go for 3-bet, not all in, and get jammed on, have to fold a hand with such beautiful playability, and can still have the best of it as well, but going to take the most aggressive option and just send the lot in for 30 effective. Does get the ace high out of there, so fair play, Jamie. Nice little move with the king 9 of diamonds.
got the chips, and now extending his lead. Jamie Dale on the left against Simon Zack on the right.
We're doing the all-in thing. Not yet. Did it?
Had the hand for it.
Eh?
Had the hand for it.
Still did it.
Just once.
Hands don't matter.
Just once.
Hands don't matter.
Complete from Jamie. Simon finds an ace of his own, just sends for 25, gets it through.
Here's 10 for Simon. Raising up.
Yeah, big hand, heads up.
3x.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jamie
Oi, oi.
with the ace queen. Hope he does go for the free bet, not all in. Yeah, this is what we want to do with this hand. It's way too strong to just jam for 25.
All of it in a call.
We can induce like
Is
we
this
have
it?
here.
We've got a champion elect on its way.
Possibly.
Jamie Dale ace queen. Simon Zack ace 10.
Jamie can't look.
He does not want to see, he says.
Don't mind the queen.
I don't like that flop.
Yeah, 5, 6, king is dry. As dry you can get. We need a fade of 10. Oh, pairs the board, so we've got chop outs.
Yeah, so now a 6, a king, or an ace would chop this. 10 to lose it outright.
Oh, we gotta chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up?
Simon stays alive.
I'm not happy. I wanted it.
Get another Guinness inside. Wow, well, just having a look on the database, I can see why that meant a lot to Jamie Tower, because he does not have a title or a trophy. Second is the best result he has from Manchester in August. Has a few thirds, but still yet to get a trophy in a live tournament. So those first ones do mean a lot, and he was one card away there. Unfortunately, the king chopping it up, so we play on.
When you turn it straight.
And we got Simon barreling into us here with position. Do we just call and keep the bluffs in as Jamie? Yes, we do. I mean, 7 cards straight for Jamie.
Every card to be used. You get extras.
What's he want? Does he want the 10-eye straight? Does he want to play the jack-eye, the queen-eye maybe? We know one thing, he will be raising, that's for sure. Simon never has king-queen. This hand never checking in the big, so Jamie just goes for the send for the lot. I doubt Simon going to call the jack on the 4-liner. Snap folds, gets out there.
21,680 for second place, 33,260 and the trophy.
Swing
game heads up, innit?
This one is.
It was always going to be with even stacks and stuff.
If you don't pull that straight, it's a massive
For Jamie, line's going to be going up in 5 minutes' time, guys. That would take us to the 100k level. Never thought this would finish. That's a big hand, heads up.
That is huge. Ace king. Raise it up.
Oh, he's gone for a little.
Ooh, and he's got it here.
Oh, well, maybe.
Because the lot's going in and Simon ain't folding this.
You don't think so?
No, absolutely not. He's got ace 8.
Okay.
I've put most of it in and I'm not folding. I've got ace 8.
To be fair, it's only 20 bigs and blinds going up in 4 minutes, so Simon going to run it with the old dead man's hand.
Yes.
And Jamie had Simon draw into a 3-outer before for the title.
Is this it? Is this Jamie Dale's first trophy? Here we go. 5, 9, 4. Ace of hearts for redraw for Jamie down there. That's killed that. We're down to an 8, 6, 7, 8. Down to an 8, and we have a champion. And Simon Zach is finishing in 2nd place. Do we have a champion? Yes, we do! Yay! We got a trophy! We got a... Why, man, we got a trophy! Well done, Jamie. Oh, shall we go and have a chat?
Are we having a chat?
Go on then.
Go and have a chat.
Go on then. Simon's like, well played, sir.
We'll send Tower on his way.
Run off. We're going to have a chat.
Wait for him to get down to the floor, but our champion is, about an hour. Our champion is Jamie Dale here in the High Roller, taking home £33,000 and some change. Commiserations to Simon Zach, put up a great battle. Day 2 buying today, so only bought in today for 16 bigs, managed to spin that up and still takes home over 22k. So great result for both of them. Jamie Dale will be chuffed, finally getting his first trophy. There may be some online out there, there may be some ones that aren't on the database, but that is according to the Hendon mob. So I'm sure Jamie will be chuffed, and the way he got a bit emotional the first all in, I think you could tell that means a lot to him to get over the line in the poker tournament, especially without any chops as well. That's always something when you play a tournament out. No deals, just for the title and the trophy and the lion's share of the prize pool. We will round up back in the booth, guys, but I am just awaiting Tower to get down to the floor, and then we will head to the interviews and the trophy presentation, and then come back to the booth with Tower and we'll round off for the day, let you know what's happening tomorrow. Regarding what we will be streaming, I can tell you we have plenty to give away in terms of tickets and tokens for everyone, but the Tower is there. Off we go to the floor for the trophy presentation and interviews.
So normally, every now and again we don't grab the runner-up, but a local legend, Mr. Simon Zach. This, I tell you what, we've been looking through your resume. You last 2 tables of the Northern Lights in 2006.
Yeah.
You cashed 3 times in the first season of the GUKPT in 2007.
Yeah.
And you're still playing, and you're still cashing.
Got to keep going, haven't you? You got to keep going. A little bit less than I used to. 5 final tables one year as well.
He was, fantastic. Obviously, the early days, you used to travel around loads and loads. Slowed down a lot now with work, and you play a bit of cash and you do different things. You still loving the game?
Love it. Amazing. Brilliant.
And you always come to Blackpool. Obviously, you're local to it.
Blackpool and GUKPT for me, yeah. Good, improved for 20 years. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. All good, love it.
Well,
and you, fella. And you, yeah, long time.
You're the star.
20. You did my best shot today. I thought I got in properly. I got stuck in, got involved.
You did? Loved it.
And I'm not used to it as well. I'm not used to final tables anymore. You know, I'm not used to short-handed. And this Texas isn't particularly my game, but I had a great team, and every credit to Jamie as well, a young gun. I had him on the felt.
Yeah.
He made a massive call with the 3. If he doesn't make that call with the 3, I think I've got him nailed, and I win it. Really, he's really struggling to win it. It was a big call. Good luck to him. And I've got the, you saw it on the hand, didn't you? I've got the flush draw and the straight draw. That's how it goes, isn't it?
Loved watching one of the legends of the game. Absolutely love watching you, mate. And you know that we love you to bits.
I'll see you tomorrow for the. I'll be here again for the.
Good man.
For the main event.
Top man. Simon Zach's been doing it for nearly 20 years, and every GUKPT is being cashing. But we needed to have a chat because Jamie Dale says, "Tower, we need an interview." So here he comes. Come here, young man. We got close to the chat, and now we've done it. Absolutely, get the hat on. You can have the hat on because this is what it's all about. They only know you with the hat on.
That's true.
Obviously, I want to talk about the big hand with the pocket 5s. Just come in a little. We'll come to the pocket 5s in a minute. But final table, high roller. How's it been?
Extremely tough field. I wasn't even going to play it, to be honest, but I won a Saturday yesterday, so and I went to the desk and I told Dina I'll just break that up into smaller buy-ins, but now I decided to flick it in last minute and I won eventually.
We have seen a bit of you in 2024. You've cashed half a dozen times while we've been there, so been a good year?
It's been a reasonable year. I'm delighted to get a trophy eventually. That's all I've been wanting, to be honest.
And now the pocket 5s. The runner.
80% of the time I'm out, aren't I? So
absolutely. Yeah.
We were saying I need a Fabi share, and then it changed to I need a Joe Linton, and there he was on the river.
It's great. You now got the first trophy. Looking forward to trying to get plenty more.
Hopefully, yeah. I need to do some improving, I think, because that was a tough field, and they're more well studied than I am, but. I need to work on my game off the felt rather than on it, I think.
And tough against one of the old timers, Simon Zach.
Yeah, well, we're just both 2 washed up old men, I think. I've lost all my hair since I first started playing with stress.
We're going to get Frankie. We're going to get Frankie to hand over the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please?
That was that, guys. Great interviews there. Really enjoyed them from both, to be fair. Great that Jamie's finally got over the line and got his trophies. We're going to see a lot more from him. And credit to Zach as well. Gracious in defeat. And a great run from him. But nice couple of little interviews there, Tower.
Absolutely. I know Simon's local, but what he used to do on TV and what he used to do on the GUKPT circuit just says it all. If you look at what he did, just fantastic. And nice to speak to him. He's always gracious, and he loves watching the streams when he's not playing. And it's great for us to do the comms on him finishing second. But we have a new champion with a guy with a new trophy, and his first one ever. Well done to Mr. Jamie Dale. He wanted the interview. He wanted the cuddle as well. I tell you what, these cuddles have been a bit. I'll start charging for these cuddles. But what a great day. Started we had 70 in total, 35 starting the day, and then we whittled them down to that fella right up there, Mr. Jamie Dale. Great day. Good final table. Good.
It was really good. Yeah, enjoyed it today.
Really enjoyed it, and that is what Jay has posted up already. This is what is on for the rest of the week. Friday, tomorrow we are going to be doing main event day. Plenty to give away as normal, and don't forget all the side events on Sunday. You've got the seniors and the PLO, but tomorrow it is all about the main event. If you can come and join us, please do. We've just watched 2 super fellas battling it out heads up. Jamie Dale with his first ever trophy, and it's great to see Simon Zach's back in second place and a final table after all these years. Just fantastic. Well done. We're back tomorrow from 12:20. Plenty to give away. Please come and join us.
Got loads to give away tomorrow.
Loads?
Lots and lots to give away tomorrow.
Don't miss it. We will see you tomorrow up there. That way. This way. That way. Which way? There it is. The new champion. First ever trophy. Mr. Jamie Dale. Well done, sir. Fantastic effort. We will see you tomorrow from 12:20 all weekend. Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We'll start away. And he says, we've got loads to give away. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Ta-ta.
Suck that